And here we go. So we're starting this session differently, as you can already see. It's only really because it's an important moment in time for the platform. A real coup. A real coup. We have one of the leading presidential candidates just concluded February 25th. The gentleman that's about to join us was 5 steps away from being your president. So that's how big a deal this is. So if you ever want to come in now, have your questions ready. It'll be strict rules. If you can have your cameras on, that will be even more excellent. Prince Adebayo, the SDP presidential candidate, a man that needs no introduction to anyone, he will be joining us momentarily. But before he joins us, let's go just through the sequence of our opening phase. So here we go.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Paratuba dodiri chukuma, tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Egumawego. Paratuba dodiri chukuma, tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Obodo jisike nubo seruna, Oyibo.
It is everyone, befere,
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo, yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ga ponto no iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna motangu, hakuna togabu.
And there it is right there, Eyendeba, whatever that means. Hopefully it means good things. I think it means what will be, will be. So that was the Yemsen Wiki song for that campaigning phase. So Eyendeba, what will be, will be. So what will be, will be. But what will be today is the question. Well, a big deal is what will be today. So now, like I said, momentarily we'll be joined by the SDP presidential candidate, Prince Adewole Adebayo, who, of course, a name you're all familiar with, contested and narrowly missed out on the just concluded February 25th presidential election. Prince Adebayo, as you know, born in Ondo State, 1972. He went to Unife, as you know, studied law, went on to he went on to New York, I think, and he took bar exams there. So he's an international lawyer. He's licensed to practice in places like Australia, Canada, United Kingdom, California, New York, Nigeria, of course. So an international and a successful lawyer. So having now succeeded in the legal field, he now, by the callings of his people, felt the need that he wants to serve the people as just to avail them of his capacity. So throws his heart into the ring. And by the way, the SDP, one of the longest, most revered political platforms within the Nigerian space. Of course, you'll recall that that was the ticket that rode Abiola into power when he was then summarily denied. So that is an elevated ticket as the prince was afforded, and a ticket that he rode excellently. So now let's now see the prince in just one of his cameo appearances in the Court and Thrust of 2023. So this is not him campaigning for himself because a man of service. This is him campaigning for one of his surrogates in the north. Watch this.
Nigeria on the march again.
On the march again.
Looking for Mr. President.
On the march again.
Adebayo is our man. He's our man.
Now he go make our country better.
He's our man.
For progress and a better tomorrow.
He's our man.
Make you vote for Rambo, my brother.
He's our man.
How are you? SDP, SDP, Adamawa, Sanuku Jama Adamawa, Sanuku Mutane Nigeria. Well, let me thank you for receiving us. We are here to let you know that the power to run this country has been given by God to the people of Nigeria. Nigerian people are tired of a country that has all the money, but the people in government have forgotten the people of Nigeria and the people of Adamawa. Kudimaya, Baaya, Ba Wuta, Ba Rua, Ba Bichi. This has to come to an end. The purpose of the Social Democratic Party is to come and abolish poverty and abolish insecurity. We promise you, every local government in Adamawa State will know peace. We will defeat the terrorists, we will defeat the cattle rustlers, we will defeat the bandits. We will have a strong army to protect the people of Adamawa State and the people of Northeast and the people of Nigeria. We will build dams so that there will be no flood again. We will recover the Lake Chad to see that people can do fishery. We will finish and complete the hydro-thermal stations that are in this area. We will do the hydro station to give you power and for agriculture and for electricity. We will do railway from Calabar across Benue, across Borno State all the way. We will open the economy, we will build more universities, we will fund the roads, and you will enjoy the government of the people. We will enforce Chapter 2 of the Constitution. Let me conclude by telling you, Adamawa has gotten it right this time because you are one of the most educated states in Nigeria. Today, you have presented to us a learned scholar, not an illiterate. A man who knows what he's doing. A man who has character. Let us support Umar Ado for governor, Amos Yusuf Sunday for deputy governor. Vote SDP from the top to the last person. from the bottom to the top. Thank you very much. SDP.
Looking for Mr. President. On the march again.
So that was the prince campaigning both for himself and his candidate in Adamawa. A man of the people. So a lot of people recall, of course, that the prince made a cameo appearance on this platform just a short while ago. But when he appeared, he was in the middle of a busy schedule. And as much as the space wanted to really engage him, the time pressure was such that he could not spend the length of time that we hoped he would. But he left us on the promise that he will return. So that unusual thing, a politician keeping his promise, I'm not quite sure how often that happens within the Nigerian space, but nevertheless, there it is. So he will avail us of his company shortly to pick up the conversation from where we left it off just the last time he was with us. So I've put out the notice so people continue to assemble. So as we await the prince, let's bring on people who have arrived already to engage with him. So we have Joseph coming up to meet the prince. We have Ogbeni Kole, who interacted with the prince in the first session, but he didn't really get the chance to get into the meat of what he wanted to discuss with the prince. So he's back to push the prince on policy matters, etc. We've got ASAP joining us as well. So he eager to meet the prince, of course. And almost certainly, Bishop is in a car somewhere, but nevertheless, he will battle through his connection to have conversations with the prince. So let me kick it off with you, Ogbeni, as we await the prince to grace us with his presence. So Ogbeni, how often is it the case that a politician makes a promise and then lives up to it?
Well, I'm not a politician, so there's not much I can speak in that space because I'm not a politician, but I was really
yes, I was referencing the fact that remember when Prince joined us, he said it was in a schedule at that time, and he will join us back. And today he lives up to that promise. So that surprised me somewhat because usually they will just fob you off. They say, okay, enough is enough. I'm a busy man, But there it is.
Well, I know. I've related with politicians, and them. I'm not one. The closest I've had in the political space is just a special advisor on legal matters to one of the governors of Ekiti, and so what I know about them is sometimes they will tell you, "Oh, I'll come at XYZ time," but as at the time they were telling you, they had no plan of coming. So I must praise Prince for this. He promised to be back, and hopefully he'll be back on our platform, and we'll be expecting him. Thank you, Wamba.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Ogbeni. All right, well put, Ogbeni. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so this will be the wrong time for the system to play up. So as we await the prince, Ekene joins us from Lagos. So Ekene, so I don't say I don't do anything for you. I am now availing you the opportunity to interact with one of the leading presidential candidates in the just concluded. Ekene, how excited are you? Ekene?
Very nice. One man, long time.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm very fine. How are you?
I'm good. So yeah, we are waiting the prince to join us, which we will do momentarily. So hopefully you have some questions for him because he's here to take on all topics and to avail you the benefit of his experience of the Nigerian political space.
Yeah. I'm excited to. I would like to interact with him and also learn from him, not just to interlace. I want to learn from him also. So that's a great idea. In short, Mama, your platform is growing. Your platform is one of the best platform. I just commend you for that. You are trying a lot. So
Oh,
you are one,
all right,
you are one man stand, you are one man
Norman,
standing, one man standing.
last
So
man standing, according to is that
yeah,
Elumelu? You know, there it is. So,
yeah,
you know that was a dollar comment right there. Last man standing. That is to say, oh God, I'm coming to knock on your door and be ready for me. Last man standing. Look at that.
yeah,
But Ekene, thank you. Stay there. Let me go to Bishop. So Bishop, the prince will be joining us momentarily. So the opportunity then to engage with one of the leading candidates. Hold your thoughts, Bishop. The prince is here now. So I'm going to clear the screen for a moment. So you guys stay in the background. Just a mini interaction with the prince, and then you guys get to interact with him straight away. So the prince joins us. So there he is. So let me just set you guys to the background first, and then and bring you back up just as soon as possible. Hello. Good to see you, Prince. Thank you for doing this.
Good evening. Good, happy to meet with you again. I'm sorry about the other
Yes,
time I was flying.
Yes, people were so keen to have you back, and as I was just saying to Ogbeni, that quite unusual for a politician to give his word and keep it, not just in Nigeria or anywhere, but here it is. You gave your word and you kept it.
Thank you.
All right. So many things to discuss with you. I've got such a long list, but a lot of our panelists, they would like to interact with you as well. So let me just go through first. So in terms of the politics, where are you positioned now? Because I think a couple of days ago, I was reading in the Guardian a piece you did about a coalition, which is the conversation we've been having around your name on this platform. You were talking about a coalition of all of these small satellite parties that converges now to form a genuine third party, third force. Because the room for that third force is there. We saw it in the NSA space. We've seen satellites of it in the Showore narrative, but it has not coalesced under one umbrella that we can all rally around, because, of course, a lot of us are fed up with everything going on in Nigeria, but there's no pathway for us to rally to and have expression. So you were speaking to that in an interaction you had with the Guardian. So did you want to expand on that, Prince?
Okay, basically, you know, political scientists, media people, analysts, they are very intelligent, but they have their eyes at the back of the head. They're always looking at the last election, the last battle. So the configuration that we discuss is always about what happened last time. So towards 2023, the narratives were taken from 2019. And it's like that. 2019, the narrative was taken from 2015. So what I'm trying to do is to take a narrative that is futuristic, not to say, oh, okay, what happened in 2023? Let us do our politics along that line. By the time you get to 2026, the landscape has changed. So what I think we should do is get away from the notion of a coalition to defeat the incumbent. It's usually not realistic, especially when the people who are forming the coalition have nothing else in common other than general animus to oppose the incumbent. And that's not enough. So I'm trying to look at a situation where we have a national consensus on a number of issues, and we form alliances along those priorities. And
we will be united by those priorities. So if we agree, for example, I'm bringing to the table farewell to poverty, insecurity, and unaccountability. So anyone who wants to work with me along that line, I'm okay, especially if we adopt the implementation of Chapter 2 of the Nigerian Constitution. So one person might bring the evolution of power. Another person might bring some form of restructuring and all of that. So if you put all of those things together, then you agree on them. So when you go into public communication, all of you are saying the same thing. All of you believe in a broad outline of where the country should go. And when you now come to it's now natural that you will cooperate during elections to get power. But strange bedfellows who have nothing else in common coming to form a conspiracy against the incumbency, it doesn't work sustainably. And that's the new conversation I'm trying to let us discuss. And when you have these priorities, it will cut across the political spectrum, it will go into the social spectrum, it will go into the diaspora, other places, because if you ask someone, why do you believe in this party, they will have something to say other than we want to defeat so and so. It will be that these are the things we want to do. And those are the things that I thought we should be talking about now.
All right, brilliant. It's a conversation, like I said, we've been having on this platform. And what we have been discussing is what you have just described. We've been discussing if it should be personality-led or ideology-led. Because often instances it's personality-led. So we saw the gravitation around Chore, and then we saw the gravitation around Peter Obi. So those are personality-led sort of political leanings. But the center of that, we had the ENSA space, which was an organic, spontaneous something that had no real leader, but spoke to the inner will of the people. So what we have been discussing as a space is if that third force, that breakthrough from the old guard, if it should not be ideology-led first, and then from that agreement on ideology, the champion, the leader will evolve organically rather than it being described or being fleshed out by a champion.
Well, it's a good way to look at it, and this perspective confounds what I was saying earlier. But when we talk about ideology, we should go beyond ism. The era of ism is over. Ideology just means a set of ideas that are duplicable, are replicable, and testable, and debatable, and arguable. And then becomes believable that all of us share. So if it's just that we want to industrialize our country, we want to give universal social services like healthcare, like education, if we want to believe in holding leaders accountable, if we try to work Nigeria towards a commonwealth of equals, of all ethnicity, religions, and religious beliefs, if we're looking at gender justice, if we're looking at the issue of generational justice, if we're looking at social justice across the classes, if you're looking at those things, so if you look at the content of Chapter 2 of the Nigerian Constitution, that national ideology of Nigeria goes beyond the ism, socialism, capitalism, all the other isms. This is what Nigerians believe, and this is what we want to work on. So if we share those ideas together, you find 5 Christians huddled together on Black Friday or Easter Monday. It is in the belief in the messiahship of Christ that brought them together. If you find 5 Muslims bowing down, praying 5 times a day, it is the belief in the messengership of the prophet and the oneness of Allah. So all those things are ideologies too. So anything that you do If you find 3 or 4 masquerades in Ibadan dancing in lockstep and drumming, they believe in the potency of their ancestors. So they also ideologically connected. So ideology doesn't have to be something academic, something foreign, something esoteric. It has to just be a set of beliefs that can be defined and that people can identify with. So those are the things which I think we should work on, so that when we disagree genuinely. And if disagreement is strong enough, then it will mean that, okay, we can't be in the same movement. Then you can find other people who believe with you, alongside you, and you go to your own movement. So this is what I think we should work on, because it is slower than just jumping after one man or one woman and say, this is my leader now. And then you will see the inconsistency that people get out of it. You will say, you will criticize the other person regarding something which even the person you are following is doing in a worse degree, because there's no ideological content. Once you follow one person, you inherit all his problems, inherit all his inconsistencies. So when he says something similar to what somebody else has said, you will condemn the other person and justify his own. So ideology is like a guardrail that is going to ensure that you don't just flail around. And that's what I want us to look at. And we have enough time now to discuss these ideological issues. I've had many people in politics that I have some interest in, but ideologically I can't agree with them because they give religious and ethnic interpretation of the situation of Nigeria. And for me, that is not a valid platform. So ideology tells you not only what you agree with, it also tells you what you don't agree with. And that way, you can have a natural ally when it comes to politics.
All right. I want to push your thoughts more on that, but before I do that, let me just you've also been making commentaries on Festus Kiyamo's Eureka moment. After 4 years of living off the largest of the land, he suddenly comes to the realization with a day to go that his position is unconstitutional. You agreed with him, but do you see an inherent hypocrisy in with 5 days to leave the office, he now coming now to be this self-righteous sort of man?
So I think my tweet explained the whole thing. One, as a jurist, as a constitutional lawyer, I agree with his statement, because the Constitution doesn't want you to be creating things it has not created, especially where it has defined. So it wants you to have ministers, doesn't want you to have minister of state or something that you create by yourself, So that is a legal position that I cannot fault. However, from a moral, ethical, and political point of view, it sounds obviously hypocritical for you to say that you have been acting illegality for the past 4 years, and you are quiet about it, and you enjoy it, and you exhausted it, and then you now say, well, don't do it again. So that's just, I wish he had said that to the president when he was appointed. That would have been a better way. But he tried to explain it, even in his letter, that he didn't want to sound ungrateful, he didn't want to sound things like that. But long and short of it is that if you feel that it is unconstitutional, then you should not have accepted it. You should not have been writing your name as such. Even in the letter, which he used in writing the complaint, he still described himself and signed his name in an unconstitutional capacity. So that's just the hypocrisy there. But it's good I pointed it out.
Prince, do you not see that this is one of the things? Is this sort of behavior that really riles up Nigerians, and it's just annoying, isn't it? It's almost mock. I read it as mocking words. When I read it, these are the sort of things that rile people up in that country. It's just annoying.
Well, in public life, there are days when something will not please you, but it is better to correct the anomaly. And it's good. It's not the only person there. It's not the only lawyer in the government, and he's not the first lawyer to be a minister of state. So the fact that he raised it is a good thing. You see, the thing about constitutionalism is that when something is unconstitutional, even if you have been doing it from the magistrate court, when it gets to the Supreme Court, you can raise it for the first time. So when something is unconstitutional, at any time that you raise it, it is valid. And then the secondary commentary might be on reflecting on the character of that person for not having the strength of character to live their belief, to say things that you believe in and to act on them. So the president who appointed ministers of state might be ignorant of the law. I might have done it in good faith. But you who knowingly accepted it, you are the one who actually preached the Constitution more. So, but there are so many things to worry about in the country. There are so many things to annoy us. So that's maybe for that day, that could be the most annoying for some people. But there are so many other things you can use your annoyance to address. But long and short of it is that incoming president and future presidents, including me, would take note of that. I wasn't going to appoint Minister of State anyway.
Do you think it's just to fulfill the federal character quota? Is that why they've just it's really just to fulfill the federal character quota, isn't it?
No, it's just the spirit of being a copycat. Because they see Minister of State in the UK and all of that, so they just use it. They were looking for something to distinguish two ministers in the same ministry. But where the problem lies is that it is an anomaly to have two ministers in the same ministry under constitutional law. Anywhere there's a minister, is a ministry. Minister is in charge of a ministry. So if you're going to have Minister of Labor and Productivity, then you want to have a junior Minister of Labor and Productivity. No. You can have one for labor, the other one for productivity. If you're going to have Minister of State for Finance and National Planning, why? Just have one Minister for Finance, have the other Minister for National Planning. So if you want to have a Minister of State for Youth and Sport, what's the point? Have one Minister for Sports, have a Minister for Youth Affairs. So if they need to collaborate, they will know how to collaborate. So that is a better way to look at it. It is a cosmetic problem because how you style them, what you call them, doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to serve the people well. They're not going to defraud the people. They're not going to have bad policies. But it's just the finesse of getting it right.
All right, please. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions, and then I'll let the panelists in. To the people waiting, if as many of you that can have your cameras on as possible, have them on, that would be great. But I've got so many questions that I want to ask you, but I'm also conscious that people are waiting, so I have to let them in. Let me take you to this space. There was something you said in one of your outputs. You talked about leadership and followership being equally accountable for the underdevelopment of Nigeria. So I've heard people make commentaries along those lines before. So maybe you can expand on that just a little bit. How exactly is the followership responsible for the bad leadership?
No, one is actually is like a mirror. So when you stand in front of the mirror, if the mirror is of a good reflection, there's very little difference between you in front of the mirror and the reflection of you in the mirror. So you tend to look alike. And that's how leadership also mirrors followership over time. And also leadership is in concentric circles and layers. It's like a parallax of images. So everyone is a leader in one capacity or the other. So even a follower is a leader, and even your leader is a follower of somebody. And what I see generally speaking in Nigeria is that number one, 3 points I want to make. Number one, the leaders and the followers have too many things in common. They are the same, almost the same aspiration. So you'll be shocked that if you found a pickpocket at Balende or Juelegba or Bete Market or Sabongeri Market in Kano or anywhere, and is looking for how to pick somebody's pocket, you will be shocked that the governor of the state is also a pickpocket. He too is in the government house looking for how to pick the pocket of the state. So there's no difference between the two of them, except that one has immunity, the other one can be slapped up and down and dragged on the floor. So if you look at seriousness with work, coming late to work, if you look at unaccountability, the average person is not accountable. If you try whatever, even they run into you in traffic, you can see they will argue. Even they hit you from the back, they will argue blindly, and they will just not be accountable. And even in this election, people enjoyed me talking about how politicians rigged the election, how INEC rigged the election, how the police and all. But once you start to talk about how voters went to sell their votes, how youth corps members who work in INEC started changing figures for the party that they support or the candidate they support, once you start mentioning the opposition parties too doing illegality, and then they start to get uncomfortable. The same thing if you go on any television show and you criticize the government for 50 minutes out of the 55 minutes they give to you, immediately you spend 2 minutes criticizing something the press has done wrong. They get uncomfortable and get hostile. So you will see that unaccountability is like a cultural problem that we share. So you see it, people give appointment, I'll be on your show at 10 o'clock. They don't show up. Yeah, I'm going to meet you at the train station at 11 o'clock. They don't show up. So generally, so the leaders come from the people. And we can profile any of the leaders we have now. You will see that a few years back, some years back, they were followers too. So that's just basically what I'm saying, that a country doesn't just go bad because they have bad leaders. No, I think generally there's a general acceptance. There's a common thread in that the dominant culture, which the leaders are just an exaggerated version of it, but it's present in the general population. And that's what so what it means, generally speaking, is that as we are working to have better leaders, we should also try to work on the followership, not to imitate the leaders. So you will see that the leaders are dictators and they don't obey the law. But you'll find out that you'll find a highly critical TV journalist too, going against the traffic and threatening the traffic warden and say, I'm going to call the governor. It is not that. So you could see that it percolates. And if you go to the student union...
We saw that with Rufai Hosseini. Remember the infamous encounter he had with the traffic enforcers when he was issuing threats?
Exactly. So it just shows to you that imagine a governor, Rufai Hosseini, if he became a governor, then Wike will be a child's play. You know, so it's like that. So it's just for us to understand that when When it rains, it pours. When it pours, we are wet. And we need to be conscious of that. So for me, I don't want to become that thing which I criticize all the time. So I'm always self-checking. And anything that I criticize, I want to make sure that I'm not part of it. So I want to make sure I take care of my role in it first before I start to point fingers elsewhere. So that's just general idea.
All right, brilliant. So, Prince, my last question to you for the moment, as I let Sheye Bashir and Ogbeni Kole, who you've met before, he's a petition lawyer doing his PhD in Scotland as we speak. So Sheye joins us for the first time. But there was a conversation we've been having on this that we had rather on this platform. As Buhari's administration comes to its end, we were doing sort of like a scorecard. So on that scorecard, then we were looking at the parameters of security, and then we looked at the economy, and then we looked at infrastructure. So on those parameters, on security, the economy, and infrastructure. So how would you score now the outgoing administration of President Buhari?
Well, we need to have a marking scheme so that you don't just score people arbitrarily. And there are three measurable marking scheme I can use, because I like to use metrics. One is to ask yourself, what did Buhari promise when he came on board? So that if you judge him by his own promises, then it will be a good case of giving someone a physics question because they are studying physics. But if somebody was studying theater arts, and you are giving him question of pharmacognosy, he will say, but this is not my area. So he had certain targets he set for himself, and he mentioned his priorities, dealing with insecurity, dealing with corruption, dealing with the economy, dealing with helping the poor, and dealing with infrastructure. So with respect to that's one market scheme. Second scheme is to evaluate him by his predecessors. You can say, okay, how is he relative to? So that's why you can score 75 in an exam. They will still write your ranking in your class to know whether you are the first student, second student, and all of that. So you will rank from 1999, because if you go too far back, the environment may be different, and then many people who are listening to us may be too young or too forgetful of 30 years ago. So we start from 1999, where we have the same environment, same constitution, and almost everyone who was involved is still alive, apart from Yaradua. So where does he rank in them? And then thirdly, the enormity of resources available. Because someone who was selling oil at $140, $114, $120 to the barrel should not be judged same way.
Oh, I think the Prince's system has frozen for a moment. So I'm going to let everybody on in a moment, but if anybody, if you can know, if as many people that can, oh yeah, the Prince is back. Yeah, carry on.
So
yeah.
So you want to make sure you are comparing like with like. So after laying this foundation, I would say that President Buhari scored 0, in fact, absent in the area of corruption, because spend time on fighting corruption at all. Rather, he probably even gave it more license. And so, in terms of power, personal example, in terms of putting measures in place, he just fell off the wagon when it comes to the issue of corruption. Second area is the area of security. I'll give him like maybe 35%, in the sense that he invested a lot in the military, more than all the other presidents before him. However, the first problem I mentioned, corruption and fiscal indiscipline, did not allow him to monitor the resources so well. So we have very wealthy generals and middle level officers, but this is not percolating to the armed forces base. But he's got a lot of platforms. He inherited some of the platforms which President Jonathan had paid for, and they had a lack of supplies. So many of them came during Buhari's first term and towards the beginning of the second term. He also added to it. So he has left the armed forces in a readier position than he met them. However, he's abandoned the police. He just threw money at them. He's not interested in police reform, improvement in the police at all. So as a result of that, banditry, all sorts of things continue. So in the areas that the army can cordon off a field and operate there, the army is doing quite okay. But in places where it's like police action, you have to be mobile, you have to move within the community, you have to use intelligence, which will be better suited for the police. Buhari has failed in that respect. When it comes to the economy, Buhari essentially acted like a saboteur of the economy. He will look at a good textbook on economics, and they will say, these are the things you need to do, and then these are the things you don't have to do. He will just go and do those things that he's not supposed to do. He will leave those things that he's supposed to do. So that is why you can't get any much feeling from the spending which he made in infrastructure. But when it comes to infrastructure, from 1999 to today, Buhari is the best. Buhari has been the best in terms of infrastructure. In spite of all this confusion that you find in Buhari's administration, he has one knack which the others did not have. He manages to finish projects. So if the government can be clumsy, full of incompetent people, uncoordinated, but somehow they will finish a project which Obasanjo with all the talents could not finish, and Jonathan with all the money could not finish. They tend to finish them. So I think they've done better than the rest in terms of infrastructure. Now, in terms of the cost of the infrastructure, they haven't done too well. I think they are spending too much money for less value. So if you look at the cost of getting a basic kilometer of roads, cost of getting standard gauge per kilometer, cost of whatever power station they are doing, they have high costs overall. So I don't know whether it's cost governance, but if you study Bureau of Public Enterprises, Bureau of Public Procurement, you will get some hints there regarding the discipline in their procurement. So, and how they manage their ministerial tender boards. And so if you want to be interested in that, so that is where I can summarize regarding the Buhari. Of course, he left the people behind. He didn't care so much about the people. So as a result, poverty overtook a lot of people. And his social investment consisted of initially sending Oshibajo to go to the market with this spray money like
10,000 naira.
Yeah, like you are going for Owambe party, you are doing kind of hush puppy kind of spending. Instead of create a systemic thing where you don't magically choose winners and losers, where you set incentive and standards and people can assess. And then when it took it to a Ministry of that is most appropriately named disaster. So the whole thing became a disaster in that Ministry of Disaster Management and Humanitarian Affairs because it
Sadia
was now,
Farouk.
yeah, it was now like um, just go to your in-laws to do uh, introduction. You just spray money around like that. So they go from place to place. They were using money a la carte and ad hoc in an ad hoc fashion. So if your husband is contesting election in Bauchi, you go to Bauchi and start to do activities. If you want to please the president's wife, you go to Adamawa and do activities. If you so just silly things like that, not structured. So that's what happens. So essentially, if you merge all of it together, you mark Buhari present. First, you will thank him for not dying on us. So he saved us the crisis by not dying, by finishing his term. There was a time when we weren't sure that he will
Yes.
finish.
Yes.
So thank God that second, he didn't resign. There have been a couple of times that he was tempted to resign. He didn't resign. He stayed on. And then, so we didn't have constitutional crisis, and he, he behaved fairly reasonably throughout the transition period. In the election, you wouldn't find his fingerprint anywhere. I had a lot of problems during my presidential race, but there's none of them that I could trace to Buhari, apart from that harebrained idea of changing the color of money. And
Who
then
gets the blame? Who gets the blame for that? The president or Emefiele?
both of them, the president signed on it, Emefiele brought the idea, presumably. So they're both guilty of that, you know. So that's probably the only thing I can say had a negative influence or impact on voter turnout, on so many other logistical aspects of the election. But beyond that, he allowed everybody to go and try their luck. So, and he has left nobody in doubt that he wants to go. There are enough excuses by interim government pushers and all sorts of constitutional uh, saboteurs and domestic enemies of Nigeria that if Buhari had inordinate ambition, he could have capitalized on that because people were given opportunity to say don't hand over, just find one thing or the other. So he managed to keep his constitutional oath to not.
Sorry, Prince. Do you think that is that down more to his age than his lack of ambition? If he still had the age and strength, because the Buhari we know is a power monger. That's our understanding of him, and he doesn't let go of power if he has the chance not to. If it was Buhari of old, he would just use this window of the obedient noise and all of that to cling on to power. Is it not his age and his health really that has propelled him into this sense of surrender?
No, I don't know how to psychoanalyze him beyond the fact that one, I think that age has not been a problem in Africa. It didn't stop Mugabe from crying and crying when he asked him to leave. It hasn't stopped Omabongo. It hasn't stopped Obia. And it hasn't stopped. It didn't. Obasanjo was older than him. At the time, Obasanjo was leaving power. It didn't stop him from that third term thing. So I think it's not age. I think it's just that Buhari will use power, but I don't think he's the kind of person that is going to take risks or do anything extraordinary for it. So even the last one he ran, there are many people who credit themselves with the idea or be the one to push him come around. There was a time he said he cried on TV and said, "I'm not running again." So things like that. So I think we should give credit to him that in fact the older they are in Africa, the more malleable and manipulable they are to people who want to elongate their tenure. So I think we should give him credit where he's due. He's managed to give us no cause for concern in that area.
All right, Prince. I feel this huge temptation just to monopolize this conversation to myself, but I cannot. So I have to bring people on. But Prince, they are in various places of work, so you might not be able to see them fully. But Sheye joins us for the first time ever. So this is the first time we're having Sheye on this platform. No doubt excited by the prospect of meeting the Prince. So Sheye, unmute yourself, introduce yourself to the Prince, tell him where you're joining us from, and put a short position to him. So Sheye, unmute. Sheye Bashir. Sheye. All right. As Sheye contending with the technology, so let's go to Ogbeni then, who had an interaction with you the first time round. So Ogbeni, you've been waiting for this moment, so meet the Prince again.
Thank you, Oma. Thank you, other members of the panel, and then Prince Adewole Adebayo. Welcome back on our platform once again, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Now, the last time I asked you this question, and yes, you answered, but there's a follow-up question I wish to ask to it, which is that I read recently that you, not even recently, I think it's something you've been saying over time since after this, the conclusion of this election. You said that PDP rigged, Labour rigged, APC also rigged. No, I think you used the word cheated, and that, or maybe it's press that reported it as cheated, and that, but the most cheated won. And after that, you said you're not going to go to election petition. Now, I've engaged with some people. So I've engaged with some people in some quarters, and what they keep telling me is that no, it's a sign of helplessness. So now they wonder, and do you think that that actually does not portray you as somebody who is not dogged, a dogged leader that can lead Nigeria, who would not give up if he sees the overwhelming and the systemic rot in our system? If you are in quote now helpless, or you show your helplessness in ordinary election result, that you should ordinarily go to election petition to go and fight it out? That's my first question.
Well, I don't know about being I don't know whether that's what leadership is about. Leadership is not about being quixotic. I know the law, so you cannot mislead people. And when you know the law, it's an advantage over somebody who's a lay person. I saw that, just like I explained in the interviews, I know how election petitions are set up. I've argued there from tribunal to Court of Appeal to Supreme Court so many times. So anybody should just go and find all reports in the election cycle, and you will see my name there. So I've been there, I've done it. I've argued to Supreme Court. Maybe the number of election petitions I've done to Supreme Court should be in dozens, not a few, dozens. So I know the rules. I know that it is not everything that ails you, that worries you in an election, that the court would look at. The grounds are clear. You whether have to say the election is invalid on the ground of malpractices, and for you to show that, you have to show substantial malpractice in almost, at least if there are, as there were 176,840 polling units, you must show at least 50,000. 60,000. In fact, you must show up to 62,000 polling units. So where you can't do that, you wasted your time by going to the court. I've knocked out so many petitions like that. So I know it won't work. Second, you have to show that the person who was declared did not have majority of lawful votes. That's another ground you can use. Then you, in that case, you have to bring all the results and make sure that the person doesn't have the majority, the highest number of votes. You have to reduce his votes below. You also have to make sure that that person does not have 2/3, 25% in 2/3 of the states, an FCT. So you need thousands of witnesses to do that, because you have to prove each polling unit one by one where you have complaint. I don't see that realistic, given all I have given about this election. Now, all you say the person who won is not qualified. There's a constitutional bar. There's a constitutional disability. Whether the person is not a Nigerian citizen, the person is not duly nominated by his party, the person is not of age, the person has some felony that involves dishonesty, that the person has been convicted for the last 10 years, within the last 10 years. So, Tinubu doesn't suffer any of that. He has there's no constitutional problem that he has. So, now I won't go into other things that don't concern me, like saying, oh, the deputy was nominated twice. I'm a lawyer. I know the meaning of double nomination. So I will be doing disservice to go and be fooling myself that there's double nomination where there's no double nomination. So, will I be arguing about 25% of FCT, which is nonsensical? I know there's no such law anywhere. So I won't do things.
Apologies, Prince, but can you expand on that, please? Because that's you say it's nonsensical, but it's quite contentious as well. A lot. Let me play you a clip. Apologies, but listen to this, Prince. I want you to hear this. Because that place hotly debated. Just one moment.
Yes. First, you have the highest number of votes. Again, not the majority, because sometimes people confuse that. Majority means over 50%. Highest means even if you win by one vote. It doesn't necessarily have to be 50%. Yes, it can be one vote ahead. So the highest number of votes, that's the first condition. The second condition is that you must win 25% votes across 2/3 of Nigeria's 36 states, which is 24 states, plus it is an and FCT.
You must win FCT.
You must win at least 25% in FCT. Okay. So even if you win those 24 states, you have 25%, but you don't get 25% in FCT, there's a problem.
Wow. But that has just been an added one. That has just been included.
That is your constitution. That is the constitution. That is your constitution. And I'll give you the section of the constitution so you can go and check. That's your constitution.
That's the constitution.
Yeah, that's your constitution.
Well, Emmanuel, yes.
So Prince, you say it's nonsensical, but it's quite a contentious space. And we have debated this endlessly on this platform as well, because and Abuja is quite specific. And also, we were doing the calculations that 2/3 of our 36 is not 24. You know, so that Abuja clause is something that the courts have to make a decision on to give us our clarification.
Courts make decisions on nonsensical things. Why? Because you have a right to come before the court and say anything you like. So as long as the court is not suspecting that you are being mischievous, so they won't fine you 40 million naira or 17 million naira. So once they say that at least you are trying your best to kind of argue a point. But you showed me my sister. You know, Kadaria is my sister. So, and I have a lot of love and respect for her. But she's a lay person. She's not a lawyer. So she's just saying something that maybe somebody told her, or she just read it like that. Those who are involved in legal drafting will know that if they wanted FCT to become a state, a territory that you must score 25% in, they wouldn't have written it like that. They will have written it in a different way. And there are many versions that will write it. The closest they could have done is to say you will score 25% in 2/3 of the states and 25% in FCT. So if they have put it that way, that's how a legal draft person will put it. So I've drafted so many legislation that have passed into law, and well, I don't want to drag her into it, but my wife is a director of draftsmanship in the National Assembly. So what I'm saying, generally speaking, is that we are debating. You can go and ask people. You can call a legal draftsman and give them an assignment and say, "I want you to make this." They will draft it for you. It won't be like that. So, but for me, let's just say that's my opinion. That my opinion is that it's nonsensical. So because I believe it is nonsensical, I won't go and raise it. Maybe those who believe that it is not nonsensical, they will go and raise it. But you will see, just like I was saying with respect to double nomination and all that, when the judgment came, it's not different from what I said in PDP versus Shetima. It's not going to work. So, long and short of this is that, so you just don't lead people astray just to prove that you are a tough guy. What you do is once you identify a problem in your community, you find solutions that can work to those problems. And the problems of our election don't rest squarely with the courts, because many of the things that went wrong in the election cannot be taken to court. For example, people talk about INEC did not upload result into the server. You can't take it to the court. Court not listen to you, because it's not one of the grounds for election petition. And we've tested that in Ekiti, where my party were cheated out and went to court. So court is not going to interfere in that. So I know that for sure. But somebody who's a lay person and who is angry, who is ambitious, they can go to lawyers and lawyers can accommodate them and go and argue. I won't practice law for those lawyers. But no. So if you can't come to a doctor and tell him that if he swallows alligator pepper, it's going to cure diabetes, the doctor will tell you that's rubbish. But if you say it to a diabetes patient who doesn't know medicine and no one who is desperate to be cured, he will say, let me even try it. Who knows? It may work. But if you say it to a doctor, he will tell you, I'm a doctor. You can't give me that kind of thing. Don't give me a placebo and say it's medicine. So that is basically why I could select my battleground. And my battleground is to talk to the Nigerian people, to expose the truth of what happened in the election, to hold everybody's feet to the fire, to expose everybody's role in it, including the role of people in my party. Even today, I was discussing with my VP candidate, and he was giving me report of how the deputy chairman in Kano State, our party, was suspended because they found in his account some money he had collected from APC. So he was suspended by the state branch. We've dissolved our executive in Delta State completely because they went and collected money and worked for PDP. So we had to dissolve them. So we're also looking to so am I going to go to court now and writing a petition to the court and say my executive in Delta State worked against me? The court will say, is that our business? It's not our business. So the issue of vote buying is a criminal activity. You can't put in a petition. You can't go to the petitioner and say, how do you list them? Maybe out of the 25 million voters, I can guarantee you no less than 6 million collected one gift or the other. So are you going to list all their names and take them to the Supreme Court or court or the election tribunal. But as I'm talking about these things now, people can relate it to what they experienced, where they voted. They can relate it to the actual persons being named, being mentioned, and then we can address the issue. So those are the issues that I thought that would be more effective, because these problems are caused by us. And in election petition, any injury caused to you by any person other than the winner or INEC, you cannot tell the court about it. I cannot go to court and say, oh, Peter Obi did not allow people to vote for me in Anambra State. Peter Obi is a loser like me. He didn't win. The court will say, why are you complaining about somebody who lost? There's no jurisdiction for us to comment on the person who lost the election. We can only comment on the person who won. I cannot say, well, Tatiku, change my result in Adamawa, which is a fact, change my result in Katsina State, change my result in Gombe. So they will say, it's our business. The guy lost. You can't join him in your petition. So those are the issues that I, as a lawyer, know. So it's not just a case of just going there to prove a point. I'm supposed to lead, not to be led by the nose. I'm not supposed to play to the gallery. I'm supposed to take a wise decision and explain the decision to the people and take responsibility of my decision. Not to do so, not to check popularity poll as a leader and say, what should I do now? I've seen people come to me to say, oh, we like you. Well, don't criticize Labour, don't criticize PDP. Just let us gather together and criticize APC, because don't lose potential voters against the future. So why will I sacrifice the truth for that? It is better to state what each person did and including what happened within my party. I've told the story many times of Adamawa State, where we didn't see our agents and we went to challenge INEC. And so you took our agent tags. And after much trouble with INEC, they gave us some temporary tags. Then they went to the investigation and found out that the state chairman of our party went to INEC office in company of PDP state chairman. The PDP state chairman collected his own agent's tag, put it in his car. The SDP, my own state chairman, collected our agent tag and gave to PDP. So on election day, people who wear SDP, wear PDP, they are all PDP. So what do which section of the Electoral Act am I going to put that? What ground of the petition will I put that? Will I join the agent of my party as dependent? So, but I can say it now, and the party knows it. We are taking action internally. We are also discussing it, and so people will learn from it. So those communities that cordon off voting centers, and they were voting 99%, 97%, and stopping everybody from voting for another person. Do they know themselves? So we measure them as well. So those are the things which, at the end of the day, you will see that those who went to the court, you can say they made a stand, but you can't even get a better report from the court that I'm giving you. Because when they go to the court, they are not able to get to the facts. They were talking about procedure, which witness to call, which not to call. And then you spend the entire period. Are you not saying that those who went to court are you all using their own mouth to adjourn their own cases? In all the adjournments that you've had in the court, none has come from the court. It's come from those who went there to petition. It's the same Labour and PDP asking for adjournment. And when they start the hearing, you will see that nothing much will come out, because they've spent a lot of their time on pleading irrelevancies. But the hardcore of what you can plead, which is polling unit by polling unit, I don't have the advantage of that, because in many of these polling units, in some of them, we have agent compromise. In many of them, the complaints we can prove are not against the winner, because it's actually fellow losers who cheated us in those areas. So they are essentially useless to the petition. So you can't complain about PDP, can't complain about Labour, because they're not the winner. You can only complain about the winner. So I can complain how in Ondo State they gave bribe, in so and so. Those are a few places I can complain. But you cannot complain about Rivers, because I have Magnus Abe. Senator Magnus Abe was a candidate of my party there. But in Rivers, Magnus Abe, Wike, Tinubu work together. So the entirety of they work together. So PDP, SDP, and APC work for Tinubu in Rivers. That's why some people wonder, how did he get that result? Maybe some help is added to it, but he got all of them to work together. So only some element of APC, the Amici element of APC, worked for PDP. But SDP, that's why they are not doing petition there. So they work together. So what am I going to do? Is to take Magzabi and go to court. So.
All right, Prince. Ogweni, I know you want to push back a little bit, but okay, go on, Ogweni. You want to push back a little bit? Go on.
No. I'll ask later. You can go around. So that.
All right. I want to go around. So let me bring Zita in just to have a female voice. So Zita. So meet Prince Adebayo, who I think you met the last time he visited, and you were inviting him to an interesting space in that conversation. So Zita, speak to the Prince. Zita. All right, so there is Zita. Zita, can you unmute? All right. As Zita battles with her system, Prince, there was something you were saying earlier, and a thought struck me. You were talking about how people were compromised with 5,000 naira, and then I think you said one of your functionaries in Kano State, it had to be stepped down. Because suddenly you found heavy monies in his account and all of that. So it's the narrative of where politics is and where politics is and where it should be. So because what we find in Nigeria sometimes is that people are playing politics to where they feel it should be rather than where politics is. Politics in Nigeria is about money, it's about ethnicity, and it's about tribe. And for you to effect change, you have to wield power. So is it the case that some politicians, maybe yourself included, are too puritanical in their understanding, in the ways that they want to play politics? They don't want to go into the murky gutters where power is wrestled. Because of course, money, ethnicity, and religion is the pathway to power in Nigeria. So what do you make of that, Prince?
Well, it just depends on your motive. If your politics about your career, you have a lifelong ambition to be president, to be a governor, to be a senator, you want to be in charge of public resources, you do whatever it takes. So, ethical or unethical or whatever. But if you are a transformational leader and you're actually in politics because you've seen some things not being done right, and you are coming to do them right, then you don't want to say, I'm going to politics to change politics, and you end up letting politics change you. So that is what I can pay any price. The one price I cannot pay is to allow politics to distort my values. I can lose money, I can lose time, I can I can spend a lot of stamina, I can forgo career opportunities and things like that. But what I will not do is become a typical politician, because that is what was expected. That when you join politics, after a while, after a series of problems and difficulties and challenges, you will just say, if I can't beat them, let me join them. But it won't happen to me. You can watch for the next 40 years, whatever number of years. It will not happen to me. I would rather let us do things right. And as people see the result of not doing things right, they would remember us who said, let's do it right. You can see now that power has gone to somebody. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to be president the next 72 hours. Nobody is going to stop him. So he's going to be president. And once he takes that oath, by the time he wakes up in the morning, or May 30, he's president for one night already. So then the novelty is wearing out, will start wearing off. He now has to perform. Then the things that help him to win might become the contradictions that he has to deal with. So, and just like Buharists are quiet now, during the last 1 week or so, they were trying their trick to try to sound upbeat and valiant, but they know that they just wasted their time. And none of their dreams, apart from a few people from Daura and Kazaure who made money. But the vast majority of Buharists, including Bubakar Galadima and all the other people who were ardent Buharists, they can't point to anything tangible. So I know that there's no sustainability in this idea of bringing massive amount of money to bribe people to vote for you and to do all this manipulation and compromises and all of that. Because when you get the power, it's no longer that useful because you have to now continue along that line. So it's like somebody who sold his car in order to buy fancy wheel covers. When he buys the fancy wheel covers, he's stuck. He has no car on which to put it. So we need to be careful. So, and many people have been transformational leaders, like Adewole and the rest of them. They suffer the same way. They suffer the same way. Adewole never won any election in Ibadan until Peculiar Mess at Adelabu died. And he never won any election in Ondo province until he went to jail and came back. But so you do have difficulties. He was struggling with winning election in Lagos, but he kept his, and outlasted those who were doing sharp practices. So it is important for us to understand that a person who is concerned about one election cycle and is taking and is somersaulting in terms of principle, when he gets to power, he won't be able to be a transformational leader anywhere. You can see so many of the bright minds. You mentioned Keyamo at the beginning of this interaction. I love Keyamo. Highly brilliant, highly patriotic, highly courageous. But what has happened to him now? Shehu Usani, when he went to National Assembly, what has he come up with? He hasn't changed anything. Hasn't even changed the life of his constituents. See, kind of define me and his radio Kudirat and all. You can be more idealistic, can be more revolutionary than kind of define me and radio Kudirat. But he was governor of Ekiti for 8 years and minister. And so what has he done? So what you're trying to do is to correct the politics from the beginning, so that the people themselves can wake up. I don't see any connection between me and somebody who expects me to give him 2,000 naira to buy votes from him. How can you say you and I are in the same republic? How can you say I'm your servant if I have to buy your vote? So you tell me you don't buy into my ideology, so I don't have a contract with you. It's a different thing if you vote for somebody else. I can respect that. They're asking me to give you money so I can vote for me. It shows to me that you don't have a skin in the game, and you don't believe in what I'm saying. I don't believe in anybody. So am I going to now start be an ethnic champion now at what age? Or will I not be a religious bigot in order to win? I don't think so. So it's better for me to just, if politics cannot add to me, let it not take from me what my mother has taught me.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So, Ajande Koko, you are up next. So, Ajande Koko, meet the prince who you met before when you first joined us last time. So, unmute yourself, introduce where you're joining from, and put a position to the prince. Ajande Koko.
Yeah, thank you, one man, and thank to Prince for showing up again, for fulfilling his promise. He told us last week that he will show up within 7 days, and he made it back. So thank you for that. Speaking from the United States, Nashville, Tennessee, and I'm glad to meet you again. So
It's a pleasure.
Yeah. So my question to you, Nigeria launched a new airline yesterday. Do we start to celebrate? What's your take on that launch of new airline? I know quite well that you have a very wide knowledge in aviation sector as well. So can you enlighten us on what you know about this new airline? Should we be celebrating for it, or what do you think?
Don't waste your time. Nigeria didn't launch any airline. A shameless minister call a friend and borrow a plane for 1 day. So the highest investment they made was the white and green paint. They used to paint over Ethiopian airline. That's not launch an airline. So if you go to IATA now, what is the call sign of that airline? If you go to ICAO, what is the call sign? There's no airline. You spend 8 years thinking about Nigeria Air, and then you have 8 hours to the end of because you cannot be a minister anymore. Today is Saturday. Well, the government offices that they don't work today. You cannot be a minister on Sunday. There's no work. And on Monday it's public holiday. And by midday, Buhari cannot enter the villa without being arrested. So except he signs the visitors form. So which airline? Who are the employees? Where is the recruitment? Where is the headquarters? Where is the website where you can buy a ticket? Where are the destinations approved for them? Who is the MD? How many pilots? What's the call sign? I still remember the call sign of Nigeria Airways, Whiskey Tango, WT. Where is the call sign of that one? So if you know Hadi Sirika, you will know that it's like Buhari's son. It's Buhari's sister's son. And I know how my uncles treat me. My uncles, my mother's brother, will treat me far better than my father would treat me. He has the sentiment in Africa. And I will treat my sister's son with so much tender care. So they just dash him one ministry to play around. So he's just doing fine boy for the last 8 years. Enjoy himself. And last minute, they had nothing to report. And it happened to them in the first term. I have a friend who was a minister with them. And when they were finishing the first term in 2019, they were struggling for achievement. To write, what did you achieve? What did you achieve? They struggled with it. They didn't have much because they wanted to go back and campaign. They couldn't have anything much to show. Then they came back second term now. Then this gentleman, Hadi Sirika, doesn't have much to show. So he's rushing around to open uncompleted terminal. I still use International Airport in Lagos yesterday. He has commissioned the new one, but I still have to use the old one. And this airline, why? Okay, if we want to do poetic justice, why don't we insist that Buhari must go to Daura with that Nigeria Air? Nobody should carry him. Let him use that Nigeria Air to go to Daura. He will be stuck in Abuja. He has to ride a camel or a cow to get there. So let us be serious. That was just a shameless act. Has no meaning. It's an empty ceremony, and it's unfortunate.
Prince, a lot of people say that the Nigeria Air, even though it carries the Nigeria livery, is actually nested within the Ethiopian airline parenthood. So under that Ethiopian line, you had like Zambia Air, they're part of it. So it's some sort of convoluted deal mix where Ethiopia Airline owns 49% of Nigerian Air, and then the Nigerian, I think, some sovereign wealth of some sort owns 45%, and then 5% are in private, in government hands even. So if the Ethiopian Airline is the parent company of Nigeria Air, then it's not beyond the realms of reason for them to use some of the airlines to sort of announce the birthing of Nigerian Air. So, yeah.
Let's do this one. Obasanjo tried that with Virgin, because you remember that before Nigeria Air, we used to have Air Nigeria. After they liquidated Nigeria Airways and shared its lucrative properties and assets among themselves, they did asset stripping. They now call on Richard Branson to come and operate it. So, and it was working until Yar'Adua came and Babalaki and a few other people convinced him. He ended up having problem with Richard Branson. They were tossing them up and down terminal. So the guy got annoyed and left, because the Nigeria also keep it to the terms. So if we could live with Virgin being the technical operator of Air Nigeria, it will smack of colonial mentality for us to criticize our own brother or sister country like Ethiopia, that's the most experienced airline operator in Africa, and has a very good record in that sector. So we can collaborate with them. So that's not my concern. And if they are the operator, they need to have substantial interest in it. Hopefully, I assume that they will have negotiated well, and there are no hidden kickbacks and all of that. I have to presume that those who negotiated will be honest with Nigerians. So I can't be second guessing them. But my problem is that even a domestic airline owned by an average person will not take a single plane to launch. Usually that's not how you launch. You have a fleet. You announce your fleet. We have a fleet of, we plan a fleet of 35 aircraft. We have taken delivery of 5, whether it's a wet lease or whatever, or dry lease, or other terms of purchase or acquisition. Then you announce your route, where you want to go, or you measure where your future plan for acquisition. And then you do a maiden flight that actually carries human beings from one destination to another. So you will say, okay, our first flight, I must originate with you here. Our first flight is to Addis. So in one of those, you use one of those BASA slots. Since Ethiopian is flying here as Ethiopian, we're entitled to fly back as Nigeria Air. So if you want to use that, you use that. But that's not what they have done. We've seen many airlines launch in Nigeria, even the poorest of them. They don't do it that way. Just take one plane and just bring it. Then I can even afford to do that. I can just go and hire an aircraft and paint it Air Adebayo and fly and call my family members and we take photos. I pay them and they go back. So that's not proper. We all know it's not proper. So there's no need to even debate it. And there's no way, and it has no, there's no way Nigerian Air will be ET. That would never be the code. It's the normal ET code that the plane has. So I don't want to, it sounds dirty, me talking about it, it's too pedestrian. So it just, I don't know why he did it, but I think he did it just so that other people will not laugh at them and say, I think they were taunting them online. Secondly, they were looking for a way to cover up all the spending because they hire consultant. If when they were hiring consultant paying this, if they had told us that this is the deal they want to do, I have like 6 airlines. I can bring airline groups. I can bring to them that will operate it for them easily. So why didn't you hire consultants? Because you know who you can partner with in the world. You have partner with Lufthansa, they do similar thing, or KLM, or you partner with any of the Gulf state airlines, or you partner with many of these ones in America, or you can go to Europe. So, but I'm happy that they took, I mean, if they cannot afford to do it by themselves, which is a national shame, but at least they took a sister country, Ethiopian, our sisters, so we're okay with them. And they have a good track record, so why do we complain? So, but remember that even Nigeria Airways was in partnership with BOAC, British Overseas Aviation Corporation, if you recall the history. So we've always been having technical partners. Even when ARIC came, Lufthansa Technique was their technical partner. And I believe Air Peace also has some arrangements with some Middle Eastern airlines. Even I've seen Ibom Air. You will see some of their flights are operated by a kind of different leases. Some are wet, some are dry. So you will see different. So some will come with the crew. Some aircraft will come with a complete foreign crew. So you'll be flying from Lagos to Akwa Ibom, Lagos to Abuja. You will see that why are all these Middle Eastern operators here? Why is the pilot different? It's not a Nigerian. Why are the hostesses not Nigerians? It's okay. That happens. So there's nothing they are doing, and that is not my vision of how I will set up a national carrier. This is you can't set a national carrier that is inferior to ARIC. It's just struggling to compete with Aero. It's far. It's not even up to Ibom Air, and it's weaker than Air Peace. So what's the point? You know. So I believe the next person who comes will kind of reconfigure it. I hope they don't end up having a breach of contract with Ethiopia, but we can reconfigure it better and put reasonable investment in it. There is enough money in Nigeria. This sovereign wealth fund should have enough money to be able to start up an airline properly.
Prince, yeah, sorry, Ajanle, carry on.
Yes, Prince, I called that launching, or what do they call the launching of the Nigerian aircraft as a packaging of corruption. And I was of the view that if Nigerian state had invested in world peace, maybe
Airpiece, you mean? Airpiece.
I mean,
yeah.
sorry.
Airpiece. Yeah.
Yeah, airpiece. Maybe that would have been better. We would have started somewhere, developing our own indigenous own aircraft and launch it into the international
space.
Because last year, if I may recall, I think Airpeace got some fleet of maybe around 12 or maybe 25 of brand new modern, aircraft. And I think that sector, aviation sector, we have a potential, if we are really a serious country that really want to develop well. I think we have a potential to dominate African market. We can really invest well and encourage the indigenous own aircraft. What's your take on that? Do you think what I'm suggesting is a way forward and a better way to get back?
All right. Ajanle Koko. I think where Ajanle Koko is should Nigeria have surrendered our liveries to Airpeace, which is an indigenous company that has already shown capacity, rather than this convoluted mix with the Ethiopians?
No. First and foremost, my aviation setup plan is not any of this, because all of the airlines are stressed, including Airpeace. And don't judge an airline by how many aircraft it's got. All those things are liabilities. So if you go and acquire aircraft, you definitely are not paying fully. You are borrowing money, and stuff like that to pay for them. You are not sure that it's not all your routes that are profitable. So what I would rather have done would be to leave the airlines the way they are, not put public money in any of them, but to look at the problems that they face and invest money to create a better environment for them. For example, access to quality aviation kerosene, to develop the airports so that they can have quicker turnaround, to invest in more radar, better radar coverage, to see that almost every airport can operate the instrument landing system, so that airlines can fly into Owerri at 1 a.m. if they want to ensure that almost every airport has a motel or hotel or something, so that passengers who are stuck at night can just be taken to the nearby hotel to sleep. They won't get angry with people flying to that. So many other things we need to do to see that we don't damage the aircraft. If you look at the shoulder, the taxiway, the runway in some airports, they give a lot of stress to these aircraft when they operate there. So to do so many things to make life easier for them, and to create an aviation fund that by direct deployment, the airlines can actually have access to, first, cheaper capital, two, have access to foreign exchange in a way that makes them competitive, 3, to ensure that every government official and every government-funded trip patronizes local airlines. So these are the ways. But to come and be competing with them or trading with them, I don't think that's the fastest way to do it. The United States, the capital of aviation, has no national carrier. So the idea of a national carrier, to me, I don't believe in it. A national carrier doesn't have to be one. All I have to do, I have 2 categories: foreign airlines and domestic airlines. And the domestic airlines will have all these incentives, but I will not go and compete with them. So if anybody wants to set up Nigerian Airways, Nigerian Fly Nigeria, whatever they want to call themselves, that has Nigeria in it, they are free. But I would invest in infrastructure, because if you go and sit down with aviation operators, they're not looking for our additional competitor. They're looking for space. They're looking for training. For example, we're not training enough pilots. I have some pilots I'm training. I have to take them to Egypt, take them to other places, and I'm training them. It's very expensive. So, I don't have an airline, but I'm just training them as family members. But it's very expensive to train them. Whereas if the government wanted to train them, the government can say, okay, we'll train 2,000 pilots. The government can afford it. So the way they were picking people like Captain Ore and all those people who were famous in Nigeria Airways, they were picked from secondary school and sent to school for training. So you could pick young people and send them for training, 2,000. So airlines will have, and you ask them to work for domestic airlines as a payback. So all these things you do, and then the government officials stop oppressing them. So they want approval to go and do D-check, C-check. You want to start on an airline. Do you know the procedure you have to go through? They'll be asking you for money. They want to go and inspect your equipment overseas. You have to pay. They should supposed to use their money to go. No, they want to pay them, pamper them, take them shopping. Then they come back. They've not written your report for you. It's all sorts of. So if you remove all these obstacles, I can tell you that the industry will blossom without government embarrassing itself. But with respect to delivery, be delivered to anybody, no need. Just allow for them. Share the buzzer spaces fairly. That's all.
Because sorry, Karen.
For example, British Airways has 2 aircraft companies, 2 airways. They have Virgin, they have British Airways. So ordinarily they will expect us to have also a reciprocity. At least we can also have 2 carriers sharing the UK. In fact, I think there's nothing sort of even sharing between 3 carriers if they can afford it. So because slots, there's how many slots to fly. So Emirates, they come here and go. So we also have the Qatar Airways, Delta, Lufthansa, all of them, Air France. So you share your buzzer routes, you share them in a very competitive way. We'll conquer this.
All right, please. There's been an ideological debate that we've been having on the platform. I don't want you to respond to it just yet because I want to bring Rosie in. But what we have been debating is if government has business in business, or government should just solely exclusively be regulators. So we want to sound your thoughts on that. But I want to bring Rosie in as well, just to have a female voice break up the conversation. So Rosie, good to see you. Meet the prince. I think you met him the last time he came. Rosie, Princess Rosie. Hello, Rosie, on mute. Introduce yourself and put a position to the prince. Rosie. What's going on with everyone today? Rosie. All right. Rosie's struggling with her system. Everybody's struggling with their system. Let's go to Bishop, who no doubt not struggling with his system. So Bishop, you're up next. Bishop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon or good evening, Prince Adewole. It's wonderful having you here. Good evening, every other participants, panelists, and listeners, wherever you may be listening from. It's wonderful having you with us this evening. I apart from a few minutes, I have challenges with my connection. Kind of. I think I probably had the Prince position very well. At the first instance, my first impression was to say, "Oh, Prince is talking like a typical Nigerian politician." That's my first one. But I try to push that away. The reason is not far-fetched. Basically, oppositions I share quite a number of them. I just want us to go back to some few things we said on the.
Bishop, have we lost you?
Making the aircraft to come to Nigeria to just show that there's work in progress. Does that amount, or was there an actual launching of the Nigerian air yesterday? Did anything like that happen?
Hold on, Bishop. We lost half of what you said because of your connection. So can you adjust position and put the question again, or maybe?
Yeah, I just pulled up now. I just parked now because I don't want my. I'm actually on the road, but I just deliberately parked when you pulled me in so that I will not have fluctuating.
Which you are having now. All right. I'm going to apologies, Prince, but everybody they're all over the world. Ogwen is in Scotland, Bishop is in America, John Lekoko in America, Zita somewhere in the Scandinavia. So all of them in different phases of whatever it is they're doing. So Ogbeni, have you studied yourself? Put the position to Prince, let him address it, and then we move the conversation on.
Okay. Thank you, Prince, for having me once again.
Oh, no. Sorry, I didn't mean Ogbeni. I mean Bishop. Sorry, Bishop. Are you ready?
Yeah, I am. I don't know if my connection is too good.
Yes. Put the position succinctly. Don't be elaborate.
I pulled over.
Succinctly. Yeah.
What I did was pull over. Maybe I should change position, drive like a few meters to see if it will be better. Or are you hearing me better now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, but be succinct though. Be succinct. Don't embellish. Be succinct. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, what I was asking was that I first put forward a question. What happened yesterday with the arrival of because I had everything the Prince said about the Nigerian airline. But I just want to confirm, was that a launch of the Nigerian air or just the arrival of one of the planes that will be in operation for the Nigerian air?
Sorry, can you expand on that?
According to them, they said the airline will start operation on the 26th of May. And so they said it will start operation. So people were thinking, how could that happen? So maybe the minister has some difficulties with timeline and stuff like that. And he was bent on appearing to have fulfilled his manifesto of saying the airline will fly. So having chosen that date, then they managed to paint this equipment over into white and put some sign on it. But in order to be able to fly, because you cannot fly over all those, I don't know where it came from, but because it's Ethiopian, I will assume it came from Addis Ababa. So you can't fly over other countries without a call sign, without route approval. They won't let you fly over their country. So they have to come as Ethiopia, because that's the only existing airline. So what came yesterday was an Ethiopian flight wearing Nigerian air color and landing in Nigeria with unemployed minister and his friends hanging around there and pretending to be cutting tapes and doing all sorts of childish activities around it. So they will say it's a launch. They got some media houses to come there and wearing t-shirts and clapping, and so it's a comedy skit essentially. But I don't know what NCA, all of them will now say now that the minister who is terrorizing them has left. So by the time they have common sense on Monday or Tuesday when they come back to work, they might explain better to us what was that about. Because then Adisirika will have been gone. But there's no way any historian will write that we had an airline under Buhari. I can guarantee you that. That's not how it's done. You cannot say that Buhari established an airline. You can only say on the last day of Buhari's government, there was a comical attempt at pulling the wool over the eyes of the gullible ones that Nigeria had the Nigerian air, which is rubbish.
All right, brilliant. I'm going to audit to see who exactly we have, because there are people waiting, so I'm going to have to shuffle if you're not. So Sheye, are you there? Sheye Bashir, are you there? All right. It's a shame. I wanted to hear your voice. You are joining us for the first time, but thank you, Sheye. Join us again, or indicate in the private chat when you are ready, so we'll replace you with Kulata. Zita, are you there, Zita?
Yes, woman, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Zita, we came to you earlier. So you spoke with the prince when he last visited. So he visits again. So introduce yourself, tell him where you are, and then put some position to the prince.
Prince, welcome again. It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
we
very
always
much.
appreciate you visiting us. I'm in Tromso, and one man keep telling us to put on our camera. He forgot that some of us are in bed already. I don't know what he wants to see. Anyway.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. That's fine. Just carry on. Yeah.
So I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Prince, there's something you said. I was listening before I dozed off. You said you don't want to. It's not like confusing people or deceiving people just because you want to show you're tough. When I heard that, I was almost saying loud it, because there is a lot of confusion going on. People are being confused and deceived, maybe because they are new in politics. That being said, are you saying that the Nigerian airline was a total scam? That is number 2. Number 3.
No. So sorry, can we abandon that Nigerian air? I think the prince has been expansive enough. Do you have anything outside of that to put to him?
Yes, I have.
Let me just say, let me just answer that question so we don't disperse it.
Yeah.
The entire, first, there was no Nigerian air anywhere. What is a scam is that day event of bringing one lonely aircraft with no passenger and taking photo in front of it. The Nigerian air itself might not be a scam, It may just be a work in progress that has not reached anything near viability yet. Maybe just an MOU. Maybe they haven't raised the money. They haven't acquired the fleet. They haven't trained. They haven't planned the route. They haven't done the insurance. They haven't done anything. They haven't even got a call sign assigned to them by IATA and ICAO. So it may just be that, just like they are commissioning unfinished bridges, commissioning empty buildings, commissioning a refinery, that the owner is not interested in commissioning. The owner is still working on it. So it's a typical Nigerian thing that they will come and commission a building, and the next day work will continue, construction work will continue on it, because they will just paint the front of it. So the thing must still materialize. The Nigerian Air, maybe under the new government, hopefully. However, what was obviously a scam was an attempt to pretend that the airline is now in operation when it's months, if not years away from being operation.
Thank you. My question is, this I've always hear people say government of unity. Can you, in what area do they need the unity? Can you please expatiate on that? They keep saying run a government of unity. Sometimes I get confused on what they mean by unity. Is it unity in development, deliverables, or unity in making people love you? Or making
Government of national unity is the politicians' way of saying, don't chop alone. You chop alone, you die alone. Because the people who lose elections are interested in government of national unity, because that's an excuse for them to lose election and still go to the winner to go and participate in government. By our constitution, every government we have is bound by law to be a government of national unity. Because our constitution has written it clearly that the Federal Executive Council, where decisions are being taken, that's the highest executive decision-making body around the president, the Federal Executive Council, must have at least one member from every state. So if a person say, I don't care about unity, he's bound by law to find somebody from each of those states. So you cannot have less than 36 members. If you have 35, it won't work. You must have 36. So that automatically is a government of national unity. You cannot recruit judges in the judiciary. You must allocate it according to the states. Because there's a Federal Character Commission, and there's a Federal Judicial Service Commission, and there's a National Judicial Council. You cannot hire civil servants if you are recruiting to the Federal Civil Service, because there's a Federal Civil Service Commission, and there's a Federal Character Commission. Even the National Assembly Commission, there's a commissioner for it representing each state to ensure that when you are recruiting to National Assembly at the staff level, when you are recruiting to the public services, including armed forces, NDA, the Nigerian Defense Academy, when it's taking students, it must take students from all the states. So everything you do is already saying you must take from everywhere. So I don't know what more unity. I think people should be more united in purpose. But what they mean by national unity is just to say, okay, I won, maybe there are controversies around it. Okay, PDP, bring some people. Labour, bring some people. SDP, bring some people. NPP, bring some people. So like the kind of well-publicized meeting between President-elect Tinubu and Governor Kwankwaso, which has caused some leakages and all of that, and tension within the APC and some other observers. That's kind of thing the politician called national unity. So if Tinubu and I were to meet now and we're discussing, that's their own idea of national unity. But that is not what the constitution means by national unity. Constitution means that the government was representative of all sections of the country. So maybe what language you should be using is to say they want to have a multi-partisan government where it's a form of coalition or collaboration whereby all the ministers will not come from one party. Like Buhari's government, all the ministers are APC members or other family member or other stray bullets like that. Maybe a friend of a friend brings somebody, but there's no PDP official nomination of anybody there. Other parties did not do the same. So it's probably part of the initial problem that Buhari had. But Obasanjo didn't do that. Obasanjo took some people from other parties, AFDP, whatever, and put them together. So that's what they mean by that. It doesn't mean that the government necessarily work in your favor. It just means that the political class, in their coming together to share the booty of office, they are not limited to one party. They are also giving some leftover to some other parties. That's what it means essentially.
All right, thank you. I feel as though we are not asking Prince difficult questions just yet. You can push the Prince hard, though. Is robust enough to take it. So Joseph, you're up next. Introduce yourself to the Prince. Put him a position, and yes, introduce yourself and put a position to the Prince.
Good evening to you, or good morning.
Where's the energy? Are you asleep? Are you asleep? Where's the energy?
I almost fell asleep because I've been waiting here since, we came together in this platform at the same time. So it has been 2 hours plus. I'm just listening over here. And I've not been called upon. At the time, I even thought maybe there's politics going on in the house that you refuse to call me.
No, you're up now. Go on now, Joseph.
Good evening, sir.
Good morning at this point.
Yeah, good morning, sir. I'm calling from Germany, so I just want us to look back to your beginning when you started your speech in this platform, when you started your political strategies, when you were talking to us earlier. Sir, looking at, you speak about ideology, and you speak about accountability, when you were talking about our leaders. When you spoke about ideology, it was when you were talking about your political strategies in future. And you also talk about the FCT issue. I would like us to touch just a little in this area. So looking at the technicality and the reality around our political strategy today, knowing that politics is all about number, don't you think getting people with like-minded of ideology in our political space of today, we have to do with you going above just collecting political parties that have the same ideology with you, and look forward to bringing people with you first, having the number first, before you can now talk about the ideology. Like, say, for example, in 2015, you see PDP was in power. You cannot tell me today that Tinubu coming from ACN, Buhari coming from CPC, they were having the same ideology. They were not. And if you look at the people that merged to become this APC. It was a lot of political party. We have CPC, we have ACN, we have NAPP, we have New PDP, and we have part of AGA. Those people came together. What was the aim? To collect the power first. You see, when Buhari was there, he worked on his own ideology. And Tinubu is there now. He's going to work on his own ideology too. He's not going to take that part which Buhari took. He's going to work on his own part, talking about his own ideology. At first, they have to get the power first. That is my question. Don't you think getting the numbers first is more important for now? That's number one question. Number two question, when you talk about accountability and looking at the political space of Nigeria today, knowing that a lot of people play politics, but they don't practice politics. That's talking of our voters. Those are the people that is very matter in terms of politics and number. Now, our people in Nigeria talking about accountability, because Nigeria politics is more different to other civilized society. Knowing that the people who contribute the vote are not aware of the way politics go. In terms of practice, they don't practice politics, but they always play politics.
Is there a question, Joseph? Is there a question?
Yes, a question about accountability. I just want to ask him, don't you think, I just want to put a question to you, sir. Don't you think it will be advisable that maybe you do a governor first, go for the position of a governor, and let people see you from that aspect of your accountability, so that they can always see something as a antecedent to fall back to. Talking about our FCT, that 25% from our FC, that's my last question. Now you are a lawyer. I'm not.
Sorry, Joseph. Let's limit it to one question because so many people still. But Prince, I think essentially what Joseph is asking is, I think it's the same question that they put to Showore and others. That why don't you build up from local government chairman to a state governor and then to thrust towards the presidency? Is that a good summary of what you mean, Joseph?
Yeah, that's what I mean in terms of accountability.
All right. So Prince.
Okay, number one, people who say things like this, I think they say it in sympathy for me. That, oh, we want, as if my career is at stake. So, like, oh, instead of you being in politics and running for president and it's so hard, not getting it, how don't you get something? It's not about accommodating me. I'm okay. Whether I become president or I don't become president, I'm fine. It's not every government job I can do. I am more interested in solving problems. And in Nigeria, it may change, but what I have seen is that the fish is rotting in the head. It is the presidency, you can get it right. I want to deal with poverty, I want to deal with insecurity. And these problems cut across the country. So I cannot say I want to detain myself as governor of one state. How do I, if I'm governor of Lagos, how do I handle insecurity in Borno? How do I handle kidnapping in Sokoto? So I'm not the kind of person that can be limited in my understanding of Nigeria to one section. So this minimum constituency that I recognize in Nigeria, the sub-constituencies are people who are interested in that. I'm not a local politician, essentially. So I can easily raise good governorship candidates in those other states to go and do the work. I'm not the only one who lost Nigeria. Other people can go and do those ones. Second issue is this issue of let's grab power first, and then we sort out the issue of what we believe. Is that not what others have been doing, and we have got the wrong results? That's what they've been doing. Conspiracy to grab power. Then when you don't grab the power, you start to look at it. What do you do with it? So I rather get the people prepared, let them understand it. So those who succeeded in 2015, are they proud of what they've done in the last 8 years? So those who conspire with the military people and form PDP, and everybody entered, they spent 16 years. What did they achieve? Missed opportunities. So it is not good to say let's get power at all costs. No, prepare yourself, get the critical mass, let them understand. Quicksands are not good. And that is why Nigerian politics, even when they say they want to do third force, whatever, they go back to the establishment and go and bring one of their lieutenants there and use the money of establishment to do protest politics. That's what I find funny in Nigeria. You want to overthrow the system, but you allow the owners of the system to give you one of them as your new candidate every 4 years. They use their money, their media to promote the person, and you say that you want to overthrow the system. How are you ever going to do it? It never happens. So and in Nigeria, we cannot, for a democracy to succeed, all of us cannot adopt the same technique. Bernie Sanders will not calculate like Clinton. Bernie Sanders would be ideological. You will say, it will cost him some votes. But Obama or Clinton, they will be doing middle of the game, middle of the road, so they can get some Republican votes, and get some Democrat votes, get some independent votes. They manage, but when they get the power, that they will be shackled. They won't be able to bring out their policies because of the manner in which they got the power. So this kind of coalition you want us to build, it will include coalition of people who fake airlines, coalition of people who collect subsidy money, coalition of people who commandeer sectors of the economy and use government money to build their businesses, pretending to be billionaires. It would include people who are making money from Boko Haram, endless war. So when you put all these coalitions together, you can grab power, but the thing you are complaining about, the things that people are asking you to go and do there, you will not be able to do them. So what's the usefulness of the power? Imagine if it wasn't Tinubu who's supposed to be sworn in now. Imagine if I was the one given GCFR on Thursday. I'm now Adewole Adebayo GCFR. And in 2 days' time, I'm the one to go and collect oath of office. And I now know that I cannot do the work of the people. What is the use? So I will just drive the Land Rover or whatever vehicle they're using now, wait for soldiers and take salute, and go back and go inside the villa and continue the nonsense that was being done before. So what's the point of me being there? Am I not better off sitting at my house and writing a book so that the future at least can know the right thing to do than for me to become additional Mr. President of status quo? So we must change the narrative. And the people are there. You can see all these shenanigans that we'll be shouting about. The maximum number of voters who could get out for 25 million, 60 million are somewhere now with their PVC in their hand, who didn't even show up on election day at all. Why would I not go and find out from those people what kind of Nigeria they want and build a man? If I had brought out 14 million votes, which we thought was our minimum when we were planning our SDP run, we thought that other larger numbers will come. So we're struggling to put together to bring out, if we had 14 million voters, all this story would not be there. It was because we couldn't get them out. And that's what we need to think about. If we just managed to have brought 10 million voters, we will have beaten Tinubu. So it is, the voters are there and they want alternative politics. Because you can see that every election, they don't show up to vote for the establishment. So they are there. And that's what Trump proved, that we could bring some voters out. So we need to go and do that here.
All right, brilliant.
One man, sir.
Yes.
Let me just land on this last question. It's very short, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, go on. If the prince allows them.
This 25% of FCT, sir. My question is this. What I thought about it, because I'm not a lawyer, is just to get the 2/3 of the total number of the states, both the FCT, which is 37, both the FCT. The total number, 24%, 25% of 24. That's why they say plus FCT to make it 25. Now, that is what I thought. Now, my question is this. What is the tendency of making that statement in our constitution?
It's very simple. They don't want a sectional leader. They want the leader. It's still part of this national unity we're talking about. They don't want the mischief that we had in the First Republic, where people will sit in their corner. Another People's Congress will win in some place in the north with no association with the south. Then only NCNC was spreading across. The national group will hold the south, will hold the west, and get a few in the Midwest, and get a few in Gongola area of Northeast in those days. And then, so people like Boss Mustafa and Co, they were all young men working for Awolowo in those days. So they didn't want that. We want a situation where before you can come in, you must have people all across the country. That's why people like us were going around the country. It's that 25% that made us to be going around the country. Otherwise, it will be more convenient for you to say, oh, let me concentrate on Lagos and Kano. And you can bring Lagos and Kano on a good day. The winner could get 9 million out of the two. If the people show up, then you have got the majority. So then you don't know anything about the rest of the country. So that's the whole idea. And then what they added the FCT to it is that by the Constitution says that anything you give to the state, also give FCT. That's one. That's the reason why they added FCT to it. There are many provisions in the Constitution that says anytime you mention the state, it must include FCT. Anytime we are discussing FCT, it must be treated as if it were a state. That's why there's a high court in every state. There's also a high court in FCT. And ISSC has the high chief judge and things like that. So, and people who are talking, they are analyzing this chapter only, this provision only of the Constitution of this section. They've forgotten that the Supreme Court doesn't read the Constitution like that. The Constitution will always be read as one document by the Supreme Court. So if you go to the Supreme Court to complain about section, however short the section is, section 7 or section 157 or section 357, the Supreme Court will look at the entire Constitution as a whole to see any part of the Constitution that you are not complaining about that can shed light on the way you are complaining about. So essentially what they are just saying is that if a person gets 25% in FCT, count it also as part of the 25% for that person. That's how they are saying. So if I have 20, if I have 23, and I have FCT, treat me like I have 24. If I have 25 and I have FCT added to it, treat me like somebody who has 26 states. That's just what that's what it means. So if a person is short by one state, but he has FCT, treat him like somebody who is not short anymore. One state. That's all.
All right. Okay, let me go to enigmatic. I have so many follow-on questions I wanted to ask, but I want to make sure that everybody gets the chance to speak. So, enigmatic Hundi. You did not meet the prince the last time he came, but you get to meet him now. Introduce yourself. Tell the prince where you're calling from, and then put a position to him. Enigmatic.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Adewole.
Yes, sir.
And thank you so much, Mama, for bringing Prince to the last time I was in transit. I couldn't join. Prince, I'm calling from the US. I'm a lawyer and I'm a subject matter expert in information technology and an academic too. So basically, I'm calling from Ondo State. So to let you know. Yes. So
thank you.
I'll ask you a question about those states in the course of the conversation. But for now, I will need you to answer this question. First, is a question that has 1A and 1B, but very brief. One, do you think one of your competitors in this recently concluded presidential election, Peter Obi, do you think is an anti-diluvian character who feigns ignorance in perilous, moments when his indoctrinated, perfidious, obedient secessionist, resort to anti-democratic means to chastise and then, disgrace prominent Nigerians? If you were in his shoes, how would you have handled it, and what would you have done differently?
Yeah, other questions? No other questions?
Okay. The other question is, do you think of any ambition in Ondo State, like probably as a governor?
Okay. Is that the last question?
No, sir. I will give others the room up now, but I'll come back for other questions.
Oh, okay. Now, let me start with, I cannot judge or psychoanalyze or evaluate Peter Obi. The maximum I could do was what I have done in the course of the race to distinguish between him and myself and to emphasize areas where I could convince the public that I would be a better president than him in terms of knowledge of the issues and sincerity of purpose, in terms of my ability to take bold decisions and to be independent, which is what I thought Nigerians would need in their new president. Now, as for how he runs his politics, that's his choice. Everything we do has consequences. I know that there's a tendency by some who say they are his followers or supporters to kind of attempt to attack, cancel, embarrass, harass people. Now, whether he knows the importance or the impact of brand damage that they do to his cause, whether his philosophy or politics is to unleash attackers or his opponents, while he can get away with smiling and being gentle. I don't know who are his strategists, why they are doing that, but it is obvious that they are on a cancellation rampage. Whether you are even a politician or not, whether you are a musician or not, whether you are a professor or not, whether you are a governor in your state or not, whatever. The whole idea is to fight everybody to the finish. But I think that it's probably because of two things. One, the homogeneity of the support base. They are homogeneous. They are not heterogeneous. Because when you are diverse, you have diversity of opinion. But when you are narrow, so the support base is narrow. So they all believe in the same thing. So it's easy for them to see any other person who doesn't believe as alienated or patriotic. Secondly, the people who constitute the most ardent and fervent supporters, many of them are first timer in politics. So not knowing the history of politics, not knowing even the candidate very well, not knowing the issues at stake, they just assume, like a student union, anybody who's against what you're asking the vice chancellor to do is your enemy. So they are not nuanced. So, and they also believe that because they are loud and vociferous, that it means that there are many. They don't understand that there's always a silent majority in Nigerian politics that shocks everybody. So I believe as time goes on, they would kind of learn that in politics, persuasion is very important. You must go to bed every night winning more people than when you woke up in the day or when you woke up in the morning. So when they know that violence, as they call it, attacking people, alienating people, will not make you gain the majority that you need. In a majority-based system, you need numbers to succeed, and you need to be the second choice of many people. Even if they don't vote for you first time, even if they don't vote for you, but they don't find you objectionable. What I can tell you is that usually voters are faced with three options: to choose a competent person, or who is not that popular, or to choose a popular person whom they are not sure of the person's competence, but they know the person can win. But one person I would never recommend, and that people are not likely to choose, is a person who is intolerant. You can give power to somebody who is incompetent, like Buhari, with due respect. He's incompetent, he will cost you something, but what can you do? You will survive it. You can give power to somebody who is competent, but who is not popular, you will have problem because he will be doing good things and people will still not be happy with him. And he will not be able to explain it. He will be growing the economy and people will still be saying it's useless. He will be doing wonderful things that he will not be popular. And happiness is required in politics. So you must not only run your affairs competently, people must feel better. How you make people feel is important in politics. So, but those people who should never have power are those who are intolerant, who are very vociferous against their opponent, who are very vicious in attack, who don't brook any opposition. Don't give them power. And that may be a challenge which the obedient people will face later. They discover that if majority feel that they are intolerant, then they will not be anybody's second choice. So if you look at people who vote for Showore, they won't mind voting for me. If you see people who vote for me, if I don't show up, they don't mind voting for Showore. People who vote for Tinubu, so one day I say, oh well, we vote for Tinubu, but maybe if Tinubu wasn't there, we'll vote for you too. People vote for Kwankwaso. We tell you, we like Kwankwaso, we also like you. We can vote for you. So I think everybody should try to put themselves in that position where you are at least, if you're not somebody's first choice, you are their second choice. So I'm being intolerant, being vociferous, attacking people. I'm saying this, look at the statement of Justice Okoro of the Supreme Court in Atiku versus INEC and Shetima. The court said that these people have become cyber bullies, bullying Supreme Court justices. So if in the hallowed chamber of the Supreme Court, they are already seeing you as bullies, what does that mean? And they are not supposed to talk, but it means that it has reached here for them. So there are many people in my party who will say, if there's a runoff, we will cooperate with anybody, but disobedient we will not. But that was not that was not how we started before. How we started before was like, okay, rather than collaborate with these establishment parties, let us start to look for some of these new people, even though we didn't regard Obi as a new person. We regarded as part of the establishment. But we saw that a lot of people are not establishment, somehow are following his line. So somehow we can't ignore those people as part of the new movement. But with this attitude, people will just but I'm not in position to advise them because they got more votes than me. So if I'm so smart, why am I not using the advice of myself? But that's maximum I can go. Can't comment beyond that. But everybody has their practices. If you study everybody's background, the same way they're behaving now was how they've always been behaving. So it shows that it is not the new people who join the obedient movement that are actually canceling people. Because if you study the history of the candidate in his previous run, that is the method he's been using. So maybe it's worked for him in the past. But that's maximum I can go. As for those states, I can see that they have fantastic guys who can be governor there. And more and more people are coming out. So I don't think they are short of governors. And they are not, in those states, not my priority. I come from there, but they are not my priority at all in this country. If you see the statistics coming from National Bureau of Statistics, the state with the least poverty in Nigeria is Ondo State. So why would I look at a state like Savara that has more need or going? And I say I want to go our Benue, and I say it is Ondo State I want to go and help. When they have, according to the statistics, I'm a numbers guy. Consistently, they are always in the top okay, top 3 okay, top 4 okay. These last 2 years, they are the number 1 okay. So they don't have problems. They have enough. They just need to consolidate.
All right, Prince. I'm going to bring Ekene up next, but before I bring Ekene up, I want to disagree somewhat with what you said. I'm not sure that we can say that Peter Obi got more votes than you. If we take out the ethnic bloc votes and we take out the religious galvanization that took place, and we look at the votes that were cast based only on presentation and ideas, I'm not sure that we can conclude that he got more votes than you. But
you have a point there, but that's not how INEC counts it. INEC doesn't go to. Yeah. So the important thing is that we know that when we settle down or correct our mistakes, we do what is right, we can get our own voters out, and there are more voters out there. So we recognize that by law, whatever INEC declared, I knew that in this election, based on our own numbers, we got about 4 million votes. So even Even if nobody cheated us, 4 million votes will not make you president. So some of our votes went to Labour now, some of our votes went to APC, some of our votes went to, I'm not talking about our supporters who went there, I'm talking about actual votes being misallocated. Majority of our votes went to PDP because where we lost a lot of our votes, based on what is counted and what is written, is more in the PDP state. At least half of our votes were lost to PDP, some lost to APC, some lost to Labour. But bottom line is that even we, looking at all of that, if we're undisturbed, we didn't do well because we couldn't get our voters out. I will be talking. Today I was talking with my VP and we're finding out what happened in Kano. And we found out that our voters were just directed elsewhere. And the other issue, Peter Obi say, oh, Prince has stepped down for me on the eve of the election. All those things affect us negatively. The bottom line is, if we hadn't said that, my voters didn't come out enough for me to be president. So all I need to do is to go and concentrate on my own problems and stop blaming other people and go and work very hard and smartly. And instead of starting 1 year to the election, you start now.
On reflection, do you think you made sufficient use of the social media space? Because I'm not sure that I saw sufficient enough of your presence in the course and thrust of it.
We did not use the social media space that much for 3 reasons. One, we didn't start on time, and by the time we were coming in there, it has become a business where they bundle money and give to influencers and bundle and they have all these clusters. And we didn't think that was a good model. So people were coming, okay, give us money, we'll go on social media for you. We wanted something that would be spontaneous, not arranged like that. Second reason was that we were interested in grassroots because ultimately people might not know, but our analytics have shown to us that even with Peter Obi, social media is not helping that much. Because what really helped are the town unions in every villages, the Igbo town unions, and the churches. So the 6 million votes or whatever number of votes, maybe some of his votes too got taken from him. Maybe if you had 300,000 to him in Lagos, add another 150,000 or so, 200,000 to him in Rivers. That's about that you can say happened to him. So when you put all of that together, maybe instead of being 6 million, it will be like 7 million or 6 point something. 80% of them didn't come through social media. They came through church groups, town unions, who have made up their mind that they want to help him out. So you will see that on the eve of the election, a lot of churches, church buildings, church compounds, people were sleeping on the floor, all sorts of things. They're mobilizing, moving candidates from voters from place to place, and the churches played major role in registering the voters, and so they made up their mind. So when we were going around trying to convince people, we found out that some of the denominations have made up their mind that it was the election, and they were doing it for spiritual or faith-based reasons. So I recognize that social media is important, but we didn't know. We didn't start with that on time. We're more interested in looking at the voting blocks across the country and getting voters out. So our strategy didn't work because of the fact that we were now relying on local people to take them out. So the voters are there. So like in Kwara, where we were to have a blowout. We found out, especially northern, Kuala North, Baruten, all those places. And we asked, what happened? We found out that the only people who came out to vote were the people that our people hire keke to go and bring from the villages and motorcycle because they were just too broke. So people were left with only 20 naira in their hand because of this currency thing. So people they couldn't buy food, nobody to buy food to even eat. So why would they walk 7 kilometers in the bush to go and vote for somebody? Where's the energy? So we got some votes and I asked the person coordinating for us. He said he just noticed that it didn't come out. So we have a gentleman, Kazim. He said he just noticed that it didn't come out. So started going to the community. He said, we are waiting. We're looking for any way to get to the voting unit, polling units. So he started gathering people, calling them, carrying them. So things like that. Same thing in Nasarawa State. Many of the communities thought that we will come back and be conveying them to the to the polling unit. We just thought a polling unit is next to you. It's in your neighborhood. If you say you're going to vote for us, then you go out and vote. But it didn't work like that, you know. So that is.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So, Ekene, thank you for your patience. So, Ekene meets the prince, one of the leading presidential candidates in the just concluded elections. It was just about 5 steps or so away from being your president. So meet the prince, introduce yourself, and put a position to him. Ekene, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, man. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Prince.
Good evening, Ekene.
Yeah, my name is Ekene. I'm speaking from Lagos. Ojo, Lagos.
Yes.
So, thank you for being here with us, and I'm glad to speak with you tonight. So,
Thank you.
I want to put my position, and I want to know you. I've really listened to you, and I want to say that I love your intelligence and your character. So, but what I want to put out there is within the country we are living, a lot of things are going on, and we are looking up to you politicians to make it right, especially in the area of the unity of the country. So what will be your position and what will be your advice, especially to you politicians and the citizens, concerning the way the country is more divided now? Because even for the next administration to survive, this country must get together. And what will be your position tonight to everyone, both on the platform or everyone listening to us? What will be your position? What will be your advice to everyone listening to us, or even to you politicians also, to get the country together for us to move forward? So another thing is, I really followed your campaign during the time of the election, but I found out that during the election, I couldn't find anything close to SDP in our area. Most of the polling units in our area. So, what really happened, and how are you going to make it better? Because it baffles me. How can you go around the country, watch your campaign, everything, what happened, but during the election, it's just like not even your agent, nowhere to be found. So what really went wrong, and how are you going to make it more better next time? Because I want you to make it more better next time. Thank you. That's what I want.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind words. First, let me start with the issue of unity. Unity is the basis of unity is there. And the people who need unity most are the Nigerian people. Politicians don't need unity. They already have unity. Politicians are highly united. So you will see today that the campaign manager for Akpabio to become Senate president is Tinubu, you will see that Akpabio did whatever he could against all odds to get Tinubu in. You will see Wike united with Tinubu. You could see Ganduje talking like a jilted lover when he heard that Kwankwaso had gone to see his friend in Tinubu in Paris. So the political elite have ways of coming together. You saw Peter Obi, all of them gather together to go and celebrate with Aliko Dangote, who's a refinery in Lekki. So they are united. They give each other money, they do business together, they own banks together, their children intermarry. The people who need advice on unity are people in our neighborhoods. So that you don't start fighting your neighbor, insulting your neighbor over politics, and start segregating yourself. So after 100 years in Lagos, there should be no Igbo vote in Lagos. Because there is no Igbo vote in Texas or New York. They just vote. Igbos that you find in New York vote like the New Yorkers. Those who want to be Republican are Republicans. Those who want to be Democrats are Democrats. If you go to Texas, there's no Igbo. If you want to run for Senate in Texas, you don't go to Igbo to go and speak Igbo to them. They behave like Texans. The same thing all over the world. So if you are Igbo in Kano, there should be no Igbo vote in Kano. There should be, you just be like any other Kano person. So you join this party, join that party. So you don't let people identify you according to your ethnicity. You just function. Because we didn't start like that. When the Mbedike was representing Adewole Adebayo Badagry in Ibadan, Western House of Assembly, he wasn't going there as an Igbo man. He was just going as a representative of Adewole Adebayo. But his name happened to be Mbedike, and a family came from Anambra now, who was then in the East. Nobody cared. Zeke was representing Lagos Island in the Western House and in the National Council, other colonial people. Nobody remembered. So you cannot, if you are going to Kano and say you are looking for Yoruba voters, you won't see. They are blended with the rest of the Kano politics. If you go to Kaduna, you are looking, they blended. So it's that blending, that's what we need. So that you are living your neighborhood. Imagine me, I'm from Ondo Kingdom. I'm a prince of Ondo Kingdom. I now find Ondo people who have been living in Oka, Anambra State, or living in Owerri, or living in Port Harcourt for the past 40 years, 50 years, living there. If you go to Saple, there's even a street called Ondo Street. So, if I go to Saple, I should not be looking for Ondo people there to say, your brother is running, come and support me. No, because I'm undermining the ability of those people to blend well where they are. So I should not exploit their presence there to my political advantage. I should just go there and talk to the general population correctly without targeting them, because you are creating division in the community where they are. So you want to make sure that people who are in the community get embedded in that community and they play their politics in that community, not isolate themselves. Because once your fellow countrymen realize that you are a political ghetto, you are a warehouse of block votes, then for a particular tendency, then they see you as opposition. Whereas, some of you are in APC, some of you are in PDP, some of you are in Labour, like the rest of the community, there will be less pressure. That's my belief. Because what unites us are the problems. So how can you say you are in Nigeria, you are looking for unity? We are already united by our problems. We are all suffering from inflation and high prices. It doesn't discriminate. We are all suffering from corruption of the government. When police want to harass people, they don't choose your ethnicity. They harass the equal opportunity harassers. When you have accident on the road because the road is poorly maintained, it doesn't happen to only one person. This second Niger bridge, I might have passed in this short period of time that this second Niger bridge has been opened. I might have passed over it far more than people living on Onitsha who didn't even want to go, who are not going anywhere. So the fact that the bridge is located between Asaba and Onitsha doesn't mean that it's the Igbo man's bridge and you are doing them a favor. It's just a bridge in Nigeria. The third mainland bridge here, they are in Lagos, or the fourth mainland bridge they want to build, and the Lokoja bridge. It is not for Lokoja people, it's for everybody in the country. So if we start to change the language and people understand that, there will be unity. It is the person who is doing themselves a disservice are those people who are insulting people. Right now, if I have a headache this night and I pick my phone and call Peter Obi, if he sees my number, I will pick it immediately. Prince, why are you calling me? What happened? If I tell him, look, I have a headache and my family is not here, can you send me a car? Peter Obi will not just send me a car. If he's around, he will drive himself to come and pick me up. So I don't need unity between me and him is already established. I've known Peter Obi since the time he was governor. Till now. The Palatine Osigbo, who is managing his Peter Obi's campaign, saw me about 2 weeks ago. I was telling me that, oh, he and my wife, they were together in somebody's house and they spent so many hours discussing and everything. It's so unremarkable that even when my wife got home, she didn't remember to tell me because she doesn't see that as anything new. So the so-called elite you say want to unite it, they're already united. It is the people who should not be fooled. Because however Igbo you are, if I want something for Peter Obi, it's more likely to give me before he gives to you. Because he doesn't know you. Can be Igbo for 100 years. He won't give you. So, and the day Dangote was launching his refinery, Obi cancelled his own court case. He didn't appear in court. He went to attend. And there are Igbo people doing wedding. That day. It's not acting according to Igbo. It's acting according to his own elite interest. So it is for the Nigerian people to especially young people start insulting each other. I see them, people who don't know history, many of them unemployed, they're just starting life. They're already insulting one another instead of building coalition, they're already doing rubbish. So the country has become so nonsensical that a traditional ruler and a movie star met. What brought them together? What are they doing there? Is it their house? There's a connection between them. That's why the traditional ruler went there. And that's why the actor also went there. They're not going there on your behalf. But you see on social media, people are fighting according to, some are going to ethnic line. Why did they shake hands? Why did they not do this? I said, what is this thing now? So, how is it your business? The person you are complaining about, they didn't shake hands with it, they should have not shaken hands. If he sees me, he hugs me. So it's free. So people should just leave all these elite fights. And that was why if you saw my tweet, the data Dangote was launching his refinery. I said the common people should learn from this. That you can see all these rich people now gather together to congratulate one of them. But you will be abusing your friends because of ethnicity. There's no ethnicity between them. So if they are fighting tomorrow, don't join. It's not your business. Listen to what they are fighting over. If they are fighting over how to get you water, regular water, potable water in your house, then you can join because that's in your interest. If they are fighting over education of your children, then you can join because so one of them is working your interest. But if they're just fighting for position, it's not your business. Or they're fighting over money, it's not your business. You will hear Lumelu who say, Otedola is his best friend. Later, if they have one small business problem, you're fighting over it, it's not your business. That's essentially so. Your real neighbor, your real person to be united with, is people in your neighborhood. So it's a shame when I see people bringing out cudgels, daggers, gun on election day. Your neighbor cannot pass, come and vote. Your neighbor cannot walk around here. I start. Those are the people who need some counseling. Otherwise, the elite of Nigeria are highly united. What they are not united is how to make you happy. But they are united in how to eat the money together, how to corner the power together, and all of that. And I don't want to embarrass anybody here. But if they know how many times since the election that Tinubu and Obi have been talking, they will stop making noise. They will realize that they are big boys and they know how to solve their problems. And they are
God
talking.
bless you, Prince.
So,
all right, Prince. I think Ekene also asked you the lack of presence of your party in his.
Oh yeah. See, that one.
Yeah.
That one is a case of. It's a mixture of one. Some of them have logistic issues, but in many places, some of them work for the other party. So you may not think that they are there, but they've actually given their tag to APC. Like that, Ojo area. Our investigation shows that the person who collected the tag did not even give it to them there. So it's not the agent's fault. The person who went to collect our tag in Lagos, who is an official of our party, just went straight to Sanwo-Olu and go and traded with them. That's what they did. That's just that. Nothing more than that.
And so what can you do? What can you do?
What we are doing is we are looking at, a political party. Even this one I'm saying now is I'm getting feedback from a party that are getting annoyed because they think it's not talking positively about the party, but we have to be honest. So I just, if you want to be a leader, you cannot be glossy over issues. So we are taking our time to many of them or some of them, before you even query them, they've already jumped to the party they work for. Some of them are hiding. So there's a state chairman we have been looking for now for the past 3 weeks. Nobody can find him. So it's like that. So we are working on it. But we have learned tremendous lessons that a movement is more important than a party. A movement is more important than a party. So if you don't have a movement, but you rely only on the party, you have a problem. Because as I'm complaining about what happened to me, so also Tinubu had problem with APC. It's not, there are lots of people in APC who didn't want him to win, but he had a movement. I told you that in Rivers State, APC there work for Atiku, but it is the PDP there that work for Tinubu. So we can work for Tinubu more than the Amici and the rest who are in Tinubu's party. So these politicians, they don't confine themselves to their political parties. In fact, Labour Party officials, apart from a few, Aburi and a few, majority of Labour Party people never saw Obi because Obi was relying more on PDP people and some APC people to work for him. In the Oshibajo segment of APC, many of them work with Peter Obi. So I'm telling you this now because of the fact that you should understand that there's cross-fertilization. So as I'm saying, my party has problem. So if you go and ask Tinubu now, he will also tell you how he should have done better. But that some people in his party went and worked for, if you look at some places like Kasina, Bauchi, other places, Gombe, you will see that many in APC work for Atiku as well. So the same way Atiku had Makinde of Oyo, who's supposed to work for Atiku, went and work for Tinubu. The same way Wike work for Tinubu. Autumn, who's supposed to work for Atiku, work for Obi. So I'm just giving you a fuller answer to show that these politicians don't care about party. They all crisscross and come together and have a way to bundle their votes and work for one another. So that also happened to us, but we were expecting that there will be more fidelity to our party. But we learned that lesson now that as the big parties are doing it, so also the new parties are doing it. So you should, next time you're running for election, you should entrust people to sensitive position using criteria that go beyond, oh, it's a member of my party. You must also question whether this person is actually loyal to you or they have other interests.
All right, apologies. A bit of a system issue there. Thank you, Prince. So, Prince, let's go on next to Princess Rosie, who has been waiting patiently to have a conversation with you. So, Princess, you're up next. Unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and put a question to the Prince.
Okay, greetings to you, one man. Greetings to you, everyone in the platform, and greetings to you, our honorable guest, Prince.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on board, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I have 3 questions, but they are very, very short questions. The first one is personal. You may answer it or you may not. And it's
he's married, though, Princess. He's married, so that.
No. When I say personal,
I know. I'm joking.
Okay, it's concerning the inauguration. Are you gonna go? Are you invited? Are you gonna go? You don't have to answer it. I know it's a personal.
No, I will not go for the inauguration. Not that I don't wish them well, but I don't go to places where I don't have a role. And then it is good to allow the person. It's a personal ceremony of the winner. Let him enjoy it. Let him express himself and things like that. Let his people who work for him, who help him, let them have their day. But if I had a role to play, let's say in the order of the ceremony, they say, former candidates had to read a speech. Yes, I can say, okay, either I will go or my advice will go. But to just sit down and be watching something I can watch on TV if I'm so curious about it, it's not worth it.
Okay, sir. Thank you for answering it. The second question is this. Concerning the new government coming in, are you positive that this government will be able to take Nigeria out of the mess we are in right now? Is this government going to be able to help improve the economy to kind of alleviate the suffering of the masses? I mean,
I can only wish and pray. Since after the election, 90% of the prayers I used to pray for myself to succeed, to win election, I now divert the prayer on top of the head of those who won, so that they can solve our problem. If there's any wisdom that God wants to give me, I pray to God to divert it and go and give to Tinubu, because he's the one in charge now. So, because if they succeed, they will have solved some problems of people whose lives are at stake. So if they succeed in the economy, many of our youth that are crying over UK policy, when you can imagine when the whole country is vibrating over the immigration policy of another country, what does it tell you about your own country? Whereas the relationship is such that we are the benefactor of the UK, we are the one who exporting our money to help them subsidize their university and all of that. So if you have a government that works, where Nigerians have the confidence to stay here, that kind of anomaly will not be there. If they succeed in the security, then many lives will be safe, including mine. If they improve on the economy, my law office will be patronized better. My other investment will be patronized better. At least 15 to 20% of my tenants are either late on their rent or are having serious difficulty maintaining the place. So if the economy improves, my tenants will pay me my rent more regularly. So things like that. So all of us will feel. So I wish them success. I wish them, in fact, if there is a pill that I can recommend for Tinubu to be taken twice a day, that will make him brilliant, focused, loyal, committed, I will go and recommend it. But alas, I don't. So I can only wish him well, but only he is in control of his own destiny. Because only he knows his own heart, why he ran for office. I hope that the reason why he ran is close to the reason why I ran, which is to go and solve the problem of Nigerians. So I have to wait, and I cannot assume that I'm the only person in the world that God has given wisdom to. God must have been, God is not that unkind. He must have given wisdom to other people as well. And Tinubu should be one of them. It cannot be that he's been trying to be president for 30 years, that he doesn't have something in mind he wants to do. He will have something in mind he wants to do. I don't know that, I know the fact that he's not financially literate. It's a first class in accounting, in accountancy. That's what people probably don't know. Tinubu is a first class in accountancy. And so, and he practiced accountancy at the highest level with Deloitte. And first time I knew about Tinubu, I was then an undergraduate. He was a chief accountant, or call him treasurer, at in Mobo. And a family friend, Oladuni, was working there. Enilari was working there. And people like Chief Pius Akinwere they were working there. So he was highly regarded as a very brilliant accountant. So, and he had served as the chairman, Senate Committee of Finance and Appropriation. And if you go and read the budget that he did when he was in the Senate, he's probably one of the best. So so the ingredients are there. And he has Yemi Cardoso, he has other people around him that are not dollars. So what I'm bringing out of this is that the way Tinubu lays his bed from May 30, that's how he will lie on it. So you can just be watching him and see what he does, because there's nothing hidden in government. When he starts making his appointment, you will know where his heart is, because the people he will be appointing, you know their profile. For example, he wants Akpabio to be his Senate president. We just finished switching off the mic for Akpabio in NNDC. So we now realize that maybe he is rewarding loyalty and he wants to control that arm of government. But generally, he cannot say that it was because he wants to fight corruption, he wants to bring accountability, he wants to help the country. That's why he's recommending Akpabio. So whether he talks or not, by leaning on Akpabio, the leading people of Akpabio, I can start to say that it looks like my priorities are not this gentleman's priority. But National Assembly, you might say, who does he have there? If it's Yari is, whatever you complain about Akpabio, Yari is times 9. Former governor of Safara State, former chairman of Governors Forum. So you might say, well, maybe he has limited choices. So leave that. When he now starts choosing chief of staff, choosing secretary of government, bringing out his ministers, you will not be asking me question again, because you will look at the quality of people he's bringing, and you know their antecedents in Nigeria. Then you can almost guess where they are heading to. So that is why I said, at this point, we can only wish him well. We cannot say, he's bound to fail. No. No. And my politics does not depend on them failing. Even if they are succeeding, I can still compete against them by looking at higher standards of what they need to do. So I don't need an incumbent who is a failure in road construction, failure in power generation, failure in unemployment before I can contest. No. Even if it has 2,000 kilometers of roads, I will still be able to compete by showing you that I will have done 6,000 kilometers of road instead. And I will do the analysis for you. If he builds hospitals everywhere, I can show you that I will have run the hospitals better. If he's able to generate employment, 3 million jobs, I can demonstrate to you that I will have generated 7 million jobs, and I will have even paid the people better. So I don't need ASU to go on strike for me to say, see, elect me, Tinubu is bad. No, if I have ideas on how ASU will not go on strike, I will tell him. Because even if ASU doesn't go on strike, I can still compete against him by showing that I will run the universities better, I will improve the curriculum better, I will get better environment and equipment. So you can always compete. We don't have to compete in the negative. You can always compete in the positive. So somebody generates 3.5% GDP. I can compete against him that I will generate 7%, because the replacement GDP for us, given our population and other demographic data, is 7.5%. That is where we can say we have a little growth. Any GDP that less than 7%, we're not doing well, because per capita will come down because every day our population is rising. And then we'll have inflation. So those are all the factors. So I wish them success. So their success is important to me. But I cannot force it on them. But it is within, if you isolate Tinubu alone, and you put my heart in his heart, he will succeed, because his brain is okay. He understands issues. There may be some issue of maybe he cannot cope. Maybe we'll have some fatigue. Maybe we will have some lapses due to age. But that's the price you pay for experience. That's the price you pay for electing presidents that are past their prime. America is facing that with Biden. The Biden of now is not the same Biden that passed Violence Against Women Act in those days. It's not the same Biden that was, if you listen to Biden talking in the Senate 25 years ago about Affordable Care Act, about so many other things, he was very sharp. Now he struggles not to fall down. So leaders have that kind of problem. Anyone of Turkey is also facing that. So it goes generally with president that advanced. The one in Ghana is facing the same experience. So it's happening. So hopefully, as we progress in our politics, we will get used to voting 45-year-old for president, 51-year-old like me for president, and people will not be saying, go and start as a governor, go and start as a councillor. So, because if you are saying I should go and start as a governor, you are saying that by the time I'm coming to become president, I too will be saying Bala Blue, because it happens to all of us when we get to that age. So you want to make sure that you understand and compensate for that. But the man still has something upstairs sufficient for him to implement his renewed hope. Because don't judge him by consumption to production. That is Peter Obi, and he didn't win the election. Don't judge him by farewell to poverty and insecurity, which is my own hope again. No, judge him by his renewed hope, because that's what he told Nigerians he could do. So if you don't know the content of his renewed hope, go and study it. So that when you are criticizing him, evaluating him, you are being fair and you are being accurate, because this is what he said he would do. And if he implements 50% of what he says he will do in that place, Nigeria will be competing. Nigeria will overshoot Turkey in GDP if he can implement 50% of what is contained there. It will not be as good as if I was president. I can guarantee you that. But it will still better. It will still be better than all the presidents we have had from 1999 to date. If you can do 50% of what is contained in that renewed hope. But there's a possibility that they just wrote it, like the road change 2015, and threw it away. Started governing according to native law and custom when they got there. So it is possible that they just wrote that renewed hope just to campaign. And once they get there, they start doing whatever they like. But it's also a possibility, especially if Nigerians push them, that they will implement it. But if they implement it faithfully, I can tell you, you will not regret that they are there. But when we still come later, we will still show you why, despite the progress they have made, we will still have taken you further than them. So your options are there.
Princess, you said it was a you said it was a three-part question, or do you remember? Yeah.
Yes, and the other one is just this. Ask first question, second question. This is a 2B, please. I'm sorry. This is 2B. The other question is, if given a position in this new government, are you willing to serve? And please, sir, before you answer this, let me just ask the final question. I know so many people were excited about this refineries, Dangote refinery that was opened, and they know there was so much, so much jubilation in the country. But as for me, maybe I'm being I have a different opinion, because to me, I don't see the point in where an individual is like the foundation of his money is from the government. It's now going to invest into private refinery, whereby the country's refineries are all down. We have to export oil out to the other countries to refine it and then bring it back. The country's refineries are not working, and now a private individual that kind of in question got government support is having a private refinery. So what's your your opinion about this refinery?
My opinion about refinery is that a refinery is better than no refineries. So even if Aliko Dangote had not built a refinery, it wouldn't mean that your refinery will work. And if Dangote, as he has built a refinery now, it doesn't stop your own refineries from working. You only need to elect government like mine that will make your own refineries to work. And people have to understand that you cannot blame Aliko Dangote for all these problems. There are problems I can reference for him. He's taking advantage of the system, like many people are taking advantage of the system, and you can't blame him. You blame the people who are in charge of the system. But you will notice that under Obasanjo, the refineries that was first to be revived were the public ones. And the one in Port Harcourt was given to Dangote to refine, to kind of refurbish and operate it. It was Yaradua that cancelled the contract. So it was when Yar'Adua cancelled the concession of that one to him that he thought of building his own. So now nothing stops any other person from building his own refinery. So let's just say that Dangote refinery will be the beginning of having refineries here. And if Niger Republic could have a very good refinery, I don't see why Nigeria do not have like 40 refineries. I worked many years as an oil sector lawyer. And if you go to the Gulf of Bayou in Louisiana, to Galveston, Texas, you will see refineries anyhow there. So if you go to Holland, you will see refineries. So for the largest refinery in Africa, imagine if Dangote had gone to put it in Liberia. What will you be saying now? You will say, they took Nigerian money to go and put refinery in Liberia. So it's good that they put it here. So at least we will be indexed. Instead of indexing us for Yahoo, indexing us for human trafficking, the world refinery, students who are studying petrochemical engineering all over the world, they will be referencing that the way we reference Papa Alpha platform in Scotland. We will be referencing the largest refinery in Africa is in Nigeria. Just like the longest bridge in Africa, Third Mainland Bridge, is in Nigeria. So these things are not bad. But it doesn't stop. I understand that there's a refinery that is being planned for Akwa Ibom State. Maybe another Nigerian businessman is involved in that. And then there are modular refineries that should be set up. What I'm against is concessioning a whole sector to somebody. I don't believe in that. But allowing somebody to participate in it, but don't give monopoly and say this whole sector, only Dangote can do refinery. No. He has done his own. Any other person can do his own. In fact, many refineries will be set up that they will not be supplying anything to us at all. They will just be exporting so that they can give us some foreign exchange. So there are many things. If I was in government, because we have custom and excise. So Dangote will fall under the excise, which means there's a question of custom has to see the 650,000 barrels per day. How many barrels is it exporting, and where is the money coming to, so that it doesn't export the refinery and leave the money in New York. He has to bring the money home. So you may end up having a situation where Dangote alone, at the peak of his performance, will be giving you 10 billion in foreign reserve, and will be employing maybe 70,000 people, which is not a bad idea. Then other people will do their own, but it doesn't stop us from building our own refineries. What you can criticize are some of the deals. For example, you can find out that the amount the government paid for 20% will probably have built a refinery, but no human being can own a refinery. All these big industries, don't worry yourself whether it is owned by government or owned by individuals, because in reality, they are too big for the person to put inside his obariga. He can't put under his bed to sleep. So, flour mill, those who built it, many of them have died. And the industry is still there. So, this refinery, the way it's built, is meant to operate for another 50 years. I doubt, I don't know the kind of food he eats, but I will be shocked if Dangote is still around in 50 years. So eventually, it will be part of the industrial legacy in Nigeria. Just like Rockefeller and all the other tycoons, Ford, that were building industry in America, they didn't die with industries. So it may even be your son that will buy that Dangote refinery. You don't know. So let us not worry too much about it. I'm not against the rich people making money, do whatever they like. What I'm against is poor people not having access to basic healthcare, basic food, basic housing, transport, basic education, and things that will give them opportunity to use their own talent. So when Abiola, Folawiyo, even before those ones, when Louis Ojukwu, the Nigerian Stock Exchange you see today, that they are called Nigerian Stock Exchange, it was Ojukwu's father, Sir Louis Ojukwu, and a few of their friends, SB Bakari, a few of them that came together and set up that stock exchange. All of them have died now. The stock exchange is still available. If they had not set up the stock exchange that time, you will be shocked that Nigeria will be talking about stock exchange now. So it's always allow people to set things up rather than carry the money to Dubai like Atiku, or carry the money like Tinubu's son to go and buy a flat in London. I rather Tinubu's son use that money to build a small refinery in one corner of Lagos. So let us encourage people who invest here. The same reason why I encourage Airpeace. I have many issues with them and how they got their money. I know some of the guys, but they are giving infrastructure to us. Without Airpeace, a lot of Nigerians will be taking night bus. Without Care before then, a lot of people have lost their lives. So let us encourage people to invest in infrastructure. Whether it's owned by government or by them, what does it matter? Like now, I'm talking to you through internet, supplied to me by MTN. I don't know which one the other person is using. They're not owned by government. MTN for South Africa. So imagine if a South Africa company have been the one to come and put a refinery here. Without Dangote and Co, will have relied on Chinese to come and invest in the refinery here. So that was just, I'm sorry if I took a long time to explain it, but this is my understanding. I don't worry. I want Ibeto to be given support so that he can do his own, he can do cement. I want other people, all sorts of people to set up. The people I cannot stand, it's not my business, but I cannot stand them. And those who are flying private jets and there's no feasible establishment they have anywhere, not even a beer parlor, selling drinks. And they are flying jets all over the place. I will buy Rolls Royce and take a picture like Dino Bolayo and other comedians. Those are the ones that I see as public nuisance. But anybody who set up anything, however small, somewhere, is helping the economy.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate your answer. Thank you so much.
All right, stay there, Princess. I liked your question. So maybe if we hold the Prince tight, you might still get to ask him some more. But Kulata, you've been waiting. So wait no more. Kulata, let's hear from you.
Hey, the Prince, great Ife. Rosie stole one of my questions, so I'm upset. Anyway, let me go.
Oh, great Ife. I'm sorry.
She's from Ife too now. That's why she stole my brain.
Okay. We have to think alike. Learning and culture is the same.
It's the same thing. Same thing. Okay, number 4. All right. So my first question now. I have 2 questions really. Let me get straight to the point. So politicians will play politics. So Tinubu starting on Monday, we expect him to have some political appointees while we also expect, if it's based on past antecedents, to have some eggheads. So which positions, which ministries do you consider non-negotiable? These are ministries where you shouldn't mess around. You shouldn't go and bring in a Ganduje or one of his political goons. So which do you consider critical ministries that once Monday comes or Tuesday comes and he announces some nonsense position, then we know we're in a bad shape? So which ministries?
It's his prerogative. That's why he's president.
I know now, but
You-
for us to get
a
the tempo,
presidency, a presidency is not. You have to allow him because he got the people's mandate. So you have to respect the voters. So let him first settle. There are no right now under Nigerian law. There are no ministries. He has to create them. So there is no ministry. The only ministry that is defined by law is the Ministry of Justice, because that one is contained in the Constitution. All other ministries are his own personal convenience. So instead of having Ministry of Women Affairs, you can call it Ministry of Gender Equality. Instead of having Ministry of Education, you can call it Ministry of Youth Development. He may have no Ministry of Finance. You can call it Ministry of the Treasury, whatever he likes to call it. So all the executive powers of the Federation are vested in him. He's the chief executive. So, and he's not going to announce ministers on Monday, because he has to first go and convoke National Assembly first on June 5. So he will issue a promulgation, because if he doesn't issue it, National Assembly will never meet. That's the law. He's the one who has to assemble them. That's how powerful the presidency is. So he has to issue the instrument and give to the clerk and say, let them go to the National Assembly. So then when the assembly is there and they have chosen their principal officers and everything, then he will start to do his communication. He will first get their permission for a number of special advisors he can have. Because without the National Assembly giving him the number, he cannot have them. So he will announce special advisors first. Then the idea of ministers, I don't think he can do that until around late June. That's when he will now start announcing his ministers.
His cabinet.
So
okay, but
what he will announce now is secretary to government, all those ones that don't need the confirmation of the Senate. Principal secretary, chief press secretary, ADC, special assistant on this and that and that and that. So he will announce all those. But the president of Nigeria, when he now announces his ministerial nominees, you should still reserve your comment. As long as some of them are not serving time and wearing prison uniform, you should wait for them to National Assembly, because the National Assembly is still there. Whether they are going to say, oh, this person served in the Senate in 1961, take a bow, go. This person was a governor, take a bow, go. So all those dramas are still coming.
Apologies, Prince, but I think Kulata was pointing you in a different direction.
I want you to tell us, like, once you see, I mean, we get all the process, the procedures, the confirmations and all whatnot. We get it. What I want to hear is, we want to know how serious this government is if Ministry X, Y, for example, finance, defense, like, which are the key ministries, in your opinion, that it cannot afford to go political on? Everything is political, but we're talking about filling in the right person in.
If I were president, all ministries require competent people, because no ministry is a waste and no ministry is inferior to the other. So some of the ministries that you don't even think of, like trade and investment, is a very powerful ministry, and it requires a lot of knowledge and intellect. Because if you get that ministry right, Many of the problems you're having with products, with industry, with foreign exchange, everything with custom will come from there. Is it women affairs that's not important? If you can run, not the one I with buy a shobi or tie wrapper. If you can get a ministry that can get 50% of our workforce for our population, women and young women, to be useful and to be well engaged and to have skills, which is sports ministry, that is sports ministry can change our lives. We only need like 10 Sadio Manes in Nigeria before you start to see the improvement in the economy as well. So there's no ministry. Is it defense you want to joke with? Is it police affairs, is it interior? Which ministry? Every ministry requires commitment of the president. And additional thing you need to know is that he will not even when he's nominating people for ministerial nomination, he won't attach ministries to it. Maybe if I was the one, I'm the one who would have attached from the beginning. But he's not obligated by law. He will just send their name, one complete list. He may not even send the list at once. So you can never know until he appoints them to that office. And that will be after they have been cleared and sent to him. So he might say, oh, I want to put Kolata as my Minister of Foreign Affairs. But the Senate will not pass Kolata. Because Kolata is just too intelligent for them. So you don't know whether the senators are going to be asking the minister to bring money, ministerial money nominee, as they used to do in the past. Whether you ask them to bring dollar, or they will clear them. You don't know. Because right now, the people who are running for principal officer position are already lodging their mates in hotel, giving them $30,000 welcome money. So anybody who is spending money like that, will you be shocked if when the ministerial nominees are sent to them, maybe they will also ask them to go and raise money? I don't know. I'm not saying they're going to do it. I'm just saying that there are so many things that lie ahead that will not make us to start to speculate that, oh, this is what they should do. But all I can tell you, to the best of my ability, is that if I were the president, I know already what I will achieve in each of the ministry. Agriculture, is it agriculture I will joke with? Is it FCT I will joke with? Is it works and housing I will joke with? There's no ministry that is useless. Is it solid minerals? If I have a very sound person, solid mineral will make us to make the secret of South Africa is solid minerals. So I will make sure that solid minerals give us 10 times what we get from oil. So just mentioning ministry. You see, foreign affairs, that's not important. With what is happening around the world, how are you going to attract investment? How are you going to, do you know, I have helped many countries to develop their diaspora investment scheme. There are so many countries that are making a lot of money that don't have a strong diaspora as Nigeria. So if you have a good Minister of Foreign Affairs, Nigerian in diaspora will be investing $50 billion into Nigeria because they will have that sense of ownership, that sense of, so there's no ministry that you can look at and say, oh, this ministry is just for nothing. No. So everyone is important. Because of what? For example, ICT. Is ICT not bigger? So if instead of putting a comedian as the Minister of Communication, if you put an ICT, if you put a sound person there, do you know what we can get out of blockchain? What we can get out of the other spectrum that we are selling now? Do you know what we can get from the, if we become the hub, the African hub at least, for e-payment and digital economy? Do you know what we can get out of it? Do you know that every state can have a virtual university all linked up, that there will be a merger, a convergence between Ministry of Communication and the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Employment and Labor, using to create a digital economy where almost every vulcanizer on the street will be connected to autotronics in Germany, and they will know how to fix vehicles, do everything. So there's a lot you can do. So it all depends on what is driving them. But this ministry should not be used for compensation. Oh, you help me here, take this. Help me there, take that. That element can be there, but you must give them your vision of what you want them to do with the ministry.
But what will be your top 5 ministries in terms of importance? I know everyone is important. I get it.
There's
But
no
what will be your
top 5.
top 5?
God, there's no top 5. It's just like telling you out of your 32 teeth, pick 5 out of the 32 teeth.
I can pick 5 now.
Yes. So
my NCSO needs to be there so I can cut meat.
Yeah, so
And I
that will help you to compete with the lion in sharing meat. But you won't be able to talk to me. As you're talking to me, I will not hear you because the rest of your molars and premolars that you need to control your speech will not be there. So the best thing to do is to tell your dentist, save all my 32 teeth for me. I don't want to select.
Yeah, but I will prioritize eating meat than talking.
Yeah, well, maybe, but after a while, you realize that you need to earn income and you need to talk. What I can say, generally speaking, is that an attorney general is like the soul of an attorney general is like the soul.
Okay.
So if your attorney general has no conscience, if he's not independent, if he cannot look you in the eye and say, oh, what you want to do is illegal, I resign. Don't count me out of it. Then you are not going to have moral rectitude in the country. If the attorney general is a crook, if he's a pimp, like we'll be having, if it's like that, a hustler that can be purchased, then that's the beginning of the downfall of the government. So the attorney general must be somebody that if he walks into the cabinet, everybody wants to hear what he has to say. And if he says, no, don't do this, the way people used to respect Elias when he was attorney general, Elias, everybody knew that he had no sense of politics. In fact, when Akintola was in government and Elias was attorney general, he told Elias in Yoruba, you have read your books beyond common sense. Because Elias has no sense of politics. He will tell you what the law is, whether it's before you or doesn't before you. He just talks to the law. So you need an attorney general that doesn't care whether this person your party man, whether you're going to lose money, whether this was no, he will say let us be lawful. That way you have a good relationship with the Supreme Court and the judiciary generally. The entire judiciary will respect you, and then law officers who work in ministries, they won't be signing contract with contractor to cheat the government and collect 1 million, 10 million. They will look up to the attorney general and say that it cannot happen like that. So that sector is important. Of course, you want to make sure that for rule of law to work, that whoever is the minister in charge of police has to make sure that the police don't collect bribe. It is humanly possible for somebody to walk into Nigeria, drive from Port Harcourt all the way to Maiduguri, drive from Badagry all the way to Sokoto, drive from Ikom or all the way to Katsina, and be tempting your policemen on the way till he gets there, and he will pass 50 police points and none of them will collect money. It's doable. Because the National Secretary, who is the National Chairman of my party, Dr. Oluwagunloye, is our National Secretary now. When he was the head of road safety, everybody in Nigeria knew that you are a madman. If you go and give road safety money, they will just laugh at you. Whoever you are, they will ask you for psychiatric evaluation. You are trying to bribe me. They will start laughing at you. So it is possible to do that with the police. So when you start to see all those things, then you know that this government doesn't want to commit crime. But what Nigerians need to understand is that if people come into government in order to come and commit crime, they purposely say, we will take over this government and we will commit crime. They will do opposite of what I'm saying now. They will interview people for attorney general. Anybody who talks like I'm talking, they will not appoint him. They will not want the police. to be self-aware. Because where police is well self-aware, a constable is senior to a minister. A constable in the police is senior to the chief judge. Because as the chief justice finishes determining who is our president, who is not our president, if he's driving his car and the car is over speeding, a constable can stop and say, "My lord, you are running 80 and the speed limit here is 70. So I cite you for traffic violation." So you can be a minister and you are in council, blow your big grammar there, and a small note will come that is a policeman because your neighbor in your village complained that you assaulted them yesterday. So the policeman is outside. As soon as you finish your council meeting, follow them to Lewera police station. They want you there. So that is where you can do that. So a president can tell the IG, that's what I want. So it is now up to them. So there are some extra ministerial offices like the NSA, NIA, DSS, and all this that you need to coordinate properly. So your Minister of Interior is important as well. So like whatever you start taking it, you can handle it. But it is left to the president because everybody works for the president. So the president first has to be able to cope with the job, because when he gets in there, he will realize that the job is explosive. Just in one day, the first day Tinubu gets to the office, I guarantee you 1,200 files are waiting. 1,200 files, and he needs to make about 6,000 appointments for his presidency to be fully maintained. He needs to make about 6,000 appointments. So instead of sitting there like a big man, which means he needs 6,000 honest people that he needs to find. Hardworking, loyal, committed, passionate Nigeria, he needs 6,000. Because each of them is enough to mess the presidency out of the 6,000. So everything is important. Of course, it's important who is the head of customs. It's important. All these things are important.
Okay, my second question, which is the last one. Who will be your ideal CBN governor? For me, it will be Bode Augusto, but I would like to know what yours is.
Well, I have quite a number, but I'm not the president, so I will not suggest. It's one of the things I want to, because people can misunderstand you clearly. So if I suggest somebody, it's either they are considering the person, and then they will say, "Oh, because the SDP man mentioned this person's name, we're out." Or they will not be considering the person and mention the person's name, and they start to. But I can tell you that in my own, I started with about 15 people. I've reduced them to about 5. But since I lost the election, I stopped doing further work on that. So I think that quite a number of people, the CBN governor, don't let Buhari's issue worry you. When it comes to CBN governor, the number of Nigerians that can do it competently without regret that I know are up to 35. There will be more, but people who, if you put them today, they will even need to read one line
Can
to
you
get
name
it right.
5?
Well, I can name 5, but for example, if you put Mohamed there, he will do very well, especially if you tell him what you want, because he's a Washington kind of guy. So there's a tendency that he looks up to the World Bank and all of that, but Mohamed will do well. Topa Fashua will do very well. That would be very good. Kola Ayeye, who used to be MD of National Bank. I think one time was in AMCON. Will do extremely well. I also think that if you are looking for a little bit of creativity, that's then, if I were there and I want some creativity, I want to bring a developmental economist into it, then I have another set of people that if I mention their name, you may not know. If I bring some Nigerians who are in diaspora, that I thought if I bring them in, they will do very well. Some of them are my very good friends, so I may have to seek their permission before I mention their name. But there are a lot of Nigerians who are doing very well overseas, especially some of them managing large funds. So they understand treasury management. There are some that are like Ogunlesi, who are just too invested that they may not want to take a risk of coming to do public work.
Is it Bayo Gunlesi? It's
Yes.
too easy.
Yeah, but you can't be too busy for your country, for God's sake. So, so nobody's hired to. If people like us who are running, is not busier than us. He may have more money, but it's not busier than us. So, there are a lot of people that you can find. But the president has to now know that there are some people that wants to put them there. Then that place no longer a piggy bank. You can't just go there and say bring money there. They will not bring it. They will rather resign. So you need a CBN governor that will behave like Clemenson, when Clemenson used to be there. So you can't just walk up to Clemenson and say, the president say bring money, you have to get out. Is president money here? So even Gawan, who was the military head of state, he used to have a problem with Clemenson as governor of Central Bank. He would tell Adewole, how do we get this money? Adewole would say, I don't know. I don't think someone will give you the money. He will say, go and tell his son. His son will tell them, Chief, government money is not here. My bank doesn't belong to you guys. This is Central Bank, doesn't belong to the government. So even when Gawan said, they need money to buy ammunition for the civil war, I said, oh, good. Go and find the money. But this money that is in Central Bank is not meant for ammunition. Go and find your ammunition money. Even when Gawan threatened that he was going to take them to Babish and have him shot, he said, go take to Babish in the evening. Take me there right now because I'm not going to release my money. I didn't release the money. I will start to go and find Provident Fund money in London to pay for the ammunition. So that shows you how independent Central Bank. The same thing with Mebonu. Up to Ola Vincent, the CBN was very independent. It was from Abdulkadir Ahmed that everything started going wrong till today. But from Ola Vincent backwards, people in government knew that Central Bank was not where you went to. I don't even think that the Balewa ever even had cause to speak to the CBN governor at all. For what? You do your negotiation, that's it. So that's kind of, if you want to bring that back. But many of the billionaires, even our TV stations now, who are blowing their noise, that it was CBN governor that gave them money. So they were just looting the bank. Even Sanusi, with all his brilliance and intelligence, joined them in looting the bank and exposed the bank to political risks. So, and eventually finally finished whatever is left of the integrity of the bank. So now the question is, the person you break depends on what the president wants to do with Central Bank. If you want to continue like Buhari and loot the bank, because Buhari looted the Central Bank, you see that they just cleared the mess for them, 22.7 trillion. That Buhari, when you're talking about Abacha loot, I don't think Abacha took up to Buhari. Buhari took 22.7 trillion without telling anybody, between him and Emefiele and a few other gangsters. They blew the money. Now, realizing that they will go to jail, Buhari will not even have been able to go to the Niger Republic because they will be arrested. They went and brought a ratification bill to the National Assembly. And then the National Assembly, when did you spend this money? Where? We're not going to pass it. But in the last 2 weeks, I think it was up the last week, they quietly passed it. Even Abaribe, who likes to shout, He didn't shout. Nobody, no Abga didn't shout. YPP didn't shout. PDP didn't shout. That's why I was chased back to the original question that they are all friends. None of them talked. So I'm hearing that some incentive went around or whatever. I don't want to start speculating, but somehow they managed to pass it. So Buhari got away with looting the central bank. So it's the equivalent of Abacha, knowing that he would die or something, bringing a bill to the Supreme Military Council and do appropriation budget for the money Buhari Abacha took, legalizing it. That is what Buhari has done. So do you now know? I hope not, but if the president of Nigeria, the incoming president, decides to say, well, this is an easy way for me to access money. Why do I want to block it? So I want a CPA. Remember that Emefiele was retained because of his ability to steal money. He was a carryover of Jonathan. So Buhari was not in the habit of retaining Jonathan's people. But Issa Funtua and some of the people who are close to him realized this guy is already an expert in pilfering and we need a lot of money. Retain him there. And then he got the second term. So if you want to know how embedded the corruption is, try to criticize Central Bank on Arise TV, on Channels D, or this TV, or that. Nobody will call you back. Because the tentacle has spread everywhere. So that's what I can say. So that will now determine who the governor of Central Bank will be. And the governor is not enough. There are 5 governors in Central Bank. People don't know. Or some people don't know. There are 5 governors in Central Bank. So they take a decision as board of governors. So if you just concentrate on the governor himself, what are the deputy governors? Because there's a governors committee and they take decisions like that before you go to the directorate and all of that. So corporate governance is important. And the presidential directive of what the president wants his government to be is the key factor. That will determine who you bring in.
Okay, looks like one man is off, but to keep the conversation going. Okay,
I
you're
am
back. Okay.
no, I am here. I was just in the background. My ASAP, you're up next. Thank you for your patience. Introduce yourself to the prince. Tell him where you're joining from and put a position to him. ASAP.
Thank you, Woman. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Prince, sir.
Good morning.
Yeah, sorry, good morning. Yeah, thank you for you've said a lot, and I think you've answered some of the questions I had initially. So I will just go ahead to mention a few regarding the clamoring for, because there has been a lot of talk about the Constitution itself and how sometimes the Constitution itself has been lopsided in favor of one area over the other in terms of especially resource control. And we've had in this Second Republic where there has been clamoring for kind of restructuring. Some people also mentioned the idea of kind of revisiting the Constitution itself. Some other people of the opinion that, okay, we should amend the Constitution as we go. My question is to you is, what are your thoughts about that, and how do you intend? Because it appears that sometimes our leaders make mention of it, or should I don't want to use the word pay lip service, just because they know it will be appealing to the masses. But when they get there, it appears that they are too concerned to really approach the subject and address all these issues, especially resource control and going back to the true federalism or something close to the true federalism, as we will say. So my questions to you is that what are your thoughts on that, and how would you intend to implement that if that's your one of your plans?
What I can say is that every constitution needs improvement. The amending constitution alone, without amending the character of the people running it, is not enough. The political culture has to change, and the constitution can also change. But people don't follow things. Nobody can say the political elite have not tried when it comes to constitutional amendment. This 13% derivation was not there before. It was Obasanjo that carried it out. So if you look at people like the governors, first time of Ibori, Victor Atta, Odili, and so on. These states, and allow me say, these states that are having a lot of money now, they were not having that kind of money before. But the 13% derivation was implemented. That required a kind of resource control mechanism. Then, under PDP, especially under with David Mark as Senate President, there were many amendments to the Constitution. Amending this, amending that, amending clarification of tenure, amending handover to Vice President, amending so many things. But under Buhari, there have been more fundamental amendments, including now states have their own prisons, states can do their railway, states can do power generation, and so on and so forth. Local government autonomy of legislative arm, autonomy of judiciary. So if they continue at this rate, they would also do state policing. So they will continue to reduce the exclusive list and be populating the concurrent list and allow the residual list to remain. So what else do we want again? So constitutional conference is not required. Elaborate process is not required. We have proven. We have amended Too Young to Run. We've amended now the constitution, waiting for Buhari to sign, amended for independent candidature, so that if we want to run as an independent candidate. So we have done so many amendments to the constitution. We amended how long it can take for the election tribunal to sit over. They used to sit for 2.5 years, 3 years. Now the maximum is 6 months. Supreme Court maximum is 2 months. So we're already doing that. So it's just for people to add that word to the basket of what they use to elect National Assembly members and House of Assembly members. So it's not just what they brought to motorcycle, they bought sewing machine for you and all of that. You should also add whether they are going to help you amend the Constitution. But the issue of a Constitution is that however brilliant you are, you cannot amend the Constitution. It requires consensus. It requires 2/3 majority. That is the beauty of it. And the fact that we have been able to make all these amendments, Buhari signed about 10 or so. He first signed 7. I think they sent another number to him now to sign. So the fact that we are able to make amendments and the House of Assembly are adopting them, not only are you getting majority of the National Assembly to pass, you are getting majority of the states to adopt, and you are getting the president to sign. Shows that we are making progress in constitutional amendment already.
Thank you so much, sir. I guess my question was particularly about resource control, and then to kind of give a backdrop on as to why.
So, like I said to you, the they already shifting resources. What is left is for a constitutional amendment to come, whereby they will say that the states can license you, just like the state can license you now for power generation, that the state can license you for solid minerals, they can license you for other minerals. So that is coming. But it's the same approach we are going to use. We have to get a consensus around it. So that is it's not difficult. We just have to have consensus around it. And it will be one that has general application. Because you can't go to the National Assembly and ask somebody from Kano or Safara or Ebonyi to come and help you do resource control for yourself. How would they do it? But if you bring an omnibus bill where you want to do resource control for petrol, but Ebonyi has lead and copper that can make Ebonyi the richest state in Nigeria. So if you add that one to it, Ebonyi will sign. And the northern states are richer than southern states when it comes to endowment. Most of Nigeria's wealth are in the north. Gold, cobalt, uranium, lithium. The northern, from my own industrial knowledge, for every $1 you can get in the south, you get $15 in the north in terms of mineral resources. Kogi alone has more wealth than the entire Niger Delta, Kogi state alone. So if that conversation is now made clearly and people understand it, everybody will be doing resource control. Everybody will jump at it. But resource control is a language for oil only for now. So only state like Bauchi and Nasarawa that are having oil now that will be joining you. But if we take it generally to say all resources, then everybody will sign on it. Because everybody has got something that the other hasn't got.
Thank you very much. Thanks. One more question. I have
hold on. It's just because Adi has been waiting for such a long time. He was in the back, and there are questions coming in via super chats as well. But is it a short question? ASAP.
Yes, it is.
All right. Ask it quickly, and then carry on.
All right. Thank you. So regarding the situations that we have in the nation, once that we have a new president or new administration, there's always tendency for hotspots to emerge in different parts of the nation. How do you what's your kind of advice for the current incoming presidency regarding the Southeast, and how do you think they should approach that?
You see, now, I don't know how you will approach it, but this is how I will approach it. We just have to stop lying to one another. Number one, as commander-in-chief, I'm a very jealous commander-in-chief. I can't share power with anybody. I can't share power with Boko Haram, Bandit, IPOP, the OPC, anybody. I don't tolerate such nonsense. No, I can't share power. I'm either commander-in-chief or I'm not. So in that situation, any law that is made in Nigeria must apply over every square inch of Nigeria. So, but because I am coming newly, I'm having dialogue with everybody. I'm not going to be hanging around my party people only. By now, I will have had discussion with almost everybody. Nnamdi Kanu, EPA, anybody. My ministries will have had discussion with everybody. Which is to say, hey, I'm new. Whatever happened to you, I wasn't there. So let's have cooperation. I don't want to see anything come Monday, don't come out. I don't believe in it. However, what are your complaints? What are the issues? Because from listening around, most of the complaints of Nigerians, I'm so used to them. Since I started since I entered politics, I have never heard of a stupid demand from any Nigerian. Every section of Nigeria that is demanding for something, when I listen to it, there's sense in it. So, whether it's a cattle rearer who tells you his story, you realize that, what? If I was a cattle rearer, I won't take this kind of treatment where I have 300 cattle and 120 is stolen from me. And I go to the police station and they want to send 5 more cows to give them as bribe to go and help me find a cow that I even know where the person took the cow to. And I'm telling you, my cow has been stolen in Adamawa, and the cows are now in Kogi, and police is dribbling me up and down. So, like, really, why? Why would I suffer that? So, if you listen to the farmer, I don't have any business with cows. I just have my farm. And I invested money in it. I bought fertilizer, I did everything. Then I've been weeding for months. Now I'm 8 weeks away from harvest. I came to the farm, and this is the Fulani guy or whoever it is, cattle rearer, and they are eating all my crops. And the guy is shooting an arrow at me or shooting a gun at me. How will I take that? Who will take that? So, and am I going to do my business in Onitsha, and somebody is telling me I cannot open my shop on Monday when I'm paying my taxes, and I cannot come out? And how big is the entire Southeast? Is just as big as Oyo State. So anybody who come, and then it's highly populated, and there are houses everywhere. So where are you hiding to do this your no government that the government will not know? If government can know that Nnamdi Kanu is in Kenya, the one who is in Kenya you can know, but the one who is walking around Owerri you can't know. Who are you telling that kind of story? You tell me that a territory, the most mapped territory in Nigeria is Igbo land. Even my grandfather had a map of Igbo land because of the unfortunate event that we had to fight a war for 3 years plus in that small territory. So almost person knows. I have members of my family who will tell you, if you cross the Orashi River, you come out like this from Doni, you cross the river, you go, they will give you description. Everybody knows about the East. And I can close my eyes from community to community in the East and tell you which group, which town, where. If I'm going to Aguata and I'm coming from Ihiala, I know how to travel. If I'm going to Bende and I'm in Aba, I know where to go. If I'm going to Afipo and I'm in Enugu, I know how to go. So everybody knows Southeast. So you can't tell me, and there are no forests there. There is no forest, any forest the size of National Stadium in the Southeast will be covering 2 local governments already. There's no such thing. So what are you now telling me? So you need to handle all of those things. And then you need to understand, and you need to give people a sense of belonging. That the law must be firm. And the criminality, where security agencies are making money off the misery of the people, that has to end. So when you call the governors, and if I'm sworn in at 12:30, by 1 o'clock, none of the Kanu is released. I can guarantee you that. I don't have time for that story.
Why though? Why?
Because
a lot of atrocities committed by him.
A lot of atrocity committed by everybody. A lot of atrocity committed by Gawan. A lot of atrocity committed by Obasanjo. A lot of atrocity committed by Buhari. These are people who have done coup. overthrown government, shot people at point blank, and whatever. Obasanjo himself was given amnesty. That's why he could run for president. So why are we selecting? So what are we talking about? Many of you find the Senate now. They were in prison a few months ago. So what is the atrocity there? I'm not condoning it, but I'm letting you know that if you want to restore order and get things done, Asari Dokubo that is marching for Tinubu in Lagos now, in Abuja now, as the Tinubu's unofficial brigade of guards. That was it. When it was not accused of atrocity, Obasanjo locked him up. Tom Polo, who is their chief contractor for pipeline, was not declared wanted by Buhari when he came.
So sorry, Prince. Can I say something? You say,
yes.
You see, this is one of the spaces that we struggle with the most as just citizens of the country. This idea of crime without punishment and everything negotiated away. That guy, he nearly burnt the country at some point, and there's no repercussions, nothing, and it will be negotiated politically.
The time he has spent in detention now is no repercussion. What I'm saying is this: if you can give Boko Haram amnesty, if the apartheid people who J. Mandela can release him, and he was charged with terrorism and murder and whatever. What I'm saying generally is that when you have crimes of a political nature, you have to build a national consensus against the criminal. And if you have mismanaged your politics to the point where the people who are involved in these political crimes are having more, their narrative is selling more than that of the government. At a point in time, you have to cut your losses and not be seen as the aggressor. But if I release you, there are conditionalities. I will negotiate it. The next day, I see anybody trying to do stay at home. Once you have the repercussion, you can't blame me now. Because people will see that I've come in, I've brought the olive branch, I've released everybody. I did it in Niger Delta. And many of them have been reformed. Many of them are doing gainfully useful things now. So you cannot just and it's not as if the elite themselves are not committing crime. They are looting. So they can't cast the first stone. There are more crimes committed under Buhari's government than not they cannot committed. So where does one criminal judge the other if you want to do justice? So the best thing to do is to say, okay, cut off point, everybody.
Ogweni, did you want to come in? Ogweni.
Thank you, sir. Just thank you for your time as well. Thank you.
Yeah, hold on. Ogweni, did you want to come in or should I?
No, I thought you said it's going to go round again.
No, I saw you on mute, but let me go to the questions that are coming via super chat. So this is a question that came in earlier from Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy super chats to say, it says, the Prince, models, good ones are to be replicated. What models do you have for Nigeria in leadership? Perhaps governor of Ondo State. So the question there. So he's saying a good example to repeat. And then he's then asking the sort of form of leaderships that you would recommend for Nigeria. And he's citing the example of, I think, it's Akeredolu, the Ondo State governor. So just a brief response to that, Prince.
What happened to Akeredolu? What did they say happened to him?
No, it's wanting to. It's asking really what sort of It's asking, it's talking about the models of leadership. So this form of leadership is good. So it's asking then, what form of leadership do you think would you recommend for the Nigerian state? And then he's giving the example of Akeredolu, the governor of Ondo State, that is a good model as a form of leadership that Nigeria should follow.
Well, I don't want to comment on Akeredolu, but it's just an let me just say it's an average governor.
Is your governor?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to cry because we have a governor of average nature. It's just, I'm not against him. I like him, and he's a very sound lawyer and president of the bar, as a courageous person. But in terms of modern governance, it's kind of analog. So he's probably should have been a governor in 1999. You know, in 2023, I mean, the kind of governor you should be having is not this type anymore. So that's what I mean. The world is, and you need activity like that. So it's just like comparing who's there now. We'll see that there will be a change. All the governors that you find, they're not supposed to be governors because they're at the level of a pay salary class for me. Do a few roads, and they spend most of their governor. Like, you won't.
Prince, you are breaking up quite heavily.
That's okay. So they are not able to hear this. They are not able to implement Chapter 2 of the Constitution. I'm kind of against anybody not able to basic in Chapter 2 of the Constitution. So you will see that Akeredolu is struggling in the area. Ken, which Mimiko before he even he's even.
Sorry, Prince. Can you hear me? Your system is breaking up quite sharply, so we're struggling to hear you.
Are you the only one or is it everybody who can hear me?
Can everybody else hear Prince? Okay.
It's breaking.
No, it's breaking up. It's breaking up.
Yes.
Maybe you want to suggest go out and come back in. Maybe that will correct the system, the connection.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's slightly better now.
I don't know. It's my internet, but little more. But if we don't agree in terms of philosophy, he has not been implementing Chapter 2 Constitution. He has made sufficient in the social sector. He hasn't well with revenue generation. And I can say authoritative. I think
we can barely hear you now. Okay, so the Prince are making adjustments. Hopefully he'll be back. Because I think Prince Daddy was equally asking. I wonder if we have him back. Yes, I think Prince Daddy was equally asking if the following question really will be what would then be a good example of a role model governor. So let's see if we get the Prince back, or hopefully we will do.
One man is a politician. He's a politician, and he's not gonna answer you that kind of question now.
Well, you know, it's a super chat now. So
He's not going to give you a name of a governor that is an example. Only if maybe it's from his party. Other than that, he's not going to tell you a governor is a model. He's the model.
All right. I think we have the prince back. So hopefully a better connection.
You better.
Let's move him to the top. Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. So, person, by principle, I think that like of the 80s or 90s. So
no, we still cannot hear you.
Okay, so
and it was so smooth in the first phase of it. It was sort of smooth flowing, and then suddenly it starts static. We're hearing hum, 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 and then it breaks up. I think it's frozen now.
No, yes, I did it that way.
Oh, okay. Carry on speaking. I think you might be in a better spot now.
Okay. Because I'm on Wi-Fi, so there's no. So is it better now?
Yeah, it's a lot better now. Yes.
Okay, because I logged out and logged back on my internet. So long and short of it is that
yeah.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's much better now. Carry on.
So for post-industrial world, if you look at the quality of outcomes, no. The public schools, the outcome is less. The public healthcare, specialist hospitals that Ondo State is proud has a record of being proud of, down a few things. And so I think, but it's a very okay person. But for the need of the time, the next governor has to be a way more modern person than him. Especially now that they are going to things like industrialization, they try to build their own deep sea ports and things like that. So that sophistication is required. It is that lack of sophistication that even made Dangote refinery to come to Lagos, which will have been, it wasn't the governor at that time, but which will have been better suited for Ondo and Ogun area. Where the refinery is now, for a Lagos that has no land, is a waste of land. It's like carrying your refinery to Manhattan in New York. Why? Just 100 nautical miles down, that refinery will have been better situated there than where it is now, very close to the residential area in Lekki and all of that. I hope that people won't suffer consequences. So I think I think he's done his best, but he belongs to the Buhari kind of generation or orientation of leadership.
All right, brilliant. So Prince Daddy, I hope that answers that. So the next super chat question, this is from Alexander Akache. It says a question from the comment section. What does the Nigeria of his dreams look like, and how soon can it be achieved? So that's from Alexander Akache.
Nigeria of my dream is a superpower, not by ambition, by destiny. So, because it's our birthright to be a superpower. We basically mean that we can govern our land effectively with justice, peace, and development. We can eradicate poverty because we have the resources to do so. We can take care of insecurity. We can have accountable government. And then if we do that, just like a little tweak here and there, we become the largest economy in Africa. So imagine if we had reached our potential, will not just be the largest economy in Africa, we will be in the top 10 in the world. I think we're number 22 now in the world. So we'll be in the top 10 in the world, and which means that we'll be the guardian of West and Central Africa, up to the lower part of North Africa, like Sudan, Chad. So we'll have our investing restored to what they used to be before. Do you know that at a time in the world, Lagos had the cleanest water in the British Commonwealth? Lagos had the cleanest tap water. Anywhere in Lagos, you could take water, it was cleaner than London. So to have an efficient service where the worker is working on, what we don't realize was salary 60,000 naira as president. Ekweme was collecting 24,000. Imagine collecting salary. It's minimum wage now. So you want a country that actually that what the green was the most valuable passport because everybody has to us. So that is a job, not who is the richest man in Africa from Nigeria. No, that are hungry man in Africa, Nigeria. The least homeless, yeah, the least unemployed. So country, not the rich, but about what's the work in Nigeria. It will be that you lost your job in hospital and they was Minister of Health. So victims.
Prince, we're back there again. We can't hear you.
Okay, so that I will judge the job, I will evaluate the job of my dream from the fortune of the common people. Where the common Nigerian is out of poverty, out of insecurity, then that's the job of my dream.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Alexander Akashi. I hope that answers your question. So we've got Ade and Fatai. Ade, you've been here longer, so put a position. Introduce yourself first. Tell the prince where you're joining him from. Then put a position to the prince. So Ade, thank you for waiting.
Yeah, thank you, one man. I'm Ade. I'm calling from UK, joining from UK, United Kingdom, Essex area. It's a privilege to be on this show. I'm quite impressed by Prince's brilliance, candor, and truthfulness. I think when I first had you on Arise show, I think it was Charles' program. You know, I was fascinated. So, well, two questions quickly. Number one, will it be right for someone to accuse you of being naive? And what I mean by that is that in present-day Nigeria, and probably the Nigeria of the next 50 years, somebody with such brilliant ideas would actually, it's almost is impossible, if I can put it that way, to get to government. And we've had people like that before. I remember Gani Faimi so many years ago. We all love him, but people weren't going to vote for him. So why can't you be more pragmatic? And I'm not saying that you should lose your values or all those things, but I mean, look at countries like UK or US. For somebody to be the president or prime minister, you have to be in the mainstream parties, conservative, Labour, or things like that. So I think Nigeria will also follow that line. So
I think, to my mind, it's almost impossible for good people like you to get into government. So I think there might be some degree of naivety there. Then secondly, sir, what do you think about sovereign national conference? I know that was an idea that has been bandied around for a long time. Most people are not talking about it now. But do you think Nigeria needs to get back to that point? Because people have said this constitution, it's not the people's constitution. Do we need to go back that far, or do we just continue with whatever amendments we are making now? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. The Sovereign National Conference is always sitting. That's National Assembly. Because that's a sovereign body, and the law they make is binding on us, and they're not under the supervision of anybody, so they are suffering. Only the courts can use their own constitution against them if they pass unconstitutional acts. So there's nothing we want to do in the Sovereign National Conference that we could not do through National Assembly. And the constitution we had in 1999 when this agitation started is not the same constitution we have now. We have done so many amendments, so we can continue along that line. So we can even amend the constitution to be like California constitution, where we can take ballot measures and things like that. Then when it comes to ballot initiatives, when it comes to naivete, yeah, it's possible one is naive, but what we are, as time goes by, the naivete will go away. We will now know how the real world works, because naivete is not the same thing as being idealistic. Naivete is not knowing how the world works. And I know how the world works now. I've lost a presidential election, and I know how to get people out of vote. So we keep working, but we cannot all compromise, because getting to power and not making any change is worse than not getting to power. To go and get to power, then you leave. I mean, if I were Buhari now, how will I live? I can even be walking and the tricycle will knock me down from overthinking. That's why I spent 8 years. People are still hungry. Nothing has changed. The currency melted under my watch. Unemployment rose under my watch. 20-something more people, million more people enter poverty. How can I survive it? The sorrow alone will kill me. So you cannot compromise to the point where you just get to power and then you can't do anything. So the ideal of what is taking us there is even the energy. If you tell me I'm going to make you president, but there will be no employment, they will still be stealing the money. But you'll be president, I will say no, I don't. Give it to somebody else. But if you say I will be president for 6 months, but I will be allowed to do my work, I will do 6 months. Because you can make a difference. But to just be there, escorted there, you are ready, and rubbish is going on, I can't survive it. I'm sorry.
All right, brilliant. So Fatai, you're up next. So Fatai, unmute yourself, introduce yourself to the prince, tell him where you are calling from, and then put a position to him. Fatai.
Hello.
At last, somebody with a camera. Look at that. Well done, Fatai. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you. Actually,
Fatai.
Because I don't want.
Bye,
I enjoy your grammar, your vocabulary. When you talk that time, I was laughing.
I don't know. He's trying to bamboozle us with grammar. Introduce yourself to the prince. Tell him where you're calling from, and then put a position for Fatai.
Yeah, I think I met Prince Adewole one time on Dr. Damidi's show when I came to ask about this issue about real time and whatever to talk about or whatever. But event has overtaken that. I was totally impressed by your submission regarding the constitutional amendments and this sovereign national conference. But because I think one time we were debating on this platform was a heavy debate. Like, I mean, people sitting down to have a conference is not like, it keeps improving. It's really what is going to be is what is going to happen to the constitution. So I was very impressed. Also, I was very impressed with when you talked about the Nigeria hair, right? Because lately, if you critique Nigeria, it's almost like you don't like Nigeria. So basically, I see it as a twin brother of a Naira redesign. It's a total disaster. But just to ask my first question, I seem to have I don't understand. I seem to get a sense of contradiction in your position with regard your philosophy, right? Because I think the last time you were here, you didn't seem to like what you call trickle-down economics, right? But today you are talking about Dangote refinery and blah, 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 how they are very good for the economy and blah, 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 and other stuff like that. But that is trickle-down economics, basically, right? And I think that as an opposition party, like if you are not a big party, if you're telling people, because you talked about so I think somebody asked a question, what would you do? And you say, well, even if you drive down the road, you can see what to do. You can see everything to do. But this is what everybody always promises. It's something close to a subsistence economy, right? I mean, build roads. Some departments can be given those jobs, right? But we need the way Nigeria is now. We need something close to in the industrial revolution, and you're not going to do that with something close to subsistence economy. Most of the small parties, they can't break through because they are essentially preaching subsistence economy. Consumption to production, security and welfare of the people. Oh, yeah, this is the constitution, but how do you arrive at it, right? The big parties can also promise that as well. But look at Lagos now. That's an example of a trickle-down economics. If you create an environment that enables a Dangote to come, that enables a Glow to have its head office in Victoria Island, you will have Lagos deep sea port. Well, that is trickle-down economics. At the end of the day, like they said, the rising tide eventually lifts the boat.
Land it on a question, Fatai. Land it on a question. Yeah.
No. My question is whether Prince Adewole sees a contradiction between his economic philosophy, and what he's talking about regarding corporations.
Okay. Thank you. Remember that I said that ideology is not about ism anymore. Socialism, capitalism, everybody is doing what works. Moscow, I was the headquarter of communism, is now more capitalist than New York. And Washington, that was the bastion of capitalism, is even probably doing more socialism for the rich. You cannot call it trickle down because it is not government trying to generate employment, trying to grow the economy by throwing money and incentives at Dangote types on the basis that will generally create jobs and things like that. That is trickle down. That's not what we are doing. That's not what I'm advocating. I am saying that while the government will invest in our own refinery, I cannot stop a private person from building his own refinery. I cannot have a common economy where I will say, only the government can invest in this sector. No. But on behalf of the public, I will not stop investing. I will repair our refineries that we have. And I believe that the government is doing it now. It's just that they are so slow and they haven't gone for it. They've signed contract, they paid a lot of money. So they are also, Buhari government is also fixing the refineries that we had before. They're working on them. Now, but in our own, we have made it faster and finished by now. We are also investing in the social sector. We are investing in education, in healthcare, in housing, in agriculture, in skill acquisition. So with all those investments, you cannot accuse us of trickle down because that's direct injection of money into the need of the people. What I just said with respect to Dangote, I didn't set up the refinery, so my idea is that I would rather have a refinery than have none. That's the point I'm making on that one. But I'm not relying on that refinery as a substitute for government intervention. No. But if somebody is bringing a big hotel to Nigeria now from East Africa, government is not aware. I just happen to know them, and they call me and say, oh, we have investment. We want to put a big hotel. Where do you recommend? I said, out of Nigeria. They said, with all that. I said, don't worry. Just come, at least. So, when they come now, maybe the governor of Lagos will go and commission them in 2 years' time or whatever, 3 years' time. And they will say, hey, Lagos State brought something, but these people are coming here because of me. So, and I believe other Nigerians all over the world who will bring investment to the country if the country is more stable. So if you are working, there are some restaurants that are Pizza Hut, all these people that are coming here now. Some Nigerians brought them. And anybody who brought Pizza Hut can bring Boeing if the circumstances are right. Can bring Ford. Can bring Apple. So in modern economics, you don't stop industrialists from coming to your country. And if you can't stop foreign industrialists from coming to your country, you can't discourage local industrialists from investing. But it still would be a substitute for government money in its own corner. So it's not trickle down.
Yeah, I know. I just use Dangote as an example. I don't really mean specifically Dangote, but it's the philosophical alignment I was struggling with. Like, okay, the shenanigans, that's fine, but I'm talking on the philosophical level. Like, if you think trickle down economics is not your way to go with regards to government, what is your?
Okay, I've already said it that the government will make some direct investment. And the direct investment will be to remove things that make people poor and to replace them with things that give people opportunity. So if the average worker can live in a comfortable 2-bedroom house that is well ventilated and has water supply, electricity, and he can take a public bus to go to work, a well-conditioned, nice public bus to go to work, and he can send his children to public schools nearby. Because he's paying taxes, the children go to school and they get quality education. So I have children now that are attending expensive schools, but I'm not sure they got the same education I got, as good as the one I got. Because when I interact with them, I realize that it's this what they are teaching you at this level, and the money we spend as a community school now, because my children attend community school, the money we spend as a community to put that school together in one semester for one child is more than the entire money that my sibling and I spend from primary school to university. So that is good investment that the government can make. So you can know how many people have been produced by Uniben, Unilag, ABU, and all of that. So those are social investments that you make. You have a toothache, you can go to a general hospital next to your house. I have the tooth extracted for next to nothing. These are all social investments.
Yes, sorry to bother. I'm sure every government, every president would want to achieve this. Like, what?
Sorry, hold on, Fatai. Fatai, it seems as though you spotted an inherent contradiction in how the prince is positioned somewhat. But I want you to condense it in just one big direct, just put it to him directly.
No, I think that contradiction has been resolved now. Yeah,
No. I mean, like, I understand every government would want to do that. My point, like, how do we get there? What direction? What direction?
Don't be sure. Don't be sure that don't be sure that every government wants to do that. The PDP government had an opportunity to do it. No, don't assume, because I've heard the president say, why can they say economy is not improving? Look at the number of people who have private jets. I think it was President Goodluck Jonathan who was using the number of private jets to show that the economy was working. So it's not everybody who understands economics. It's not everybody who understands the minimum investment they need to make as a contribution to the GDP. So, but a government that wants to do it will be able to do it, because the need is there and the framework is there. So if you invest in education, the teachers are there from NUT to ASU to ANCOPS to all of those organizations that are in the education sector. And the children are there to attend the school, and the curriculum is there to develop. If you invest in healthcare, a lot of people need healthcare, and the nurses, doctors, pharmacists, all of them are there. I had a long meeting with before they went on their strike. I was the last person to have a meeting with these healthcare workers before they went on their warning strike. It was after I talked with them that they went on the strike the next day. And I'm not in government, but I'm interacting with them to try to find out what their problems are. So you can make investment there. You can make investment in housing. And have housing, because you notice that Pachola in Abuja went to Kubwa or Zuba somewhere, and commissions of housing with Buhari, just as a signature project. Whereas if they had invested more, just like Wahab Dosubu tried to do under Shagari with those Shagari houses, and Jakande did his own even better than Shagari, with Jakande estate everywhere. So I did that within 4 years. So if you use, and Jakande don't have the kind of money we have now. So if Lagos State had focused on that, Lagos would not only be able to finish building houses in Lagos government will build houses in Ogun. There will be Lagos housing estate in Abuja, because they will be able to invest beyond their state. So there's a lot we can do. We used to have better insurance in those days. Better insurance was a government company, an insurance company, and they even had sports club that produce paper and all these other players. So there's a way you can deploy government money very well, and it will have multiplier effect. So, but you can do it because the resources are there. It's just that you have to make up your mind that that's what you want to do, which means you will not produce so many friends who are private jets, who are billionaires. You will have to direct the money to where it can reach the hand of the people. It's just like in the army. There's a way you can spend your defense spending, and you can build more army day secondary school, build better barracks for your troops, train more people in handling artillery, in handling armor equipment, in handling other platforms. Or you could just spend all the money on importing and paying the arms dealer a lot of money and importing esoteric equipment that the army will not use. Just to award contracts, they will go and buy equipment that they will use for many years. But you have made billionaires out of all your friends. So it's a question of what are the priorities of the president. All of them is doable. All of them are doable.
No, sorry, I admitted myself. I didn't. So brilliant. Thank you, Fatai. Let me bring Ogbeni back in, who has been waiting patiently to also Ogbeni. So now, you want to put a position to the prince. So now is more a more relaxed conversation from here on in, so we can ebb and flow until the princess is had enough. So Ogbeni.
Thank you for having me once again, Prince.
Thank you, sir.
I forgot to greet you, Great Ife.
Great.
The first time I greeted you, Great Ife.
Great.
So, yes, I agree with some of your thoughts or reasoning, and I disagree with some. Let me start with the one I disagree with. I'll quickly run through it, then I will jump to my question. First, I disagree with your reasoning in supporting the landless Sikh, Keyamo San, and by saying that the Minister of State is not an office rooted in the Constitution. He believes that it's unconstitutional. I disagree with your reasoning. The reason is this: Section 5(1)(a) of the Constitution, just to run through, only talks about it vests the executive power of the federation in the presidency and also the minister of the government of the federation. And when you look at it, it doesn't say minister of petroleum, minister of education, minister of science, blah, blah, blah. Yet, our argument is this. Keyamo-san said minister of state is not found in the constitution. The same way minister of petroleum, minister of education and others are not found in the constitution. So if we believe that something is wrong with the addition of states that is there, then we should also believe that all ministers, the moment you put of petroleum and others there, should be wrong. That is the issue I have with that. Secondly, I disagree that when Kulata asked you to prioritize ministries and you said, oh, no, all ministries are okay, there's no need to prioritize. But I remember your SDP manifestos, except if I'm wrong here, because I study SDP, NNDP, PP, APC and PDP constitution. It's only Labour constitution manifesto I didn't study towards this election. And I remember your own manifestos clearly state 4 major areas which are of priority. Electricity for all, job for all, food for all, then war against corruption. And for me, if I have to go by that, electricity for all, then you're talking about Ministry of Power, which is topmost priority for you. Job for all, you're talking about Ministry of Works, Ministry of Trade and others. Then food for all, of course, you're talking about Ministry of Agri. And then war against corruption, you're talking about our police, DSSI, CPC, FCC, and all the paramilitary and the likes that are involved in corruption. So to say that, you don't have, you don't prioritize any of the ministries means that it will be a direct contradiction with the manifestos you put out there. Now, that is the areas I don't agree with all you've been saying. Then I agree in all, but there is this particular one I must commend you, which I agree you spoke my mind, is the issue of 25%, sorry, 2/3 in FCT and NTC states. So for me, Section 299 of the Constitution, which I like referring people to, is simply say that the provision of the Constitution shall apply to FCT also, as it were, as if FCT was, one of the states of the federation. So when you look at that, it means that the drafter wants equality. They want whatever is applied to any of the 36 states also to apply to FCT. FCT carries no special status. That is for that. Now, my question now is this. Now we know that we are stuck with Asiwaju for the next 4 years. That is clear now. And I expect you to have probably studied APC, or let's say Asiwaju's manifesto, right? So my question now is that in Asiwaju manifesto, can you tell us any of the ideas in that manifesto that you think it aligns with yours? That if Asiwaju could put through with that particular idea, then it's more like you in Asiwaju working. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let's start with the disagreements. And are you having raised them? They are a misconception, with due respect. One, Minister of Justice, Minister of Works, Minister of Women Affairs, they are constitutional. Why? Because the Constitution says the president can create as many office of minister as possible for each department of government. So government can create a department and put a minister in charge. So the designation of minister is approved by the Constitution. The department of government that they will supervise is left to the president to create a department. But what is not created is Minister of State, because that one does not relate to any department. It relates to the designation of that office. It's an office that the Constitution did not create. So if there's a Department of State and you create a Minister of State for the Department of State like they have in the US, their own State Department means Foreign Affairs. So if you create that ministry like that, it's allowed. But you cannot create an office of Minister of No or Deputy Minister. All those things, you cannot create them. They are not constitutional. They're not there. That's the argument that we're making. Kayamo, and I agree with him, that you can't create an office that the Constitution has not created. But you can create as many departments as you want. But anybody you put in charge must be called a minister. No Minister of State, no Minister Surrogate, no Minister Extraordinary, no Minister. So then with respect to the second issue you raised, I think that it's also a misconception, with due respect, because if you're looking at, I don't see any contradiction in the position we have taken. I don't see any contradiction there at all. Let me even deal with the petty issue that is distracting me. With respect to study Asiwaju's manifesto and say which one agrees with me. I've studied his manifesto very well. There was a time, if you follow the press, where the press spent like a week laughing at them that they plagiarized SDP manifesto because they were bearing something else before. Then suddenly they say they are now, after we try our hope again, 2023, they say now they are now
renewed hope.
Renewed hope. So we're now stealing hope from the owner of the hope. So, and at the end of the day, any government, Asiwaju or otherwise, because we tend to say Asiwaju, it's not only Tinubu that is forming government. There are also 36 state governments, and they have more impact on the people than even the federal government. And even if we go down logically, even local governments, if they will run well, they will have more impact on the people than the state government. So, if those ones focus on alleviating poverty and insecurity and show accountability, any government that does that, I will support the government if they're doing it sincerely, because they are removing problems that are giving me sleepless night. The reason why I'm up to now talking to you at past 3 a.m. is not because I like talking. It's because I'm trying to build consensus around this issue of how to deal with poverty, insecurity, and accountability. I want more people to agree with me that we should implement Chapter 2 of the Constitution. So if Tinubu does that, he fights corruption, he fights unemployment, he fights other forms of poverty, he fights insecurity, whether it's banditry, terrorism, crime against person, illegality, he fights those, and he's implementing Chapter 2 of the Constitution. Why should he not be my friend? Even if he's insulting me every day on TV, even if he doesn't let me talk to him, even if he uses his tongue to blow me out of the road, as long as he's implementing those things, I'll keep talking well about his programs that he's doing. But anything other than that, there's no point. He doesn't need my approval, and I don't need his approval. What can connect us is the affair of the people. Now, with respect to prioritization of ministries, people are making this common mistake of assuming that if I prioritize some areas, then those areas, one, can be handled by one ministry. If you want to do agriculture, well, Ministry of Agriculture alone is not what you need. You will need water resources. You will need science and tech. You need works, because if they can't carry the goods from the farm to the market, what's the point? You will need Ministry of Trade to find market, both domestic and external, for your produce. You will need Ministry of Information to tell farmers when to farm, to broadcast on radio. You will need judiciary to work, so that if somebody goes to the bank to borrow money from Bank of Agri, we can recover the loan quickly without the case lasting in court for 10 years. You will need finance to see that inflation does not kill the farmer. Otherwise, the farmer will be a working poor. Because by the time he earns 50,000 per ton, by the time he wants to go and buy a tractor, inflation has made the tractor to double in price. So you can't replant again. You need customs to be efficient. You need ports to export your agricultural products. You need ports to import any other thing you bring in. You need petroleum to have fertilizer, because you need uranium. I know uranium, urea to do fertilizer. And if you have urea alone, you cannot make, you need phosphate to be brought in. We don't have enough phosphate in Nigeria. So you need to import phosphate to mix in fertilizer with urea here. So at the time you see all of this stuff, you need Ministry of Education to produce competent farmers for you. So you need everybody. If you are focusing on power generation, you need industries to produce the cable. Are you going to be importing cable forever? How will you sustain it? You need ports. The other time, did you read the Elumelu report on Obasanjo's 16 billion investment in power generation and the National Integrated Power Project? Were you not hearing when they said that some of the goods, some of the turbines were stuck at the port because they couldn't be offloaded, and customs were not paid? And then some of the turbines would not be taken to Motosho, all those areas, because all the bridges on the road could not carry. Did you listen to Dangote when he's talking about his refinery? He had to buy almost everything, including crane, including this, including roads. So it's not that simple. Even if you privatize sectors, you might need up to 7, 8 ministries servicing that one sector alone. You will go to another sector of 8 ministries. Some will overlap. So essentially, by the time you are finished, you realize that you need 24 or 25 critical ministries for you to even realize any of your projects. So you might as well just take the rest of the ministries and make them priority. So that's the why there's no contradiction there. So an isolated minister can't solve the problem. Because what the other person is doing will impact. If the Ministry of Finance does not, why the fashion not perform to the point where it wasn't perform? Because it was always having appropriation problem. Because the father as the Minister of Works did not really go and invent money for himself. But he could go and sign to cook. But he cannot sign to cook without Minister of
Finance.
Finance. And you cannot, Minister of Finance will not answer you except the DMO, Debt Management Office, agrees. And DMO will not agree except the CBN can find a way to give them instruments, either treasury bills or something to absorb the debt. And then you cannot go as Minister of Works and sign an agreement with the Sukuk people in Saudi Arabia or Dubai. They want to see a Basel Accord member, and the people representing us in the Basel Accord is the governor of Central Bank, because they want to see how you are going to pay them their money. So these things are interwoven. You cannot have Ministry of Education and say you want to educate children. No, because the children have to come to school by road. The children have to eat food. The children have to be taken care of. Otherwise, the teachers have to go to the market. So all of these things have to be pulled together. So in fact, I will be one of the ideas I had in the government was to create clusters for the ministers, so that they will do their work. They have council meeting. Then Thursday, Friday, they have their cluster meetings, so that one ministry is not working against the other. I'm not the boy. So what something as a serious priority in the Ministry of Interior will not be dragging in the head of foreign affairs, because they don't see it as priority. So just like that.
All right, brilliant. So Prince, just to check, you've been with us for 5 hours. So are you happy to carry on for a bit longer, or how are you? Are you happy to?
The whole idea is just to do the business. It's not really to show that we are strong. I was happy to go for 10 hours. We cannot run away if there's one person who has one question. So it's not about how long we stay, it's the quality of what we do. So if we can finish next 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, whatever. The most important thing is to say we showed up and we did justice to the issue.
All right. Let me put you a question then via super chat. This is from Jafar, and this is what Jafar has for you. It says, thanks for your service. What are your views on our foreign policy objectives? Does it promote our national interest? And if not, what changes would you propose, sir? Once more, thanks for coming. So that's from Jafar, who super chats.
Thank you, Jafar. You should Google my speech at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. So you should just Google Adebayo, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. I lay down my public foreign affairs policy. And the summary of it is that our domestic priorities will be the guiding principle for our foreign policy. Because a woman who is trying to feed her family, the housewife who's trying to feed her family, and discover that she doesn't have salt When she's going to the market, her mind is focused on salt. If she sees where they are selling pepper, she will not follow them because she had pepper at home. It's the salt that she came to the market to get. And that's how we behave. Otherwise, you go to the market and follow every sound you hear because you don't have your domestic priorities. You just roaming about. And that's how we have been managing ourselves on the international scene. We must look at our domestic priorities. And chapter 2 of our constitution, that's where we find our domestic priorities. So when you find that, then you can say, okay, this is what we lack. We have 80 million youths who need employment, who need a way to express themselves. So instead of them now going around the world as illegal travelers, being killed in the desert, drowning, I will first try to contain them at home by creating jobs for them. But if there's any excess, I will sign a number of agreements with countries of the world so that we can have a well-structured travel for our people. If you see Kenya, Tanzania, all these people, they go to South Africa, visa free. Nigeria, that's supposed to be a better friend for South Africa, we can't go there. Because people in government don't understand that our people need somewhere to go, given our population. Since we can't absorb everybody. So you need to manage it. If we lack wheat, and we need wheat, and we can't grow enough wheat, then that will inflate our attitude to the Ukrainian and Russian war. So if you are coming here to drill our oil, then you need to be more generous to our people. You can't come here and be taking our resources and then you be interviewing our people anyhow at the embassy. And you want your people to come here and work and make a fortune. So how we balance all of that? Then you add citizen diplomacy to it. To see that anywhere you have Nigerian mission, it should be like a home to a Nigerian. So if you quarrel with your husband and she's a Nigerian, you should be able to walk up to the Nigerian embassy and have a counselor there, because if you were inside Nigeria, not living abroad, that's the kind of service the community will render to you. So we must be so concerned about our citizens. Then we must have a good grasp of our region. France cannot be troubling Mali. America trying to control Ghana here. No. We have to be in control of our region. The kind of trouble we are having in Sudan, where Russia and America are sponsoring people there, and we have 3 million Nigerians living in Sudan. And the richest Sudanese is a Nigerian. And there are not less than 100,000 to 200,000 Nigerians who work in Sudanese public service. Sudanese. So Sudan is almost as large as some states in Nigeria. That's what the population of Nigerians there. So why would we not care about them? So those are the things that we will concentrate upon. So when you see us on the world stage, we're not just going there for the Christmas. We're not going there as just for them to see me. No, we are going there because some of our domestic priorities send us there. Whatever we lack is where the one person to look for the friend we are looking for. So you can get the rest of a opinion or a view of public policy or foreign policy from that lecture I gave at NIA.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Jafar. Hopefully that answers your question. So Prince, I want us to take questions from Enigmatic Hondi, Ajanle Koko, and Kulata, and then after those three, or maybe just one of them, I can see you're exhausted. So
I'm not exhausted. I've only I skipped dinner, which is okay because it's too late now. So sometimes, so it's not a social. It's just the fact that I skip my dinner.
Hunger pants.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So enigmatic. Enigmatic. Ajanle Koko and then Kulata. But be succinct and to the point. So that we can get as much as we can from the prince. So enigmatic Hyundai.
Thank you, one man, and then thank you so much, the prince. Once again, thanks for honoring our platform.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So my question, it will be 3 questions, but almost in one. So it's about revenue generation because I know this is the cross of the matter for Nigeria now. And then since we are looking at avenues to probably, seeking some paradigm shift financially about revenue base, I believe there are some areas that I should be asking questions. So I don't really know or probably understand your vast understanding or probably your understanding of information technology generally, but I will ask the questions, at least for the record. So, and I will go straight to the point. So what is your vision for leveraging information technology to enhance the revenue generation in Nigeria? That is one. And then the adjoining part is, if you have, what are your specific plans to harness the potential of IT generally to drive economic growth and then generate revenue in Nigeria? And then the last one will be, what are those, or what are your strategies for promoting digital innovation, supporting tech startups and entrepreneurs, and then attracting foreign investment in the field of, in the sector of information technology, and they're creating an enabling environment for IT-based businesses to thrive in Nigeria.
All right. Prince, I'm not sure if you're aware that Lagos State is already making some sort of movement in Yaba to create some sort of like a Silicon Valley type environment. But I think it's along those lines, enigmatic, Prince.
Is it the issue is this? ICT is not an option. Infotech is not an option. They are as relevant as and as crucial as oxygen. The reason why we're able to do this remote conference now is just because of ICT and Infotech. And money is no longer physical money. Money is digital now. So whether it's a crypto, whether it's blockchain, whatever it is. So there are 3 angles of attack. One is that you want to have the software in people's head. You want to create as many coders, programmers, and whatever. So that first there's a general ICT and Infotech content in every curriculum. Whether you want to be a lawyer, want to be a doctor, there must be that general familiarity. And when I was at IFE studying law, we were doing assembler language, compiler language, and all of that. And we were grumbling. But we ended up having A's. I had an A in ICT, even though I studied law. After all the grumbling, we started, when we couldn't escape it, we embraced it. So you need that across. So you need a doctor who is used to Infotech, so that when he wants to do remote telemedicine, he's no longer looking at the thing like, what is this? So you need that in the general population. Then you need the core engineers and software writers and programmers. So you need that training so that all our University of Technology and our polytechnics and colleges will deal with those things, so that we can be looking at India, because India is the ICT sanctuary of the world now. So you want to make sure that the rigor is high, And we have, because India has its own Institute of Technology, that if you score like 93% in an exam, you know that you cannot get in. Because the last person to get in for the cutoff, if they're looking for 1,000 students, the 1,000 person will score like 96, 95, 97. So it makes it very competitive. So you have the general one for everybody. Then you have the elite core for software. Second is to find your way in the world of hardware, to have certain adoptions, certain patents, and to lure certain hardware manufacturers to come to your territory. So I start with even simple things like phones, like tablets, and like other computing machines. So you start that, like the kind of thing that some Nigerians pretended that they were doing before. When Sinox and this other company by this lady said they were assembling things, we are told by now they should have gone further in. Then the third leg, which is the third angle of attack, is that you must crash bandwidth cost to peanuts. In fact, you have to almost give bandwidth to your people and pretend that you are selling it to them. So government has to invest heavily. When Obasanjo was doing the spectrum sale in the year 2000, and we were charging $285 million for every GSM spectrum license. One of the things that Ndukwe, as chairman of NCC, vice chairman of NCC, said at that time was that they were going to invest the money in broadband across the country, so that broadband costs will go down. Like Tanzania, you find all the kids, they are on the internet perpetually because bandwidth cost is quite low in the place. But the Ibori and some of the governors went to court and sue Obasanjo and said money has to be shared because the federation account money. So they shared the money. So we now rely on the main one, Glo, all of them to go and Vodacom to go and take bank loan and draw their cable all the way from Portugal and bring the cable to you and do right of way and everything, and then sell it at what price. So we need to handle the bandwidth cost. And as we are doing that, we need to go start planning for 7G now. Because we was entitled to 5G now as legacy speed. But we should be aiming for faster bandwidth, a faster speed, larger bandwidth, and lower cost. So if you want to subsidize, it makes more sense to subsidize a faster gateway than subsidize petrol for cars. It's better for you to subsidize bandwidth. So if you do that, so a combination of your people be very good with software, writing, and everything, then you can create your own WhatsApp, other programs of the future. Then your e-commerce will do very well. Your training, virtual education, online education will do very well. It will help your broadcasting and transmission. It will help your telemedicine. It will help almost every aspect. It will help with banking. It will help with payment system. That's how to go about it. Just to create that atmosphere, give you training, create the environment, and then government itself start to govern along that line, so that you can make a complaint at the police station. So you introduce e-governance. You introduce e-governance for almost everything you want to do, including voting. Simple, you can do electronic voting that is very viable. So all that things you will add to it. That's how to infuse ICT to every sector.
All right, thank you, Prince. So Ajanle Koko, a short, brief question for the Prince. Ajanle Koko.
Okay. I have two questions. Number one, Buhari is handing over total failure and crisis to Tinubu. Do you think we can survive another failure after Buhari? Can we survive as a nation if 4 years of Tinubu turn out to be disaster as well? That's number one. Then number two, do you genuinely believe that Tinubu really want to serve that country, considering the amount of money spent from the nomination form, 100 million, to several billions that was spent to get him to where he is today? Do you genuinely believe your own heart that these people really want to serve Nigerian people well? Because you cannot spend such money to bribe your way through, to bribe voters and all the rest. I'm sure they will not do the same too. So do you genuinely believe that you really want to serve that country well? Thank you.
Okay, what I can say one is that Buhari, whatever you say of him, the government is leaving behind. If anybody wants to make a success out of it, he will make a success out of it. There's nothing people are saying about Buhari now that I did not already know when I wanted to run, because I did my background check. So I was even expecting to be worse than this. So if I'm president now, I won't have to do second Niger bridge. Of course, I will do a third, fourth, and fifth Niger bridge, but I won't be doing the second Niger bridge because Buhari has done it. So the Boko Haram and Shekau and other people he has eliminated, I won't have to go back and re-eliminate them again. I will only continue for where he stopped. So every government that comes, they can underperform, but they may not be total failure, in the sense that at least there will be one problem that is solved one way or the other. So they will get an F, but maybe 17%, 18%, but still an F. So, and it's not an excuse for Tinubu or anybody to say, oh, Buhari left such a disaster. That's why I couldn't cope. You knew already what we were coming for. That's why I didn't join Lai Mohammed and Buhari. When they were saying Jonathan left them, we said, I know Jonathan. You should have known. So you can't pretend that you did not know these problems were there. You used it to campaign. So how can you now say you are surprised? Then, I don't know Tinubu's mind. I don't know him. I don't know him. So I can only wish that he wants to serve. And I don't have monopoly of patriotism. I cannot say, oh, I'm the only patriot alive. And the other person is not a patriot. So he may love Nigeria in his own way. So I can only pray and wish that he wants to serve the people and he wants to make history. So even from the point of view of making history, I hope that God puts that in his heart. That's all I can say. I can't say anything otherwise. He may decide to say, he has made it. Let him start raising money for second term and do whatever he likes. That would be most unfortunate. But he may also decide to say, no, I can only come to this world one time. Let me just do my best, so they know that here is a good person. So it's up to him. I can't really speculate on that. What was your second question?
The second question was that what was the question?
I think they were interlinked. The question, they were somewhat interlinked. I think the Prince may have addressed it. Adewole Koko, did you want to? Go on.
I think there are two questions. The one is that can we survive?
Of course, we can survive anything.
Can we survive?
We pray that it doesn't fail.
Like Buhari, can we survive?
So what I'm saying is that we pray that affliction does not strike twice. But this country will survive anything.
That word does not strike twice?
Affliction.
Affliction.
Oh, okay.
It's like thunder striking somebody in the head 2 times in a week. So, the person will be perturbed. Why me? So, we can't have Buhari and then follow with Buhari 2.0. And that was why when we were campaigning, I said to do people will be Buhari 2.0. Because he said he was going to carry on with the legacy of Buhari. So, it's like time for telling you that I will treat you like malaria. Or malaria, I tell you I will treat you like typhoid. You know that none of them, or neither of them is present. So, but I hope not. But no matter what anybody brings, Nigeria will outlast all of us. We will somehow manage to cope. We cope during the Civil War. We cope all the military years. We cope under Abacha. We cope under Abacha's employee, Buhari. So we'll cope, but why should we be looking for trouble? It's like you are having a vehicle that has 4 tires and then extra. You lost your extra. Then the one tire punctured, you keep driving the vehicle. Then second tire punctured again, you keep driving the vehicle. So the two rear punctured. Then you want to go and puncture the one in front again. You never can manage to drive the car home, but you are causing disaster by just making everything worse and worse and worse. So I hope not, but Nigeria will survive anything, regardless.
All right, Adewole Koko, we'll give the final question to
1 minute, please. Yeah, before Kula, sorry, one more.
Right. Yeah.
So, Prince, so what you are telling us here is that we should not subscribe to any excuses whatsoever for the failure of Buhari, because we have some of our people here that give all excuses that COVID.
No, please. Buhari himself is worse than COVID. So
all this happened, and this is why you couldn't do.
No, if you don't want to work,
yeah,
every weather phenomenon will be against you. It didn't come to the farm because of the rain. You know, you can genuinely say I didn't come to the farm because of the rain. But every farmer knows that the rain is good for farming. But the lazy farmer will say, it's raining so heavily. It's like a storm here. I can't come to farm because it's raining. And if it doesn't rain, he will say, how can I be a good farmer? There's no rain to water my crop. So a lazy person will always have a well-fashioned excuse. The lazier the person, the more perfect the excuse they give.
All right. So Kulaka.
One man, can you include on your roster? I would like to make a 20 minutes commentary. 20 second commentary.
No, I'm going to all right. So Kulata gets the last question, and then after that question, maybe brief parting words from Prince, and then but before we let him go, only on the promise to visit us in the short in not too far distance. But Kulata, you're up next, Kulata.
Prince, once again, thanks for coming to join us.
Thank you, sir.
My question, I had a follow-up question on our past conversation, but I have a main question. But I know in the interest of time, let me just go to the main question. My main question is this: like a lot of the outcomes, primary outcomes, let's say maybe SDG, is in the hands of the governors, of our governors.
Yeah,
For
yeah,
example, can you hear me?
yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so it's in the hand of our governors. So, and a lot of blame and a lot of responsibility is, from our people in Nigeria, everybody throws it to the president. We know the buck stops at his desk and all that stuff. But assuming assuming you were elected, how will you be able to like impact all these primary outcomes? When I say primary outcomes, I'm talking about healthcare. I'm talking about provision of basic water. I'm talking about education, because the federal government, how many hospitals apart from all this OAU, THC, Ibadan, the teaching hospital and all, the
There
federal
are
government really does.
there are federal medical centers.
Yeah, those federal medical centers, how many can they provide, and what's the outreach? And same thing with education. Outside of universities, how many federal secondary schools exist? I went to one because it was a military school, but FGCs, I don't even know if those still exist. Primary
Yeah,
schools,
yeah.
barely any federal ones. So how will you, as a president, control those outcomes that are not directly under your control, but you'll be held accountable for?
You see, most things are not under your control. You just have to be in control of it.
How?
One is that the governors are members of the Council of State. So if I want to get the governor to do anything, I will make a Council of State agenda, and all of us will agree to it. So we can agree on Chapter 2 of the Constitution, and we can agree on what percentage of our budget should go into attend to those issues. We can also agree to use regional approach for them. So some of them can use NNDC, some of them can use Southeastern Development, Northeastern, you can use regional collaboration like that. Some of which you can use counterpart funding, because the state love money. So if you say, I put this money down, if you can put this money down, you can use that one to do it. Some of them you just need additional planning, because additional planning coordinates donor programs. So if any of the programs have any foreign donor content, you can use that framework. The governors are also the members of the National Economic Council, so we can plan the economy together. And lastly, there is the power of the treasury. There's only one currency, so no governor can borrow money without approval of central bank, without approval of Ministry of Finance. So because finance, banking is exclusive, banking and currency. So I can use that one to control. So there are many ways you can do it. And then the power of personal example is the biggest magic of all. Don't tell a governor to do something you're not doing yourself. You have to see that you yourself, you have discipline, you have better priorities and all of that. Then they will follow suit. That's the way to do these things. They're not rocket science and they're not difficult to do. Even rocket science now is not difficult.
Everything you said, there's no way you can hold them accountable. Which you should be able to. The executives in themselves, in their own right.
No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Even governors don't travel outside the country without telling the president. Because if you go on diplomatic passport, they need a note verbal. It's government not that simple. That was why it was easy for Obasanjo to be telling the governors, do this, impeach this. The problem with Buhari is that he could not supervise Villa. How would he supervise governors? And the problem of Jonathan was that he was a deputy governor. So some of the governors who were governor when he was deputy governor, some of them were still governor when he was president. So he didn't, it was like he, Ugiadome, all these Obada, Kaduje, they were like colleagues. So he didn't rise to the position that I'm not the president, I'm the boss now. So the fact that we used to be deputy governor together, you are not a governor, are not mates again. Let me caution myself. You saw when Tinubu went to Rivers, Wike started to do his boyish horse play. He told him, I can't throw batters, I'm your president. Let Fawolu throw batter with you. You know? So it may sound like a joke, but that's how you signal your values.
Yeah, but you see,
so
let me
what I'm saying, I'm talking about particle effect that even in America, where we learn this thing from, federal government forces states to put state speed limit. Otherwise, all those Eisenhower highways, federal government will not give you money to repair them if you don't need, because states will set the speed limit in their state. So if you are effective president over your cabinet and all your ministers, and you are very effective, the states will follow your mandate. I've given you. There are a lot of joint funds. When you go to FAC can agree to set aside some money for certain priorities, for certain programs. You can have national benchmark. That was how the Child Rights Act was passed. That's how so many other things. That's how we do modernization now across the state. There's a national program of modernization, and they carry the state along. That's how we all do WAEC. That's how we all obey JAM. That's how all university go under NUC. There's no state in Nigeria that can create its own university and say, we don't care about NUC. We issue our degree. So there are ways you do it like that. So there are many meeting points in government. There used to even be a ministry called Intergovernmental Affairs with Ibrahim Kida as a minister under Obasanjo. And the vice president is the unofficial supervisors of the governors. So he knows how to pinch, he knows where to pinch them. So if you want to have an effective thing, you can do it.
But let me put a practical example.
The fact that, one second please, the fact that others have failed to do it doesn't mean that every president will fail to do it. Some of the presidents are using the governors to raise money. So they are all in conspiracy with them. So when you want to run for governor in Savannah State, they will say, okay, go to Rivers, go and collect money. Go to Lagos, go and collect money. So they have become party, as Fela will say. That's why it looks like that. But if they are united in all these frivolities, why can we not be united on development? Go ahead, I'm listening.
So a practical example will be like out of school kids in a state like Oyo State or in northern states where there's no, there are there are limits to what the federal government can do. And a great example is Jonathan building Al-Majiri School, which essentially was a waste of time at the end of the day. So it just sucks that your performance as a president is judged by things that are really not directly under your control. So
no, well, let me say, Al-Majiri School, like everything Jonathan did, it will reflect Jonathan's philosophy of governance. Because you can build Al-Majiri School, or you can get the state to build the schools. So if you are building a school in my state, and it's a federal program, I will cooperate with you. What is my business? Welcome, Mr. President, with your Al-Majiri School. Because people in your government will want to spend the money directly. So, whereas If you let the states build the schools and you cooperate with them or capital fund that they have interest in it, it will not collapse. So everybody has their style. You learn from the reason all these leaders have failed is that you learn from their failure. And the reason why they have succeeded in many things is like you learn from their successes. So the problem we have in Nigeria is where you come with an idea and assume that that idea must be unique, is new. You have to look back. How did those people who did their own before, how did they do them? So, but there's nothing that a president wants to achieve in Nigeria that he cannot achieve. A president can impeach a governor, can do whatever, I can harass him to so why would you not use positive reinforcement to do things together? Even ministers, are you aware that Jonathan, Yaradua, they will not choose a minister without the consent of the governor. They will tell the governor of the state, whether it's in their party or not, give me name of somebody in your state for minister. Give me 3 names, I will choose one. So there are a lot of interactions. There's ecological fund. There are so many intergovernmental forums. There's police council, governors and ministers, governors and president meet a lot. And if you go to the villa, there's no day that there will be 1 or 2 governors there. And many of the governors are in exile anyway. They live in Abuja. If you want to know, you are more likely to see a governor in Abuja than So somebody says, if Professor Adewole is no, I have Professor Adewole that are related to me, but not that one. We're not relatives.
The former health minister.
Yes, we are not relatives. We don't know each other as relatives. Unless we are relatives without knowing.
All right, brilliant. So I'm happy to wrap it up now. Unless Prince is happy to. So maybe closing remarks from Prince. Yes, let's do it that way.
No, somebody said they had a follow-up question. Is that follow-up question available?
That was Fatai. I was just thinking of you said you'd not eaten and everything, but
no, Fatai, it's too late to eat now. I have a flight to catch in the next 5 hours. I'll be at the airport catching my flight. So it's even a good thing for me. I think maybe it was just because I started and it's too late to eat. It's not your fault. Yes.
All right. So okay, then come in, Fatai.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prince. Actually, the reason it's just a commentary. It's not really a question, and it's essentially a follow-up from the last discussion. And the reason I think I find it important is that I think that the new administration is going to be in that direction. It's essentially what it means by it's going to replicate Lagos in Nigeria. In other words, when I was talking about the trickle-down economics, I wasn't talking it in the narrow sense of whether I just use Dangote as an example, whether Dangote will get jobs. I'm saying like when you create an environment where you have an expansive environment down the line, all those other things. I don't think Tinubu will be building housing estates. So sometimes they criticize him that he doesn't build the hospital, he doesn't build this. No, he wants to.
If he doesn't do these things, he will be a failed president. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, I know, but this is welfareism. This is where we still have to talk about the ism. This is welfare. This is a path.
No, please let us understand something. So we don't use it. Welfareism is not the same thing as investing in the social sector. Welfareism is to try to give people a living without work. That's welfareism. We try to give people a living without work or in lieu of work. That's what the British will do. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm speaking to the broader philosophical discussion. I know this in the micro sense that this is what these things mean, but in the broader philosophical discussion, Okay, you like if you have okay, let's say the way Lagos is going now, eventually companies will come up and build houses and build housing estates. But if you okay, let's say now Jakonde built a lot of housing estates, but down the line, Lagos State is going down. But if you have a different direction like a Tinubu now you are having Dangote, now you're having Glow, now you're having this. Down the line, it will only continue to be better and better and better. Even if you have only 8 years, you can use the 8 years to be building houses, housing estates, or you can use it to create an environment that brings corporations and whatever and make the
Why
space
don't you just
expansive.
do both now? It is this issue of force dilemma. Somebody says, oh, you can use your right hand to drive and your left hand to change transmission. Or you can do both.
You can do both if you're already like America. But if you are like in Nigeria where you need a revolution, it's practically impossible within 8 years to build enough housing estates for everybody.
That kind
And at
of
the same
built it
time,
only within 4 years, and that kind did not have all the resources. He that kind
for
had
years,
that 4 years. That kind is only 4 years. He didn't do second time because Buhari came and do a coup. So that kind
yeah. I know, but I mean down the line they are crumbling. But rather than getting better and better,
how are they crumbling? Are they like?
They don't exist anymore. They don't exist
Excuse me,
anymore.
sir. Are they like pyramids of Egypt? The building have to be no building have to be buildings have to be maintained. Even the Buckingham Palace is not the way it is that it was when they built it. It is maintenance. So Jakarta is not going to come from the grave to come and maintain for you. And if Dangote does not oil the screws of a refinery, all of them will fall apart. Anything built with human hand needs human hand to maintain it. That is just law of nature.
No, I agree with you, sir. But I think when you build the environment, the maintenance will become part of the culture. But if you don't build the
what I'm saying is that you must do all of the above. You must do all of the above. You must have housing for the poor and let the big men like you find your house from anywhere. You must also create National Housing Fund. You can see that Fashola, when he was governor of Lagos, they built Abraham Adesanya estate. They built some other estate too. I think Ambode built some, and the one who is there now will also build some. And even Fashola built federal housing estates in Abuja and some other cities. So always good to build. Always.
I agree.
Yes. So it doesn't stop. So what it will mean is that housing for the poor and the lower working classes will not be done by estate companies. That will be done by government. But housing for the rich, PGC, all of that, they can be doing that. But 2-bedroom, let the government do that for the people. And if you are a public servant, you should have access to one. So from there, you will now know the ratio of housing needs in the country. You know, but like I said, once you elect somebody, it is left for you to let that person do the job. Otherwise, you're just second guessing the person. You know, because this is Tinubu is going to be president from Monday. It's not going to be me. So all I can do is to be an alternative in case the country is looking for alternative. I cannot supplant them.
Thank you.
Zeta, we've not heard from you for a while. Zeta, did you Zeta?
I'm here. I've been sleeping. I just woke up. Sorry.
All right. A man that never sleeps, Enigmatic on D. So, Enigmatic, you're still there. And Kulata wanted to push the prince because I don't think you were quite, you had not concluded in that conversation. So, Kulata or Enigmatic,
Yeah.
whoever. Yeah.
So Prince, follow up from our earlier conversation.
I
I
just
want to know
wanted
your.
to say something
Oh,
to him.
hold on for
Sorry,
Zeta.
Zita.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
Zita,
thought
go ahead.
I thought you didn't have a, but yeah, come in, Zeta. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry I dozed off, but when I woke up, my alarm woke me up. But I wanted to say something to you before you leave, Prince. Thank you, but I would like to see you perform in the Nigerian space. I wish they will give you a portfolio in Tinubu's administration. Actually, I've been looking for a new breed. I want somebody I can follow, somebody I can speak during the next election or in 2031. I really want something new. I really want something new. When I mean new, something new. I don't know if Tinubu is interested in that because I know he has this penchant of after ruling, he likes to pick somebody younger and smarter, very smart. Maybe he's interested in that, but I think I would like to see you do something in the Nigerian space that the whole Nigeria will see. That's all I have to say.
Okay,
I know
thank
you've been
you.
doing something. I know you've been doing something. Most Nigerians don't know. I mean, like having a portfolio, and we say, you remember the agricultural guy when Jonathan gave him a job? Even when the
With
whole of
I didn't do
Jonathan
that.
administration was upside down, he performed. And we all saw he performed. They were carrying money, they were robbing, cooking, everything was upside down, but he performed. So someone can still shine in the worst administration. So it's not whether Tinubu performs well or Tinubu doesn't perform well. I want you to be in that space so that we see you. As of today, Nigerians, I don't think they're seeing you. We want to see you. We want to see the young ones. Thank you.
Thank you. That's up to Tinubu and what God tells him.
All right, and part of the seeing you, of course, is the is this sort of interactions that the prince does, you know. So this is part of the seeing him. So he had to make himself available for us to be impressed by him. So it's because he made himself available, Zeta, that you were impressed. So Kulata.
So Prince, let's go back to CBN. Sorry. So I want to know your own preference. No politics here. What's your preference between having the CBN governor be a developmental economist or someone from the investment banking world?
No.
Which one would you prefer?
Forget about investment banking. Investment banking has
Okay,
no business
commercial
there.
banking. Let's just say banking.
Commercial banking person should not even highest. It should be director of banking supervision. That's all.
Oh, okay. What's your
Commercial
preference?
banking and central banking are not even the same species at all.
Okay, let's just put it a developmental economist. Let's just say some professor, some academic guy, and someone from someone with a banking background. Because both of them they work, but what's your preference and why?
Right now, it all depends on the balanced economic thing. So you look for what you don't have. For example, if I have an econometrician as my economic advisor, I have a sound macroeconomist as my minister of finance, then I could take risk with the central bank. But if I don't, I would want, because I want the bank to run away from me. I want the central bank to be dictating monetary policy while I'll be handling fiscal policy. And I want the traditional balancing act between monetary policy and fiscal policies to be there so that we can have an even keel in the economy. So that if I'm overheating the economy on the fiscal side, the guy on the monetary side will ensure that I don't have deficit finance to do it. So I will caution myself because I have many things I want to build. So you need that person who can stimulate the economy because the finance minister works for the government, but the central bank governor works for the economy. He doesn't work for the government. Sometimes he sees that the government is a problem, so he tries to punish the government by raising coupon rate and everything, and by using allocative efficiencies to caution me. But right now, if you see what they are doing, they are raising the cost of finance for private sector, whereas the public sector is the one blowing the money. So if you look at the MPC when they meet, I look at them. This monetary policy committee, do they even do monetary policy at all? Then when the bankers committee come, they just come like criminals who came to cover up for each other's the cooking of their books that they are doing. So we need to sanitize the whole place. Have a proper board of governors, balance, even within the bank, I will balance it. So if I need an investment banker, he will just be a director, at most deputy governor, in charge of investment banking, so that that person can be the deputy governor for external banking. And he can be dealing with the issue of if you want to issue bonds and other issue, handling issue of arbitrage and things like that. And going around into hedge funds to try to help banks to have a relationship with hedge funds and to look for a cheaper funding for many sectors of the economy. But you want the economist, you want an economist who is sound, very sound, to take a bird eye view of the economy and tell me what I've not seen. So that when I'm looking at the director of research in Central Bank used to be one of the most important persons in the country because they will tell you everything that is going on. So you need that. But the investment banker, no, I mean, I can put you in DMO. I can put you in sovereign wealth fund. That's where your investment banker should be. He knows where to place fund. He knows treasury activities and all of that. He knows how he can create derivatives. So, but I want a central bank governor that can do two things. Defend the naira domestically, that is to say, make sure there's purchasing power parity and lower inflation. And that intersect interest rate. To defend the money, the currency externally by ensuring that the foreign exchange favors us. So that's the job. And check the temperature of the economy. It's not to help me. I don't need the central bank governor to come and help me. But that's what the Emefiele has been doing. Any gap that is in government budget, any amount that central bank will not help, National Assembly will not approve for them, he will go and spend the money on their behalf. The Central Bank of Nigeria is almost insolvent. They've killed all their reserves. And we have to delink the foreign reserve from government. I hear that nonsense all the time. Government will say, it's not your job. The foreign reserve belongs to Central Bank because Central Bank has monetized the one that is chaired at the allocation committee at FAC, has been monetized. So I will delink NNPC. I will not mainstream NNPC budget anymore. I will not mention NFC budget, and I will not. That's one of the criticisms I have of Obasanjo. When he was paying our debt to Paris Club, he used part of our reserve, and that to me is a violation.
That was a waste of our dollars. What he did then.
Oh yes, of course. You should have finished the big Niger bridge. You should have finished the railways. You should have put some of the money in Niger. You should have done this. So we would have been better off. Anyway, he and I have argued on that. I'm sure if he hears this now, he will call me again for another fight.
All right. Ogbeni, you are there. Prince is still with us, and I know you are not satisfied yet. So Ogbeni, and then enigmatic after that. Sorry, before you go, Ogbeni, Princess, can you make sure your mic is switched on? Your device is not connecting properly. That's why I'm not able to put you on the screen. So, Princess, make sure your mic is switched on. Yeah, Ogbeni, carry on.
No, I don't really think I have any question to ask Prince further. Rather than I would love if Prince would just consolidate on building his own political career for now, instead of forming an alliance with the president of the day. Like I've said, I've studied their manifesto. I don't think he shares the same ideology with Tinubu, as if Tinubu has any major ideology. He has once
you don't think he does? You don't think he has an ideology, Tinubu?
Major ideology. And why am I saying so? That is that aligns with Prince's own. And the reason why I'm saying
but they are both left of center politicians. Are they not both left or center politicians?
What do you mean by left or center? Because Prince has just told us here today that we should leave all this zim.
No, it's not ism now. It's the ideological divide, is it not?
Well, it depends. Because
all right.
I've listened to Prince before, and I think he said he aligned more to Aminu Kano ideology, which I don't think aligns with Tinubu's ideology or way of running things. So if that is the case, what I want to see is an adult is that it's someone who will make decision on its own. But I want to see him. I would love to see him developing his own political career, consolidating his gains for now in political space, projecting his ability and potentials more to more people against 2027 and beyond. So by the time Tinubu is leaving, maybe next 4 years or next 8 years, then we have a solid someone to handle or to hand over the mantle to than to join the government. And the reason why I'm saying so is this: we need a sincere opposition in any democracy. And when I say opposition, I'm not talking about the kind of opposition Labour Party is playing presently or will be is playing. What Prince is doing presently, you can really call it opposition. Like if you flip it to UK here, you see Republican, you see Labour, okay, criticizing conservative here with positive criticism, not to pull the house down. Most time you see them giving their own perspective. They will tell you, oh, this is where conservatives are getting it right, but this is where they are getting it wrong. They don't use one brush to just brush the entire government and say, oh, Boris Johnson government, Rishi Sunak government is nonsense. It's not doing anything. Don't mind them. We are the saint, the new saint in town. I see him doing that better than to join the government and then we don't have a viable opposition outside there to check the present government. And that leads me to the question I actually wish to ask him. And this is the question. Now, like I said, we have stuck with Tinubu for the next 4 or 8 years. I'm happy with that because I left Scotland for Nigeria to go and vote, particularly for Ahmed Tinubu in my constituency in Ekiti State. And I'm happy he won. But now we're going to be with him in the next 4 or 8 years. How do you think how do you think you could watchdog the government? Apart from the fact that, yes, you want to correct within your party system, you want to reorganize your party, then prepare for the next election. But in the next 4 years, how do you think you want to position yourself or position your party to watchdog this present, the next administration, which is Asiwaju's administration?
Okay, now, watching people in power is the job of everybody. So even National Assembly is supposed to watch him. Even in the council, in the Federal Assembly Council, they're supposed to watch one another. And the Auditor General is there, Accountant General is there, Attorney General is there, so everybody's watching everybody. Judiciary is also there to watch SSs. And then you have civil society. Then you have different political parties. Then you have other religious bodies, also, so everybody is watching everybody. But the purpose of a political party like mine is to come to power, not to perpetually be one corner watching somebody. So we are more about growing our own membership and offering alternatives, viewpoints, and finding solutions to problems as they emerge. So I interpret them to the people and give them solutions. That is what we want to do, and we are available to do that. And if it requires us to comment and criticize government policies, we will not hesitate. But our party is not formed, and they were not in politics just to be in opposition to watching anybody up and down. It's more like to find solutions to problems and canvas around them.
All right, brilliant. Prince Daddy joins us. He was the one asking this question that was somewhat convoluted, but he's now here in person. So Prince Daddy, I'm not sure. I did not understand this question myself, and I just tried to interpret it in the best way that I could. But you join us in person now. So Prince Daddy joins us for the first time. Princess Rosie joins us to push on the conversation with you. But let's go to Prince Daddy first, because he's this is so Prince his first question. So Prince Daddy, to you.
Hello, thanks, one man.
Sorry, introduce yourself. Tell the prince where you're calling from, and then put a position to him.
Sure, yeah, thanks, one man. Hello, Prince Adewole. Yeah, Prince. Yeah, calling from the state, Oregon.
All right.
Yeah, so yeah, thanks for joining us again. I've been listening all along. I couldn't participate, but great questions and great answer, right? Answers to many of the questions. And in just trying to profile you, I mean, I've seen you on television, different stations. Just to profile you, I mean, you sound like a man that has wealth of information. I mean, you're fairly young, 51 years old, right? But you seem to be endowed with a lot of information about Nigeria. You understand the history. You're versed in law, of course, and economics. I mean, you're pretty sound in economics. You seem to, and you have the ability, right, to be able to integrate or encapsulate all these different disciplines into one. So you're like a consummate leader, I would say, that Nigeria needs in a lot of ways. But anyway, to my question, yeah, you're welcome. To my question now, and I couldn't write such a lengthy question, so I was just trying to summarize as much as possible. I was asking, you are a leader that needs to be in the Nigerian space. I know you try to come through by being the president, right? Of course, it didn't work out. And for what I've learned, it appears that you've learned a lot of things along the way, right? What you did not do wrong, or what you didn't do, or that should have done, right? So it's been a learning curve for you. But and my question is, I didn't really wanted to bring about Akere Dulu, the former governor, or anything like that. Or is
the governor is the governor there now?
Yeah, I wasn't even talking about any governor. I was just thinking that what about okay. The reason why the question came up is because I know many people just like you follow what goes on in America, right? and this governor of Florida, DeSantis, he just announced like a couple of days ago that he wanted to run as the president of America, challenging Trump, of course, the leading candidate. And the reason why DeSantis is of any importance is because it's performed very well in the state of Florida. People like to,
and he has lot of red meat issues.
okay, we get to that, but my point is that his popularity came about as a result of his people touting his accomplishment in Florida, what it did, his policies and whatnot. And that's the reason why it came to the forefront to many people. Keep in mind, just a governor in the Florida, and not that many people across the country know about him, but it's quite popular. So my question was kind of leading towards, how come you don't become a governor of Ondo State, for example, and be a model governor that people can replicate your models, your leadership skills, or your approach to governance? And that would be a good way to showcase what you have to offer, and not necessarily being at the top, being the president. That's what I was trying to
I get your point, but every age, every time, every season provides its own leadership. You could have said the same thing about Trump. Why did Trump not go and become governor of New York or governor of Florida before coming? You could say that about Abiola. Why did Abiola not go and become governor of Ogun State? You could say as far back as Eisenhower. Why did Eisenhower not become governor of the state after they come back from the Second World War? Why did Abraham Lincoln not become governor of Illinois? So there are many pathways to power. Why did Obama not go and run in Illinois against Blugafish and then become the governor? So it doesn't follow. The important thing is that when challenges of the times rise, and you rise to the challenge, people will evaluate whether you have met the challenge or not. So I think that is the approach. And there's no time to waste. It's not about building a political career. It's about intervening to stop a problem. And once you do that, you leave it. So I think the problem we had is not whether we have head offices or not. Is that we've not been engaging the public before. All the good things we've done professionally and privately. So but now we are discussing public affairs. I believe that we want to solve the problems. That go to become governor of the state or anything, that's one approach. But to me, it looks more like a careerist approach. We call it the ladder approach, where one office is the ladder to the next one, the ladder to the next one, like that. And then you end up, you would discover that you will age out at the rate you are going. So I think I'm just okay with trying to give it a shot again. Yeah. Because the problems are normal.
Okay, yeah, quickly, can I quick follow up on one man? That's okay?
No, carry on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, all your examples they follow through, right? I know where you're coming from, and I agree with all the examples you gave, all the people, the persons that you mentioned. But again, you spoke to what I was thinking earlier, because looking at you, you don't seem to be like a career politician, right? And that's why I was going in the route of show us a model with your leadership skills. Just give us something that we can point to and look at as an example that can be replicated. Not because you want to be a career politician or want to wait your turn. No, I'm saying so because I think you have a lot to offer, and I was just thinking, hey, maybe that route would be maybe a more.
I agree with you. Look, you could set up a political party and make a model out of that. You could do anything. You could also look at institutions that one has set up, how they are working, and stuff that they are doing. We'll keep reviewing this, but I want to focus on the national problem the way the states have been balkanized all over the country, I don't have any particular interest in going back to the state, and I just feel underemployed and not really satisfied because I would be, it's like someone asking you to save a deck out of the Titanic. Why don't you just save the ship? Why do you have to save a deck? It's much easier to save the whole ship than to say you save the second deck, save the third deck. You know?
All right, I'll come to you next, Princess Rosie. But before I come to you, Princess Rosie, Prince, after the last time you came, since the last time you came, somebody said to me that your pathway to the presidency, that it has to be a 16-year project. That it has to be a 16-year project. That because they envisage, and there's every chance that Tinubu is likely to serve 8 years. So if Tinubu serves 8 years, there is nothing that is going to prevent the North from taking the presidency again. So that's already, just by Tinubu becoming president come Monday, that already documents the next 16 years of the Nigerian political journey. So for you then to have any real realistic thrust towards the presidency, we know we're out to disrupt the system, but the system is proving very difficult to disrupt. So for you to have any pathway to the presidency, somebody was suggesting to me that it has to be a 16-year project. Do you see why they would say that?
Well, maybe they are political scientists, maybe they are interested in the politics. I'm interested more in the governance component of it. I'm more interested in the policy component of it. I'm more interested in where will Nigeria be in 16 years? Where are we still going to be having hungry people in the next 16 years? Are we going to be having Boko Haram or some sort of insecurity, armed robbery, and all of that? So I'm more focused on that. I know that people speculate. There was a time people thought that Abacha was unbeatable. He was going to become president, and that's it. And people have told Atiku he will be president. So at the time, PDP was saying they will spend 60 years in power. So, and somebody once said that Tinubu will always win Lagos for the next 1,000 years. So all these things don't come to pass. Even somebody said that Buhari was going to die within 1 year. You know, so everyone just speculates. The Okupe once said that APC will not last 1 year in 2014. So let us not leave pundits to be saying what they want to say. Let us focus on solving the problem of the people and reaching out to people about their problem. You know, that is what I want to focus on.
All right, brilliant. Princess Rosie, you came back. Princess.
Yes, thank you, Prince, for staying with us up to this late. Thank you for the sacrifice, and I asked this question when I called earlier, but I think you didn't answer it. My question again is, if offered the opportunity to serve in this government, would you accept it? And if you do, is it in any way going to affect your future ambition to become the president of Nigeria?
Okay, my ambition is to solve the problem of Nigeria. Becoming president is a means to that end. I just don't want to be president. I sit down and say I'm president now. Okay, take my photos. My lifetime ambition has been achieved. No. My major concern is to solve the problem of Nigeria. And I thought that being president would be the best way to do that. If, however, there is a sincere attempt to solve any problem in Nigeria, and you put me in charge, I will accept. If it's a genuine attempt to solve a problem, and it's not another compensation or lobbying or trying to enlarge your coast or trying to, if it's that we have a problem like this in this country, and the problem is important to solve, and you are the kind of person who can solve it, and we will let you solve it. I'll be interested in that. But it's not about trying to work my way to my career and all of that. No. In fact, I look forward to Tinubu solving most of the problem I want to solve, so that they won't be there again. So I want the problem solved. Then they make a career out of it.
Prince, just staying within that space, where do you think your strengths will be best utilized? Just given the sort of scenario that Princess just painted, where do you think your strengths will be best utilized in terms of impacting positively if we were to be offered, let's say, a portfolio or an area of specialism or an area of interest where you feel that both your passion and your strengths would marry to propel the country forward? So if you were to be offered, where would you look to see that offer?
I mean, my ideal job would be to be offered presidency if the man wants to resign and give it to me.
Right.
You know? But anybody who wants to be president will have a better view of the country and of governance. So you will be able to function. If he's well prepared for presidency, will be able to function in any capacity. The most important thing is the sanitary aspect of it. That the person who is giving you the job is not giving you for ulterior motive. It's not giving you for partisan reasons or personal reasons. It's not giving you for manipulative reasons. And that they will let you do the job. You're not just a rubber stamp. So anywhere you have that opportunity, it's between you and God. You do your best. So it is not like auditioning for a job and telling people, take me there, take me there. Nigeria has problem in every sector. So any sector where they are genuinely asking you to go and fix and they are sincere about it and they let you do it, you should do it.
All right. Yeah, Fatai, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I want to come. I was struggling to understand the other time when you said like let me use the term, your ideal CBN governor would be. I don't really know most of the names that you mentioned, but I do know Kingsley Moghalu. But Kingsley Moghalu is a lawyer, right? And okay, he did some postgraduate studies in international relations and risk management. But even risk management at best will fit in the portfolio of investment that you were talking about previously. So I don't understand how is it a fit for CBN governor. The deputy CBN governor was a mismatch.
No. It's not at this level now. You're not looking for a clerk. The best finance minister in Nigeria of all time, Adewole. Nobody before him, nobody after him has matched the record. So lawyers are not a pushover. So for you to be a competent lawyer, there are so many sectors you have to know in your head. So a person who wants to forget about what somebody studying in school, whatever. Look at their body of work. Look at their understanding of issues. You will see that maybe he doesn't talk economics or anything or finance or anything because it's not his area. He doesn't talk. So let us not assume that we're looking for a clerk. We're looking for governor of the central bank. He understands monetary policy very well. He will do quite well, especially if he has a cooperative president who's using to go ahead. So don't look at what.
I understand. But what is his body of work that will qualify him to be CBN governor? I understand.
Go and review his CV, and then we can discuss that. Because if you review his CV, you have his CV with you, you can quickly pull it up. You will see by yourself.
I know he worked at the United Nations. He managed some funds at the United Nations.
He deputized for Sanusi as well,
so
as you recall.
I think that's it. I think that I haven't seen personally.
Sorry, Fatai. Yeah. Did you know he deputized? Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. You're a British or me? Is it me? Is it?
Some of the things you are saying today, BBN, all these things, they are his ideas. He's part of the team. But I'm not here to promote him or market him. If I'm going to put anybody in a position, I will know exactly the target I have for the person, what I want to do.
Is it my internet breaking or
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
you are breaking? You are breaking.
Okay, so it's at your end.
And Prince
So
also.
Yeah, I think it's all that Cyprus. Fatah is in Cyprus, so yes, maybe move around a little bit for a better connection, Fatah.
Can you hear me well now?
Nicosia cheap network.
Look at that. But let's hear from Ajanle Koko whilst you're adjusting, and then we've not heard from Enigmatic. Ajanle Koko come in, and then Enigmatic after that. Ajanle Koko.
Prince, you see all these Nigerian people telling you go and contest from governor, go and contest from local government. They are people that are not ready to take the bull by the horn, and they are not courageous people. When I listen to Nigerians complaining in this kind of manner or careless about supporting people like you, I just feel sorry for the future of that country, because most people that engages in this kind of excuses or asking this kind of nonsensical question are educated Nigerians. Educated Nigerians, not illiterate, not people in villages, but educated ones like all of us on this platform. They are the ones that we chastise you and say, oh, why are they contesting for presidency? Why can't they go and start? Why can't they go and team up with Tinubu so that they can mix up with Tinubu, they can be met up by Tinubu, and so that in the future, maybe Tinubu can propel them for something, for better political career. So I don't get it. It's just like this mentality of surrender is just part of of our life as educated Nigerians. I don't know whether you share that. You subscribe with me in this. With my position, mentality of surrender, completely surrender to failure. People that are mediocre, they surrender to them. They want them to be there. And people like you that are well knowledgeable, intelligent people, they don't want to give them support. Never. They will condemn you all the time. And we have history of people that have attempted to do better, like Ganifa Emi and some other people that have attempted in the past. They never give them support. And like I said last time, that people even in your community did not even support you. They wanted you to give them money before they even vote for you. I don't know. It seems that we have lost it completely in that country, and there's no hope for the future if we continue in this manner. That's my take, Prince. I really thank you. I really salute your courage to come back this evening. Look at how many hours you've been spending with us, 6 hours, 45 minutes. So God will continue to bless you, and God will continue to strengthen you. Do not give up. You and Shore, you believe in that country. You believe for the best for that country. And we that stand with you, we stand with you. No matter what, we're not going to be cowed by this corrupt system and corrupt politicians that most of these educated ones support all the time. Thank you, Prince.
Thank you very much. Well, all of us, sometimes we have, it's natural after many years of sameness, many years of status quo, people tend to doubt. The job of the leader is to inspire the people to say, don't doubt, don't succumb, and don't sell out, and don't give up. So he will continue to do that. The leader can never blame his people. He should always look at, I didn't inspire them enough. I didn't talk to them enough. That's why we are doing this early talk now, to make sure that we get people to a point where they can really psych themselves up and say, look, what do I have to lose? Let me just put my finger here. There's no wasted vote. I will be making.
All right.
Man.
Yes, Wendy.
On the lighter mode, Baba Daniel Kuko still find a way to put Sowore into this issue.
It is impossible for him not to mention Sowore in any.
I wonder why you're bringing Sowore. You see the sagacity here, the intellectualism, the calmness, the realistic and practical approach to issues. And you're still bringing Sowore with his exuberance and everything into this issue. Now, wow.
No, I think Babajani will endorse Prince. I think Babajani will endorse Prince.
Can you listen to them again?
But I think Babajani will see them as twins. I think he sees them as twins. I think
can you listen to them, Prince?
I'm not even sure Babajani voted for
This is the way they behave. This is the way. This is the way.
All right.
I think Sowore as a hero. I see Sowore as a hero, as somebody who has used his life as a down payment to convince Nigerians that we should not fear the establishment and we should not be afraid to say the truth. And so I salute him.
Prince, let me ask you a question about that Sowore space. Because Sowore is somewhat of an enigma. The story that he has been telling for the last 10 years, however long.
Only one enigma.
Who's that? Yes, enigmatic on day, of course. The story he has been telling is the story of a pathway of escape for all of us. But there is something, it doesn't seem to resonate with the everyday man. So, and we've discussed that endlessly here, that why is it that Sowore cannot make that connect between the rhetorics that he presents, which makes infinite sense, and his sequences there is very similar to your narrative, but you're presenting it and we're digesting it, but he's not able to present it somehow. So what do you think is preventing him from his ideas to the connect with the people? Do you see that there's sarcasm there, and why is that so?
The only answer I can say is that Taubman, who you will find I think on a $5 note now, she used to go and rescue slaves from the plantation. And people ask her, how are you able to take so many slaves all the way to Canada into freedom? And she said that what amazed her was not the number of slaves she could take out of plantation, is that she would have taken more if only they agreed they were slaves. So you cannot free people who don't want to be freed. So Sowore can explain, can go to jail, can come out, can do something, until the people of Nigeria themselves make up their mind that they are tired. There's nothing he can do. So he's done it, he's gone to prison, done this, done that. So second thing is that he's angry. And when you are angry, you cannot explain. So it's not only that he can see, he is angry about how Nigerians are being treated and how irresponsible the leadership has been. And an angry person is not the person who will give explanation. So if he's less angry, I don't know whether I can achieve it, because every day, it's also the journalist, it's also the media world. So sometimes when Sowore is talking, what is annoying him is not saying it, because there's some information he's gotten about how why somebody is behaving like this. but he doesn't want to use it to campaign, but it's part of what is annoying him. So when you are talking about somebody and you just discover that the person has just siphoned 100 billion of people's money, even if you are discussing issue of road construction or discussing economy, that additional information you have, it will make you very angry. So maybe he's not a good politician, but he's a good nationalist. And if he managed to be Nigeria president, he will do as well as Thomas Sankara. So I respect him, and I respect his politics. But our politics is different. But I respect his, because his heart is there. And you can never be in doubt that he loves Nigeria. Cannot be in doubt at all.
All right. Enigmatic on day come in.
Thank you, Prince. God bless you for that explanation. Maybe
bless you,
as
sir,
explained,
for comparing him to Sankara.
it will enter their head. Thank you so much. God bless you.
All right. All right. Come in, enigmatic. There's a Prince, for the benefit of you may not. There's been an ongoing conversation on this platform for months. Ajan Lekoko, a real champion of the Shoren narrative, and a lot of people feel that his Aluta sort of politics is good for protest, but it's not good for politicking. So it cannot be an Aluta guy and a politician at the same time. So this is a conversation that we've been battling with for weeks on end. So Ajan Lekoko being very much the #1 fan of Shore, but enigmatic on the come in.
Thank you, one man.
Yeah.
Prince, thanks for spending your time with us today.
Thank you.
It's quite a very honorable thing to have you here. And then in the light of the Hadi Sirika's, fiasco and this executive recklessness and malfeasance because I know him very well. I made a comment here yesterday. I believe if it is possible for Ashwaju to have the courage to probe or to audit this Buhari government, it's probably going to be the most corrupt government in Nigeria's political history so far, even probably worse than IBB combined and Abacha. So by virtue of this is basically speaking to corruption in its raw form. So understanding specific plans and strategies for combating corruption, I believe is quite germane to national growth. And by way of brilliant ideas and reforms, such as strengthening anti-corruption institutions, enhancing transparency in government business and businesses, and of course, implementing effective mechanism to prevent and punish executive or white-collar malfeasance, as I just said. If I'll be asking a question, I'll be putting it like, what will be your concrete steps, or would you take to tackle this deeply ingrained corruption in our system, and to ensure there are far-reaching consequences and maybe precedents? How would you do that?
You see, the first success story is to stop using tips to chase tips. So if you can achieve that, before you can ask any government to probe a previous government, first ask them to stop the stealing themselves first. So if President Tinubu starts on May 29 and is not a thief himself, and Remy, his wife, is not a thief, and Gbaja or whoever wants to be chief of staff is not a thief, and it goes like that, even if it doesn't probe anybody, the natural order of government following things up law enforcement will go and face those people. But it is an impossible position to find yourself where Buhari is probing Desiani while at the same time stealing his own. And then you ask Tinubu to come and probe Buhari while at the same time stealing his own. You ask Obasanjo was probing Abacha while himself stealing his own. You can't do it. You cannot be in that comedy show forever. So the first thing to do is to make sure that you have a government that does not steal. So that stealing is in the past. Then you hand over all the past crime to law enforcement. Then you use the law personal example, and then you can all other measures will work. If the chief executive now and the score team are not interested in stealing, that's the solution. Because people in government are not foolish. They know what you want. They know what Madam wants. They know what she was that wants. And then they are on top of it. That's all. So go ahead.
No. I was going to ask. Just I had a thought as you were speaking. And you're not going to be held to it or anything. But just in can you add a broad figure to how much you think would have been looted from the Nigerian state since the formation of the country till date? Because
I think maybe like looted overall close to $1 trillion.
Sir, my last question is, I believe you are very conversant with the Southeast politics, and probably I should say I apologize for probably drawing you into their politics. But
well, it's our country. If I won the election, I'll be their commander-in-chief, head of state. So it's not their politics, my politics. Anything that happens Southeast is happening in my backyard.
Okay, good. So, and I'm very sure that you read Soludo's op-ed at the peak of the campaign, where he probably had to maybe more or less like draw a pathway or a shot to Southeast presidency, and then he basically alluded to the fact that Peter Obi was, basically playing games to say so to say with the obedience now, and then his action is gonna take the Southeast back maybe 30 years before they could achieve their presidential, ambition. If he fails to become the president, as it is now, it's quite very obvious that he has failed. So, what would be your approach if you have to probably in the future, in the next 4 years, have to work with Peter Obi, and then how would you curate your campaign vis-a-vis this prevalent situation now? I mean, what is happening?
Peter and Charles are very good friends. So why they are advising each other in public is what I don't understand. And all this in politics, you have to see a lot of hypocrisy here and there. When Peter Obi declared for presidency in 2022, where did he go and do it? Was not Soludo was the chief host? Was not Soludo who invited the traditional rulers to come and listen to him? So why did you not advise him at that time? Don't do it. So I think Soludo's issue with Peter Obi is personal. I think Soludo was supporting Atiku, and it was of the view that Peter Obi should have stayed behind to support Atiku. Whether Atiku made him vice president as he did before or not. After all, Ben Obi was the one they used in 2011, and then Ben Obi did not work. So they brought Peter Obi in 2019. And if Peter Obi did not work in 2019, and they want to bring Okowa because he has more money or something, then he expected Peter Obi to wait. So these are establishment politicians. So they are criticizing each other one by one. They don't mean it. They just for position. Otherwise, somebody is well known to me and I want to advise him. He's not on TV. I'll call the person to my house and advise him. So now, Southeast presidency is not my problem. And I have no apology for that. Southeast presidency is irrelevant. Northwest presidency under Buhari has shown to be a disaster. So Northwest has produced Shagari, produced Yar'Adua, produced Buhari. They are not more developed than any other person. They're not even up to average development. Southwest presidency is not relevant to me. They produced Obasanjo, Shoneko, Obasanjo again. Now they are about to produce Tinubu. South produced Jonathan. They are worse off. Last time I was in Paesa, Jonathan's house was flooded. No development, no nothing. So I'm not interested in anybody's ambition to be anything. I'm interested in Southeast development. To make it an economic hub, to make it a homeland that is safe. I can tell you that in Africa, the Southeast has the highest number of refugees. But they won't tell you. They are in Lagos, they are in Port Harcourt, they are in Asaba, they are in Abuja. But where they will not be is home, especially Anambra. So we need infrastructure there. The land is compact enough. The whole of South is like Oyo State. So you can put super highways there. You can put, if you do 180-kilometer highway in the east, it's almost end to end. You saw the one we done in Ebonyi, almost going to Cameroon. So it is possible to develop the Southeast, make it work, reduce crime there, so that people can live in peace. And then let the industrial hubs like Onitsha, Nnewi, Aba, come back to life. And then look for other corridors for development, like Enugu. Enugu will be good for tourism. Owerri will be fantastic for tourism. And then the little farmland that is left, try to replicate Apapam that Opera created. I used to be lawyer to an American company that came to invest in Aba in those days, Colgate of the Colgate USA. And I used to go to Umungasi. There's an industrial layout in Aba that if you take gas to, and you get dedicated power from Adoji power station, and you dedicate to Aba, and you give them investment. I used to go in those days to go and play golf in Aba. So Aba is fun. It's a very good place. So places like Uyo and all those places, Calabar, they were not as developed as Aba in those days. So why are we not going back there? So I think we need to go and do cottage industries, do a number of things there, and reduce criminality and all of that. So where were they when Ekweme, just shortly after the Civil War ended in 1970, and 8 years later, 78, Ekweme was now already being touted for vice president. And he served from 79 to 83 as vice president. And in 1999, Ekweme nearly beat Obasanjo, if not because of military propaganda. So Solomon La and Rimi and all those people, they were supporting Ekweme. It was military that kind of persuaded them and said, look, you want us to go or you don't want us to go? If you want us to go, then give us a military Obasanjo. Then the political class drop Kwame and put Obasanjo there. So Kwame could have been president. As they didn't have any agitation from anybody. So they had all this nonsense to stop. You should just concentrate on development, make sure that the governors that govern you actually serve you well, they don't siphon all your money. Southeast has got the least dividend for democracy in 1999. Rarely any of these governors want to be good. Even Peter Obi, he didn't serve Anambra with diligence. And didn't do the best he could do for them. So it was more interested in using them for banking. So than to put infrastructure there. So even that hall where they were clapping hand for him, that was hall built by Obiano. So Peter Obi used to go to Enugu to take a flight. He and I have taken flight many times. He didn't remember to build an airport.
Can I interject there, Prince?
Yes.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. We've come up to 7 hours, so let Prince round.
No. He said something. I want him to clarify that. He said, Satis got less in. He said,
dividends of democracy.
Dividends of democracy during this republic.
Because they've not been lucky with governors.
They what?
They have not been lucky with governors.
On their Messiah and Savior, Obi, as they want everybody to.
No, Obi, they are not. Obi is just a Messiah and Savior of young people who were not around, who are just on the internet looking for.
It's the problem within. It's a problem within. It's not a problem imposed on them by Nigeria.
It's both. It's both. All of us have the federal problem. Our federal government has not served us. If it has not served you, you can be sure it hasn't served the people in the Southeast as well. But on top of that, Southeast has this bad luck of having misbehaving, underperforming governors. You can take for 1999, whether it's Himaroke Nnamani, whether it's Mbadinuju, whether it's the notorious Ojus of Kalu, whether it's whichever one of them.
But people said Obiano did relatively okay.
Obiano did 3,000% of what Obi could not do. However, I mean, he built the airport there, he did some roads, he did even the place where they were clapping for Obi the other time when he went to interrupt Soludo's speech. It was built by that conference center. It was built by Obiano. So, and he was able to do that because Peter Obi fell out. Peter Obi tried to recover campaign money from him and they fell out. So, the bottom line, what I'm saying generally speaking, is that no region in Nigeria should be so invested in their man becoming president because it hasn't worked. There's no science that says that's worked. Go and find all the towns. Abeokuta, after producing president, head of state, go to Abeokuta. Is he as good as Ondo? It's not. Is that as good as anywhere? It's not.
It's not.
People are still living there the same way they were living the time of Shodeke. And this is no difference. Amos will try his best to improve and put on a few bridges and go. That's all. But nothing that will show that Obasanjo came from there. So, are you telling me Daura, they put a few things there for Buhari, but poverty in Daura is worse than poverty before Buhari came? Go to Otueke, where Jonathan comes from, whether they have a sign that Nigeria is located as they have produced a president before. So, but I'm just saying, I'm not trying to pull people down. I'm just trying to cool people to understand that these things don't make any much difference. You should try to look for good governance and you should start from the base. Local government, if possible, then the state government, then you can hold federal government responsible. So there's nothing you haven't produced. Secretary to government, ministers of various important ministry, finance, this and that and that. The Senate president of many, almost every week, he produce one or the other. So, chairman of party, there's no position. So you produce vice president, only one thing is left. And take your time. You will find somebody will come out and will get it. But meanwhile, concentrate on making sure that those who are governors govern well, and you have basic things going on. And try as much as possible to show love by establishing one or two things. So it's not everything that is for profit. You also establish one or two things at home to balance things so that young people can have employment and things like that. So I don't see any problem we have with Southeast. But the same way I will not sympathize with anybody say it's my turn to produce president. That's how I will sympathize with anybody, whether in terms of religion, in terms of ethnicity. They just concentrate on solving the problems. If you contest against me and you beat me, no, I don't have a problem. But I cannot define my entire political existence to have it to please you. There are people who have hurt the Igbos, genuinely hurt them, like Obasanjo and all those soldiers who went to kill them during the Civil War. That generation may want to atone by do something symbolic, but that's for them. But the average person wants education, safety, healthcare, employment, and whoever gives it to him. You can see the second Niger bridge has been built. I don't want to see it as an Igbo affair, but it's there. It's usable. It's a form of infrastructure. The bridge you don't ask, I don't build me, I want an Igbo man to come and build me. So anybody who goes to Igbo land to do something good, the land will not reject you. So you produce aviation ministers, they couldn't turn they had to contract 2 aviation ministers. So successively, they couldn't put a proper airport, federal airport in the Southeast. The one in Enugu, they awarded wishy-washy contracts. So I'm not saying that the worst of the aviation ministers, but I'm just saying that a thief coming from your town will not have special sympathy for you. He will still see you blind. So the best thing to do is to engage national politics from the point of view of developmental metrics.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Prince. So thank you, Prince. So Prince, it's been 7 hours and a bit now. So I think maybe we've tested your patience and endurance for long enough. And we don't want to push you too hard so that next time we call you, you wouldn't want to come. So
no, I don't shy away from my duty. So I'll come.
All right. It's because we enjoy so much talking to you, so that's why, we're saying, oh, should we cut it off here? Are we pushing him too far? But he seems to be okay. So we've been trying to strike the balance on how much we can enjoy from you before pushing you too far. But I think 7 hours is that's a day's work, isn't it? 7 hours. So thank you for the effort, and thank you especially for keeping to. You said you would turn up. You turned up on time. Of course, it's your quality, but not the quality and expectation of that we have of Nigerian politicians. So a few parting words, Prince, and then of course promise to come see us again. So that's Prince Adewole Adebayo the SDP presidential candidate, as you all know. Thank you, Prince.
Thank you.
One man.
Yeah.
Before we let Prince go, I got a song for him.
All right. Okay.
Really?
I got a song for Prince.
All
Prince,
right.
I don't want you to give up. Because when we have people like you coming out to fight for the soul of that country, you and Showore, you guys must not give up. And if Fela were to be alive today, I believe Fela will be singing song against Nigerian people. You know, he used to sing song against the government. He will, if he were to be alive, he'll be singing song against Nigerian people. So I'm going to sing a song against Nigerian people before you leave. So let me start like this. Nigerian people, as you see them, money, human skin, money, put to tayo, Nigerian people, as you see them, money, human
I don't think the
skin.
There are good people in Nigeria, though. I can tell you. Okay, well, that's a provocative song.
All right,
But
I don't think the Prince agrees. I don't think the Prince agrees.
no, I think that well, in a democracy, you get feedback from time to time and freedom of expression. But my reading of it is that not to pander, but the truth is that a lot of good Nigerians, it's just that Nigerians are not politically sophisticated. Not that they are evil or suicidal. The politics is not, there's no political party training them on politics. The school system has been warped and there are no leaders to give example. So interaction about politics, when I see all these young people, especially the obedient branch, I fall in love with them. I see the passion, but it's like the passion of a dog that is barking at the moon inside the river. Because it doesn't know what the moon means. Why is this moon appearing inside this river? So it's barking. So, but they mean well. It's just that they should not be exploited by politicians. So they won't tell them things. Like I have people who feel passionately for me. And I can just be telling them Solu Monday, and they will be on the street. So if you have opportunity for leadership, you don't exploit the people. Things like that. So it is there also, Nigerians are multiply victimized. They are victimized by the military, victimized by the civilian politician, victimized by civil servants, victimized by the school system, victimized by police on the street, victimized by fellow Nigerians, deceived by the media, victimized all around. They go to embassy, victimized. They stay back at home, victimized. They go to church. The pastor wants to use them. I said, collect your last money. I will talk to God on your behalf. They go to mosque, they cheat them. So they kind of confused. So we need to kind of calm down and try to look at it more the way a psychiatrist looks at his patient. He doesn't laugh at the patient and say, "This crazy man." No, he knows that this person's behavior is either chemically or clinically induced or induced by stress or post-traumatic disorder. So I don't get annoyed with Nigerians. I just try to understand that it means that more of this work we are doing needs to be done. More of this work needs to be done. And more of us doing it, I believe we will get it right. I can tell you, the same Nigerians cooperated with Awolowo and Co. and got rid of the British. It wasn't that easy. There are countries that will not do that. They will say, why should I let the white man go and follow you? But they followed them. So we've tried. This is Nigeria endure civil war. Follow Ojukwu for God's sake. And they were risking their lives. for the war, and some follow Bakawan. And so they've tried. The same Nigerians resisted military during June 12th. So it's just that we have not given them the leadership they can rally around. I believe when we do, even the few in recent times who joined politics, you saw the kind of sacrifice they made and all of that. So Nigerians are there. It's just that you need more sincere leaders who will tell them things that they need to know, not just things they want to hear. So I think I understand Daniel Koko's frustration, but let us help our people. So in conclusion, I thank you for your attention. I thank you for your patience and contribution. And I can say that Nigeria hasn't got a problem without having 3 or 4 or 5 solutions to that one problem. So we have more solutions than problem. It is just the courage to apply the solutions that we know. We're just like someone has a headache, but who says the Panadol is too bitter or it has a weird taste. Or someone who has malaria, they will not take medicine because, or a young girl who has serious infection, but is afraid of injection, doesn't want to take injection. So the solution is there, but that patient doesn't want to take it. So it's the doctor, the nurse, everybody has to come together and say, look, if you don't take this injection, you'll be sicker, you might even die, and injection does not kill. You just 2 minutes, the pain will go. Keep talking and talking. So you don't tell the patient, hey, get out of my hospital. You're too stupid to be my patient. You can't take injection, go and die. No. So we have to keep talking to the people and all of that, and eventually they will get it. So we'll keep talking. And for those who have won the election or are said to have won, we wish them well. We can't sabotage them. We can't obstruct them. We can't spoil their name. We can't demarcate the country. We can't say they must fail before we succeed. No. We should pray for them. We should make them work. And we should give them suggestions. But where they do wrong, we should point it out. We should not approach them because they have won election now. They have become daddy. I start bowing to them so they can give you appointment. Then you ruin their career for them. No, we must criticize them constructively, and we must give them their just due, and we must pray for them, for those who are prayerful, so that they succeed. Because if they solve even the problem of one child, that's one child less to worry about. If they are able to tar one road, that's one less road to worry about. Buhari is not performing, Buhari is not doing this, but I can tell you, when I drive from Lagos to Ondo, I enjoy most of Buhari's roads. And then someone tell me, oh, Buhari has not done anything. I'm kind of saying, well, before Buhari came, I used to take 5 hours to drive from Lagos to Ore. Now, from Lagos to Ondo City, sometimes it takes me 2 hours and a half. So I can say that, I can't say they haven't done well. But when I look at Kaduna Abuja Road, I can say they haven't done well. So I'm not like I'm automatically against them. No. So you will see how easy it will be when you are using the second Niger Bridge now. You will see that there will be no congestion anymore. And when you are doing your next Christmas, people will be going in and out happily. So if you see more of those things, no problem. There are places we couldn't go before Buhari came. We couldn't travel by Meduguri Road. Couldn't go to many places. But I went to those places during my campaign. I was able to go to, I sat and ate in the former headquarters of Boko Haram when I went to Mubi. I sat in the headquarters of Boko Haram and I ate food there. So I cannot say Buhari hasn't done anything, but he could have done better, far better than he has done. So if we can encourage these people to do far better, fine, and then we can still come and compete against them, because however much they try, we will still have an edge over them, obviously. So they don't have to fail for us to succeed. And I encourage everyone, forget about ethnicity, forget about tribe, forget about political party. We're just one. Many of you are rejoicing now. I see them, they are composing song. Ashewaju is not their father. Many of them, if they're not careful, they will take children to the hospital and there will no medication. Many of them will travel on bad roads and they'll have serious incidents. Even though they are dancing now. All those who are doing 10 kilometer, 100-kilometer marches for Buhari 8 years ago, their legs are still paining them now. And they got nothing for it. So don't let them get excited. So the obedient who are crying now, they may even be the beneficiary of Buhari's Tinubu's government if you invest in the right thing. And APC members who are shouting now, if the man doesn't perform, they will be the first casualty of it. So let us kind of be nationalistic about it. So I thank you for your time, and I will be back again. I appreciate your patience. Thank you.
All right, mute yourself, Ajanleko. Mute yourself.
To sing this song for Prince before you leave.
No. I think we're about to wrap up.
That's just the beginning. Let me finish this song.
Okay, go on.
They don't vote you for APC. They don't vote you for PDP. They don't vote you for Labour Party. They no vote for AAC. They no vote for Showore.
Well, no, we've got Prince Adewale or not sure.
No, don't worry. I think we should create a music directorate in this.
Let me say
group
now. Then no vote for SDP. Then no vote for Adewole. Very soon, oh, then go cry again. Very soon, oh, then go cry again. Cry again, yo, we go take them laugh. AAC, we go take them laugh. SDP, we go take them laugh.
Bang, bang, bang.
MOP, we go take them laugh.
Bang, bang, bang.
All right, thank you.
That was the last party. Movement of the people.
All right. All right, Ajanleko, thank you. Ajanleko, the prince has been with
us. He's not in a hurry. Why are you?
All right, okay.
Let me just leave it. You don't want me to sing the song. Let me just leave it. What's the breakup? It's just the closing this thing, and you are breaking it.
All right, go on.
No. You have destroyed my this thing now. I mean, what's the point now? I mean, Prince has been with us 7 hours. So singing for 2 minutes or 5 minutes with him is that?
Okay, go on. Starting from the top again and then run it through. Run it through. Starting from the top again and run it through. Ajanleko, ladies and gentlemen, go on then. Go on. Let's hear it.
I mean,
starting from the top again. You have the floor.
All right.
I
don't know. Let me just forget it. One man. You are.
One man.
We'll do it next time. Let's do the singing next time when there's no. We'll do opening song and closing song.
Me up. I mean, what is it? I mean, I'm just trying to sing for him to leave.
Okay. Sing for him. Sing for him and then.
You can enter studio, sing for. So that we can use it for inauguration now. Instead of
anyway, let me hear our great prince. Great Ife. Great.
All right, guys. Let me thank the prince. So Prince, I want to thank you very much for doing this. So sorry, can everybody mute? So Prince, I'd like to thank you very much for doing this. It's 7 hours and a bit, 7 hours almost and a half now. It's been engaging, it's been compelling. For a moment we lost sight that we were speaking to a senior politician. It was almost as though we were just speaking to a buddy, a friend of ours, which is a real compliment, of course. A man of his words. He promised and he turned up. So Prince, of course, we look forward to seeing you again. You know we do, and I'm sure you will turn up again. And there's so many.
One man,
and
please, before you continue, please, I have just one little advice for Prince. Please, can you continue to drink? Can you continue to kind of hydrate yourself while you're talking? I didn't see you drinking.
There's a thank you, I appreciate that, but there's a way they taught us in the palace. When you want to drink, that's why anytime you see me switch on the camera, there's some drinking going on.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Because we
Yes,
are
I
concerned
appreciate
about your
that.
health.
That's a caring mother point of view. Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Prince. So, ladies and gentlemen, so there he is, the SDP presidential candidate in the just concluded February 25th election. He ran a strong race, and certainly from this interaction, a stronger race in 4 years' time. He certainly has my vote, and as I'm sure he has yours. So, thank you very much, Prince Adewole Adebayo.
It's
Now,
actually Adewole, but that's okay. Thank you.
and by the way, that's my first name as well, Wole. But there it is. I should know how to
Yes.
read my own name. So, but not Adewole Oluwole, but Prince
Yes.
Adewole Adebayo. So thank you, Prince. A real
Thank
delight.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was the Prince. Have a safe flight, and we'll see you when you join us again. So thank you, Prince.
Thank you. Bye bye, everyone. Good morning. God bless Nigeria.
Bye. Thank you, sir.
Bye. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, brilliant. So that was the Prince. So apologies, I wasn't meaning to cut you off, but I just wanted to tide him off. He told us he had a flight, and I wanted to give him just that buffer period for him to have a rest, have a drink, have a snack, So I just wanted to usher him out. So that was that. I wasn't chopping up your music. So let's just do a quick audit of what went on, and then we call it a day. So we do it in the sequence that is on the screen. So Fatai, how was that interaction with the Prince for you? So just a brief word from you, Fatai.
Yeah. I think it was. I think it was engaging. It's engaging. I've seen him a few times. He's very engaging person. So it was good. But I think, but my personal view, like just as a comic, whatever. But me, I didn't ask him to go and be governor. Me, I was asking him. I wanted to have an understanding of his philosophical direction, right? And that's the priority I was asking this question. But I think in my opinion, I think one of the reasons he hasn't really break through so much is philosophically is very micro in details, and not the bigger picture, not the larger picture, right? So I think that, I mean, when I say bigger picture, either you want to let's say you see an article, he wants to sell off the assets and privatize everything, and the big boys who love that, they go along with that. Or you want to be another person, you say you want to big like I was referring to the Lagos, you create the environment and everything like that. And even successive governors will continue to then build up. The environment is set, the architecture is there, and then you build. But I mean, it's okay. You can choose to say, I don't like that. I want to build housing estates. I want to build hospitals now and blah, blah, blah. Right. But if you build an environment, even though you might not build housing estates today, somebody's going to come along, the environment is there, and the space will keep expanding. And that was how I was going into the circular economics. Circular economics in the sense of the expanse of the economy, not in the sense of whether who's getting a job now or because there are many ways to define circular economics. But I think if that is your thing, like as a welfare, I would say welfarist, right? It certainly has a very good grasp of what it's talking about. But for me, I think if you're going to dislodge what the major parties, right? If you are saying I'm going to build the roads, I'm going to build houses, also Atiku can say that as well, right? So it's going to be a little bit difficult to break through, right? But you have to either come as a macro of a worldview of things, right? To show your presence, or you have to be like a corrupt person and go along with them. So he's not a corrupt. He doesn't want to go corrupt person, or he's not even his personality probably. And so that was why I was like, okay, let's understand the bigger worldview of his governance philosophy, right? But I think my own conclusion is that I see him as rather a little bit micro, rather than macro in the governance outlook. Thank you, Oma.
All right, brilliant. So Ogbeni, you're up next. The interaction with the Prince, Prince Adewole, not Adewale, Adewole Adebayo. So how did you find the experience, and does he have your vote now?
As usual, he has not disappointed me. He's a great fair boy. So I never expected less. Very engaging, captivating, charismatic guy, and compelling the way he pushed his opinion through, and very persuasive too. And in terms of his ideals and ideology, I think most of his thoughts, they are ideologically driven. And he has this way of being consistent and idealistic, and also realistic. Now, he's been very consistent because I've listened to so many of his opinions being expressed in different fora. And I realized that I see consistency in his thoughts. You know, even sometimes when you're trying to show probably a kind of contradiction in what he has said before and now, he has this way of reconciling the two together. And so he's doctrine bound and belief driven. That's the kind of leader I think we should hope for in future. That's after Tinubu must have spent his own time. Every leader for his own time. So, but for me, he's mission oriented and he's very hardened and also very devoted, because if you see, it seems he's tired, right? But he didn't want to tell us that, oh, I'm tired.
Sorry, Ogbeni. I wasn't quite sure how to place it because I noticed too that it was yawning quite a bit. So I was thinking, should I cap him off here? Should I cap him off there? But then I'd actually sent him a text that, look, Prince, if you're tired, just let me know, and then we'll wrap it up. But he never got back. But you know, I was trying to strike the balance to see where the balance was, not to push him too far, but to get the most out of him. But yes. But I think 7 hours and a bit, that's a day's work, isn't it? So it's actually putting a shift.
Yeah, it takes someone who is very alluring, committed, and dedicated to do that. A public figure like him, honorably, someone like that would have sent you a message that, see, 4 hours, 5 hours should be enough for me. I have a flight, to cash. But at the same time, I would still say I don't expect less. He has put up a brilliant performance. He should keep consolidating on the gains he has made so far in this election. Why Tinubu becomes our president and lead us for the next 4-8 years, then he should keep himself fit, spending that time when the battle will be handed over to him, possibly. But not sure worry of Baba Danle Koko. I don't buy that idea. It's not a good choice for Nigeria. Maybe in future, when it becomes calm like this man, doctrine-oriented, ideological driven, and not Aluta style of leadership, like somebody who is coming to conquer Nigeria. Maybe by then we'll start considering Showore. So our advice about Jaleko, don't put Showore and this man in the same sentence. They don't fall in the same line. Thank you, everyone.
Ogbeni, you are making it. The mistake you are making is that there is no difference in both guys' ideology. Their ideology, they have the same political ideology, and they want to drive Nigeria with that ideology. So if you are thinking that Adewole will govern Nigeria if he becomes president in a different way, so whatever want to govern Nigeria, then you are not getting the gist right. You see, it is the ideology, and if the ideology that they will use to govern the state. So don't make it is not the person, but the ideology. So go and read their manifesto. You will see that they are committed to the same ideology, and they want to take Nigeria, drive Nigeria on the same ideology. So don't see Showore. If you hate Showore, you just hate him as a person. But if Showore want to govern Nigeria, if you govern the same, if you govern Nigeria in the same ideology that Prince Adewole want to govern Nigeria. So get it right, Ogbeni. Don't stop that hate of Showore. Just stop it.
All right, thank you. So, Enigmatic, you're up next. The experience with the prince. How did you find it? And does he have your vote even more now after this marathon session he had with us? Enigmatic Hyundai.
Yeah. I mean, I tried something this evening to test his flexibility, right? Well, I have to drive into the information technology space, and I was kind of I was impressed. So it seems like an all-rounder, and like you said, basically, and Ogbeni, who is here, who is equally a learned colleague, is when you study law, law is defined as a living cause, right? So it gives you, it sets you on a precedence of a global impressive mindset, basically. And this is quite instructive of Prince Adewole's mien, and then understanding of the socio-political views of Nigeria. So when you put side by side his the sagacity and the luminescence of his global view of issues is quite unprecedented, quite brilliant. And this is a man that you can see as the future of, even I see him as a man of not even the future of the present, of a country that yearns for a shift in paradigm, or paradigm shift in political sojourn. We had an opportunity with him, but of course we blew it. And that was the reason why I said that in the beginning of the campaign, that having not seen the capacity of folks like this, with this, corporate, a global corporate, discipline, then we should, it's better somebody like Ashura to take the trophy then. And that's what actually happened. So we are lucky on this platform to have him. The last time I actually tried to see if I could join the show, but of course I was in transit there. I couldn't make it. But I actually find it very, very relaxing. It speaks from his heart, and it's not the type of person that you will find in political, treachery, or having to deceive his followers, without speaking too much, or probably taking, at the risk of sounding modest. We don't want to compare him with some container, political economists who have pervaded the.
My container don't land. Okay,
Yeah.
now.
Who basically, rode on the naivety and the vulnerability of most Nigerian youths. But of course, we can see the quality, and we can see the the ideas effortlessly. Of course, the people from Ife here, they will say, "Oh, great Ife, great Ife." I'll say great Ife too, because of course, though I didn't graduate from Ife, I was there for a while before I left, right? But regardless of what Ife actually brought in name, right? You can see the charisma, you can see the truthfulness, and you can see the honor that you see is a son of the palace, and is a son from the Sunshine State of Ondo State, the most educated part of Nigeria. You can see, you know, that Omoluabi.
Are you more educated than Ekiti people?
Baba make even Ogbeni will not even compare.
Baba that look I don't look now. Which I want
Omo animo.
Let's just listen.
Omo animo.
Sorry, I just let Coco carry.
Odo State kúkúlẹ̀ méjì tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó break yìí sí méjì.
No, Ajale go enigmatic ilé kó máa sọ ìwé ẹ lọ.
I think Ekiti State has more professors, more learned people than on those states.
Leave that one. Leave that one. That's propaganda.
When Ondo and Ekiti did together, Ekiti was dominating about 70% of the entire civil service. Whether you want to talk about university and everything, but what's enigmatic talking about?
Petition.
Even when I was in school, most of
it's
our
not
professors.
About petition. We dominated everything.
Yeah, even when I was in school. Most of our professors in Ife we are from, they were Ekiti. Most of the professors were from Ekiti. So to me,
America, they talk of Ekiti. Look at this.
All right, bring it on enigmatic. But enigmatic, I don't know if you are deep enough in Yoruba to have heard this phrase. Ajisebi Oyo Lanri, Oyo Sebi Baba Enikokan. So forget Ekiti, forget Ondo, forget if you are not from Oyo Alafin, then you can go and fetch water and come wash my feet. But carry on, enigmatic.
Yeah, so I mean, it's so refreshing that we have politicians who is not only speaking the truth to power, but is speaking truth to political followers as well. You know, unlike we have some pathological liars, you know, some autochthonous, you know,
enigmatic you be silent now.
I mean, Baba, it pains me when you have these, you know, these are the type of leaders that should present themselves or Nigeria needs in perilous moments, you know, in the perilous sludge of the notoriously this infamous smut of, you know, these indoctrinated, unpatriotic, you know, secessionists. We don't want them. Look at this man. For 7 hours, I was glued over here listening to him, you know, basically couldn't do anything because I was so enchanted by his charisma and the way he was actually, you know, pouring out wisdom. You could see it raw. And he was so measured and so conservative, you know, not to actually go to some extent that we knew that he could have actually opened. You know, he said some people, you know, back into the moon from the lagoon. You know what that means? So without much ado, it's a blessing that we have somebody like this in our country, and I hope destiny we bestow this man, you know, a much a robust platform to represent Nigeria at a global stage. And I wish the powers that be politically probably will spot somebody like this, and then they'll probably utilize you know, this is, you know, global fecundity now to bring to national prominence. And I thank you one more for bringing him onto the platform. And I appreciate everybody who have been here. You know, Kulata, Ogbeni, Baba Aja, Mama Z, Princess Rosie, right? Princess Rosie, Baba Ola, and Juden. Everybody and Fatai too. We've done a human job, and we can see the difference. You know, this platform presents. It's a demonstration of Nigeria's, you know, unity of purpose, and then, you know, more or less like an echo chamber of think tank idea makers. So congratulations, Omar. I'm very impressed, very, very impressed. And may God continue to bless Prince wherever he is, and God will continue to be our shield and buckler. Thank you so much.
All right, brilliant. Always well put by Enigmatic on this. So, Ajanle Koko, we always had the expectation that the prince was a gentleman, and now we have the knowledge that he is indeed a gentleman. Very compelling and engaging. I think we were all enraptured throughout the whole experience. I think and I suspect that he would have left this session with more followership than he came in. So Prince Adewole Adebayo, what was that experience for you, Ajanle Koko?
Well, Prince did not disappoint us. He promised us that he will come back, and he came back, and he was in relaxed mood. He was able to expatiate and express his thought freely on several issues, and he really proved to Nigerians, particularly the educated ones like me and you, that you have an option. You have a better option like you, and not the old crap that you've been electing or voting to govern you. So it is now left for us to summon that courage to go for this guy when next that is aspiring for this office. Show intention for the position of president again. We missed it this time. I hope next time we will not miss him. So he's in all field of life, various field of life that matters to mankind, is very knowledgeable. This is the kind of person that should be our leader, that we can be proud of, can beat our chest and say, that is my president speaking, and the whole world will listen. I mean, but he really did well, and we have to really commend him. I believe that when next that he comes back, I believe more people will join us to engage with him. So we have to encourage more people. We want them. We have to start preparing for the next 4 years. We don't have to wait till the 4 years come. We have to invite. So we have to invite other people. Let them come and talk to us. We miss it this time. Politicians are the one that, whether you like it or not, Tinubu is a politician, a core politician that will always satisfy his political circle force before you Nigerians, because those one are his backbone. There is political backbone. Without them, he cannot be where he is today. So we have to settle them first before you. They can talk in the public, talk nice, but behind the scene, when they close behind the closed door, they will, put the cake before them and then start sharing it. And it's just the crumbs that they will throw out for you, the people. Politicians will always remain politicians. So my advice to all of us is that let us start preparing. One man, we have to work hard to bring more people, and we have to continue to sensitize our people that it is time for us to it's time to stand up for our country and not allow politicians to overwhelm us. It is time for us to be prepared. Preparing for the next 4 years. So Adewole has been here. Prince Adewole rather has been here today. He has demonstrated that leadership that is worthy to support and follow. So who's next? Who is the next person? Who is another person out there? We have to keep searching. So that's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Ajanle Koko. So, excellently put by Ajanle Koko. So, Zita, you have been desperate to find that breakout person that is not tainted by the stench of the old guard, a new name of a young age that has brilliant ideas. So, do you think you made that discovery today? So, Prince Adewole Adebayo, your take, Zita.
One man.
Yes.
Before I speak on Adewale, I will score both Adewale and us. The arrangement was a little bit unprofessional, I must say.
No, please. Sorry, Zeta.
Can I finish now?
No, don't finish. No. I'm inviting you to speak on. I notified the prince that whenever he felt it was up, and the prince it gave the indication that he was happy to carry on. So I just speak to
the. No, you would have given him time when you were invited.
No. Sorry. Do you mind? Give us your just the experience
fine.
of the
It's
prince,
okay.
and then
Fine.
Yeah.
I see him as not 100% a politician. When I see somebody like that, I see them like 2 in 1. Like, they are politicians, but they are the other one, just like Tinubu. Tinubu is not 100% politician. I've noticed people think he is. He's not. The guy, when he came out to contest,
why Tinubu is not 100% politician.
He's not 100% a politician.
No, tell
I
us.
will explain that one day. This guy, when a politician became
now.
Can I finish? It's my turn now, please.
No, I'm just asking. You won't explain it now. That why politician?
I don't have much time. Other people have to talk because it's far late in the morning.
All right.
When a politician is consistent and you hold him by his words, he's not 100% politician. Politicians are most times not consistent in their ways. And most times, you can never hold them with their words. They say something, the next day you ask them, they're saying a different thing. So in my analysis, when I encounter somebody who call himself a core politician, but he's consistent in what he says, and you can hold him on his words, then I don't call them 100% politician. That's for Adewale. Secondly, I like his command in English language. I can speak well, I know now, but I know who does. Third, I like his stamina. And then the fourth thing I will rate him on is his ideas. Fatai said in micro, if you look at Nigerian economy, it soars with micro, not macro. And if we can get a president who can handle that area very well, it's going to boom and everybody will be happy. I like his vision too. But the only thing I will say is that he's not well known. I want him to come out in a space where more Nigerians will see him. But he's good. I think I like him. And I have my eyes on him. I think I like him. I really like him. I'm looking for somebody like that, you know. I didn't want anybody to push anybody to me with lies and disease and propaganda. I was looking at 18 of them. I liked him. I liked the other guy, although he has a little past that I'm not comfortable with. But I think I like this guy. Let's follow him.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. And to that space you were referencing when you started off, it wasn't any attempt to milk him or anything, if that was the reference. I checked with him all the way through if it was okay to go on, both on screen and in private, and he was happy to go on. I've seen him do a 10, 11-hour session. So, and I suspect that he wanted us to hold him just to the spot that he could then have a bit of a rest and hop on a plane. That was the impression he gave. To you then, Princess, we don't often see you, but whenever the prince turns up, you turn up. So, Princess, rather, I suspect you are the #1 fan of the prince. So, what was that experience for you, Prince Adewole Adebayo, the SDP presidential candidate?
Anyway, one man, thank you for inviting him to this platform. For me, my opinion about him is like I'm kind of very impressed about, his knowledge. He's very knowledgeable, well read. And the thing I like most about him is he's very humble. You can see that humility in him. Some people, they are nothing, but the way they talk, they portray themselves, they are this, they are this, they are this, But for him, with his knowledge, with his experience and his exposure, you can see humility in him. Because imagine him saying that, oh, I'm not the only one that is wise. I'm not the only one that is good. There are other people better than me, The last time he even said, even my wife is smarter than me. Most people won't say that. They are just all about themselves. And then I noticed also that he must be very smart because, you can't keep somebody up 3 to 4 a.m. in the morning and yet the brain is working so right. You ask him question, he's very articulate, he answered those questions. Just, giving you the right answers. Not saying not a loss for word, not searching for words, and not speaking too much big grammar. He's going in simple ways, explaining himself so you could really understand what he's saying. I've listened to a lot of presidents talk. Most of the time, they dodge the questions. You ask them this, they are running after another thing. For instance, I'm sorry to say, look at Peter Obi. When you ask him any question, it's like, sometimes you want to wonder, did this man ever go to school? Why is he talking this like this? You ask him about A, he's talking about Z. From consumption to Z, production to consumption, or whatever slogan. But look, but look at this guy, very articulate.
Production.
You're looking for trouble now.
I know the obedience will come after me. But when you see something that is good, it's good to talk about it. It's very smart, very articulate, very knowledgeable, very well read. It's grounded. When you talk about science, is there. When you talk about technology is there. When you talk about economy is there. When you talk about law, that's the type of people we want to kind of represent us. Even look at Joe Biden. He's the president of the #1 country in the world. You talk when they are questioning him, he's not. Apart from his age, he's not very smart. He's talking here and talking there and this. I know Obama was very smart, but
don't talk to our president like that.
No. I'm going to say the truth.
Look, Biden 10 years ago is not Biden of today.
But that's why I'm saying
that's old age. It's old age. Biden 20 years ago, 15 years ago, very smart man.
To me,
Prince Adewole mentioned it as well when he was.
Yeah, to me, I think he reminds me a lot about Obama. Obama was very smart too, very articulate, and he would answer the questions and stuff like that. Anyway, I'm very impressed, and I just wish him the best. To me, I just think people like this, they will make good presidents, but the problem is, would they ever be given the opportunity? That's my own. Anyway, thank you, woman.
Yes, thank you, Princess. And the build up to that opportunity actually starts with spaces like this. And I think the Prince recognizes that that spaces like this are amplifiers where he can come and engage, and people and then people can then form a followership behind the narrative that he presents. But you were saying how impressed you were. There was a moment that actually struck me. We were about 5 hours and a bit in, and then Ogbeni came in with this multi-layered series of questions. And I was waiting to see where he would stumble. But then he went through those layers when he was feeding back, he says, positive, negative, and he went through all of them, haven't endured. I couldn't even remember half what Benny said, but he went into them stage by stage with a comprehensive answer. So certainly a functioning brain. So another functioning brain, Kulata, of course, but were you sufficiently impressed, even if somewhat intimidated, by the masterful performance by the prince, Kulata?
Please, sorry, Colata, before you, let me just say the last word. And that's the type of substance Great Ife produces. Thank you.
Look at that.
Not today.
Not today. He went to Ife now. Why will I be surprised? He's one of us. I'm kidding. Of course, this is the fourth time I'm talking to him, so I'm kind of like used to him now. So I concur with what everybody has said, but there's a problem. He has a problem. His communication style is too cerebral. He's not gonna create followership with the way he communicates. Is maybe Fatah even alluded to he said micro, but I will say he's too detailed. It's too detailed that he will. I mean, he will only carry.
Is that not what we want? Is that not what we want?
Shebe Magic in land now. It's too detailed. Let me land the
okay.
Let me land. We're talking about leadership followership. It's too detailed that it will not command leadership because many people will get lost in his communication. His communication style is not suited.
Please,
it's not suited for.
Please, if I may say something, I don't think
it
will be. No, please, let me just say this for a second. I don't think he will be this detailed when he's talking to everybody. I think maybe he feels
I've seen him in multiple forums. This is his style.
Okay.
Is that not the criticism we leveled against Ashore as well? Just
this is his style. Is very pedantic. It's very detailed. It can get fastidious. Like you will not be able to follow him except you to have egghead inkling. So while he knows his onions, like of course it's a great effect, that's expected. He knows his onions, but leadership is more like inspiring communication. Like you talk empty talk, but you make people feel elated. You make people believe in you. Peter Obi, as dumb as he is very good in that. And that is what people want. People want the pastoral kind of communication, people that can inspire hope. If you can inspire hope, maybe you need to be fed. If you can't be fed, maybe you have to be an enigmatic, But this style of lecturing kind of conversation is not going to buy you followers. I'm sorry. It's not going to buy you. It's going to buy you some fans like us. Like I love him, but
sorry, Kulata. Is it not horses for courses though? In the midst of us, I think he has the expectation that we want a more expansive sort of a narrative than just a snapshot and vox pops.
But then when it's about us.
Yeah, but when it's in the, I don't think when it's in the market square speaking to Yalata and whatnot, it will be highfalutin.
I've seen, like I said, this is not the first. I've seen him in interviews. I've seen him in public. I've seen him in many places. You see, that's his nature. That's his natural style, and he has a lot to say. He has, in fact, let me put it this way. He has too much to say. Too much. It's like at work, you have the worker bees, the analyst, the consultant, the senior consultant. People that'll do all the work. You just need to be directional. All right, all you guys go do. So he's more into the worker bees mode of communication, just focusing on a lot of details that it may border to unnecessary if you're looking at it, if you're a big picture person. So he has to inspire. His communication has to be inspirational. It is not inspirational. His communication is very methodological. It's like you're teaching. He loves teaching. He will be well suited as a professor. But that leader, that charismatic leader, that public speaking leader, like Hitler, when you see a public speaker, look at pick a pastor, pick Chris Oyakhilome or something.
Or even
They may
Obama.
be,
Even Obama.
or Obama. They may be saying empty rhetoric, but the style, the inference, the way they drag this word, the way the volume, the way it draws you closer. And they may be saying total banal nonsense, but it's just that style. So Adewole lacks that style. He lacks that, that magic, that hit factor. It's not there. And I'm being honest.
No, it's feedback, isn't it? It's feedback.
It's feedback now, yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Kulata. So let's go on to Jordan.
I don't know what Kulata mean by his speech is not inspirational. When most people that heard him for the first time, we say, wow, where did this guy
They
come
like
from?
him because he's intelligent, like a good teacher.
Hold on. They will say, where is this guy been? Where is he coming from? I mean, who is this guy? I've never met somebody intelligent as this before among our politicians. This is the person that we should support. So what is inspirational than that? That says so. Miss what's the name of our lady here?
Zeta.
No, the
Rosie.
Madam Rosie said the same. And so many, even that the obedient says it's just that those one, they know who they are, those one are stated to obey. But all of them acknowledge that, look, you have the best we have ever seen. What is inspirational more than that, Fulata? We just want to look for excuses to run down some of these bets that
I've said what I will say. I'm not even going to.
Excuses.
It's not excuses. If you do courses in communication style, aspirational leadership, you will understand what I'm talking about. But no problem. Let's leave it.
All right. Let's go on to Jordan, who joins us. So Jordan, you came in just. Sorry, who's that? Is that you, Jordan?
You don't have to. You don't have to wait for politicians to come and lie to you before they are inspirational to you. Is that what you are looking for?
It's not lie. It's a speaking style.
Hold on. Like consumption to production. That is what you see as
it's effective.
Can I?
Yes. You're up next, Jordan. So Jordan, you came in laterally. So mute yourself for a moment because we're getting static from you. Mute yourself for a moment, Jordan. So you came in laterally, just as the prince was leaving, but hopefully you heard sufficient enough from him in the background. So the experience, the interaction with the prince, a lot of people were impressed. I certainly was. Were you? So Jordan, let's hear from you, Jordan.
Yes, thank you everybody, and for letting me in. I actually have. I came in not too long ago. I actually didn't listen to him while he was here. However, I have been in another forum where he was also invited a number of times in Dr. Damage's show where he was invited, and so I've known him. And beside that, I have also followed, throughout the campaign period, and just like many of you have rightly said, he's a man that meant so well for Nigeria. A man that honest and progressive-minded people would have loved to be a leader of this country, of Nigeria, to redirect us from, what we are presently having to a place that many well-meaning Nigeria would like to be.
And then my question was, I just asked a question at the comment side that if we have such a man like this, the Yoruba people, Yoruba friends, brothers have such a man in there, as a son from Yoruba land with such an impeccable character, honest man, very intelligent and knowledgeable. Then why then many of us, many people have opted for such a trash like Tinubu, who has, no pedigree, everything around him is shredded in secrecy and fraud, just everything about him is enveloped in fraud. Yeah, I know this. I mean, many people here may not agree with me, but that is not just my opinion. Majority of Nigerians, this is their opinion. I wonder why, opting for such a man that almost is even, it's not coherent, is, having brain dead or something, and then it's going to be the man that will run the affairs of Nigeria, a man who, right from the primary, he was, continue to carry out fraudulent practices that is against electoral practice, just because we live in a country that anything goes. As long as you have your money to buy over anybody, you can get anything in Nigeria. Otherwise, at the primary level was when he and the PDP, APC, all of them would have been disqualified for all the money they were using in buying votes and coercing people to vote for them. It's to me, it's very sad that I know many people are benefiting from the system of Nigeria, from the system that is going on now in Nigeria. The fight in Nigeria right now is a fight between light and darkness. And no matter what, light will surely conquer. For those that are marinating and jubilating and glowing in the so-called supposed victory or INEC nominated president, Chief Bola.
Truly,
it's just for a while.
No, sorry, Ola. I just want to run it through now. 8 hours.
It's just for a while. Yeah, it's just for a while. Okay, if he's inaugurated on Monday, well, that probably will be a miracle. But I tell you, it's just for a few months. The rightful person that won the election is going to be there, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. It's either you have to accept it or you do whatever you want. But definitely Tinubu will never be president of Nigeria. God forbid. And God forbid everybody all the people that are supporting him and APC for all the evil they have meted on Nigeria for these 8 years. Well, I just hope God will touch you guys, as many that are supporting him, to, begin to have a rethink, because light and darkness light will always conquer darkness. That is the truth. No matter how, it might take a little while, but surely light will overcome darkness. Okay, that is the fight Nigeria is fighting today. A fight between light and darkness, between the old order and the new order. We all want Nigeria to progress, and Nigeria cannot progress with a party for the past 8 years that have plunged Nigeria into the kind of pain and agony and misery Nigerians have been to today. All our young girls over there in Nigeria, they're all prostituting, hook up and everything because of hardship that this same party, people here are praising, are marinating and, calling Bola Tinubu a genius or whatever. The same people that have brought all of this misery to Nigeria. In an election that about 100 Nigerians died, people say it's a credible election that Bola Tinubu won the election hands down. To me, it's just so sad. It's just so sad. It tells about human darkness, the darkness of so many human beings. If people
please, can I interject for a second, please?
No. Let him have it. Let him have a monologue. Carry on and bring it home.
Monologue. I've just finished what I want to say. Whoever that want to say something,
Please, I have a question.
You know what, Princess? We're 8 hours and a bit in, and I need to come off. I need to come off the computer.
Just for a second, woman, please.
I am not dreaming. 1 second. I mean reality.
1 second, please.
Woman. For too long,
please, I just have this question. I just have this question. To this person speaking, are you facing reality, or I'm sorry, are you delusional? This guy is going to be sworn in on Monday, and you are saying it's not going to happen? I think you're being delusional.
If he manages to be sworn in, okay, it is only a matter of time before a few months, Tinubu will be disgraced out of office, and the rightful person that won election overwhelmingly by Nigerian, and the mandate Nigeria overwhelmingly.
Okay, who is that person that won election?
No, please, everyone, please. All right, thank you, Jordan. So we have that to look forward to in the future. Yes, we have that to look forward to in the future. So
we can't allow a corrupt and a drug addict, a drug
baron. Okay, it's my come back you.
So you're going to disgrace him out of office, right?
We heard you.
You're going to disgrace him out of office, right?
Yeah, but when Pilata was calling somebody else a dumb person, and when all of you are speaking all those
you had the freedom to express
yourself. Be ashamed of yourself.
Hold on. Wait, Jordan, hold on. You had the chance to express yourself. Nobody stopped you. So you are entitled to your opinion.
Sadly enough, all of you are
So do you want to have a conversation, or is this just a rant? So you are entitled.
I am saying my mind. I'm saying why are you
and you said it for a good while. I actually allowed you longer than I would. Chap, settle down. It's not a badgering back and forth. I actually allowed you more space than I did everyone else, just because you wanted to unbundle that. So you unbundled it, and you have your say. So you're entitled to your politics, as others are entitled to theirs as well. So it's just politics. It's nothing personal. So let's go on to Ola, your remarks.
Yeah. One man. Yeah. It's unfortunately I was unable to come online in time to ask some questions, but like I told you, we that are busy with election these days, so I was listening actually to everything the man was saying. So I think he talked very well. I think I learned from him, and the more we can get people like him, I think the better for the forum. You see, the thing is this, like part of what that man debunked today, this is what someone has still talking about someone, the owner of election or whatever, the owner of mandate. Because one thing is this, facing reality is different from where someone is still having some kind of dream, infatuation, and some other stuff. So from what I could get from this man, he's such a man that can easily accept his own faults and say the truth. Like even when Adewole Adebayo was even trying to say, oh, Nigeria will not do the right thing. See the way that man just talked. You don't blame a child for not behaving very well. You blame the parent that refused to train to train the child how to behave within the society. It is the duty of someone that want people to vote for him to convince people. It's not the duty of anybody to start blaming Nigerians for not accepting you. It's just a matter of you selling yourself, and people actually really believing what you are trying to sell. So if you do not do well, nobody will believe you. You see, people, the person that won election today, he has been on this thing for a very long time. He invested a lot of political capital, and he's reaping it now. Even we are talking of someone that even knew the right time to not even engage. That know that okay, for example, 2007, the guy knew quite well that it was not the right time, and just tactically the guy withdrew. In 2015, he knew it wasn't the right time for him. He tactically withdrew. That's how politicians behave. That's how when you want to win things. So comparing him and Showore, I think to some extent they are still within the same category. Even one may be cooler there. No, don't let me use that word. Someone may try to be more tactical, and someone may sound to be more experienced than the others. But to me, overall, they belong in the same political class. They are still learning. They are still learning the trade. Yeah, there's nothing wrong for you to contest and become the president immediately. But all we are saying is this: go and build your base first of all. You can't say that you want to become president and the next thing you are targeting. I'm not saying you should not target, but make sure you have enough support. That's what Tinubu did over time. Tinubu built some kind of leaders. He put them in key positions. And when it was time for him to contest, when others even tried to stop him, those people that he already positioned were even the one helping him, working for him, to the point that even Buhari that even wanted to impose his own candidate. The people stood up against Buhari and told him, "Oga, no, you cannot do this. We are, you say, if anybody is going to become the president, it's going to be Tinubu." Those are the kind of political capital you build over time. So, to me, he spoke very well. He spoke very well. He taught us some things. He taught us how to accept defeat and not to deceive ourselves and not to claim what never existed. Like saying one will be with claim. Okay, good luck. We claim. If we claim, let's see how many decades, maybe in 30 years, in 50 years, anything can happen. So a miracle can happen. So Ajale Koko, that man really dodged your bullets. Let me tell you. So
No,
he
no,
didn't
don't
support.
invite her. No, sorry, don't invite Ajale Koko
No,
into a
I'm not
conversation.
inviting Ajale Koko. I'm
Yes,
just no.
round it up in a
This is
couple more minutes.
one man giving my own time. Oh.
No,
You
no,
know, say,
I'm 8 hours and 8.5 hours are all now. Yeah,
okay, then next
yeah.
time, then okay, that's okay.
All right, thank you, Ola. All right, so Remy, you're up next. So a very short, just commentary on the session. So just make it as brief as you can, do,
Yeah,
Remy.
yeah. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and happy
Good morning to you.
Happy Children's Day. I listened to the guy for some few hours, but not for totality of all the hours he spoke. For me, I see a principled man who will not bend his will, which is good for him. But politically, I'm sorry to say he still have a lot to learn, especially in the especially Nigerian politics. And I also think I agree with Kulata. The delivery of his speech is not totally inspiring enough. Although this is the second time I'm listening to him, I mean inspiring in the sense to convince me to say this is another person I might probably vote for or maybe work for in the future to become the president of Nigeria. This might find what I want to say now might be a little bit low, but I think in Nigeria, people still want to see your performance, what you have done in the past. And Nigerian people judge you not by private or professional work you have done, but by the public position you have held before. So all of these guys, I think I think they should have gone to something like go for gubernatorial election first and build on their resume. Because most Nigeria will not know you, even if you're a bank executive or you are a top lawyer, but we want to see you in the public space. What have you done? That is one of the things that is affecting Shawore, apart from not really having that oral skill to make people to believe in him. Because when you are going for election, you are not going for election for the youth alone. You want the elderly to vote for you. You want different mindset to think about you and vote for you. I see him as a candidate of the future. If he can manage to put himself in the mainstream politics, but if he have the idea of just remain in SDP, I think it's not going to be easy for him. But overall, an average performance from a principled individual. Thank you.
All right, well put, and thank you for making it so brief and to the point. So the final word goes to Prince, fortuitously now. So Prince Daddy, Prince Adewole Adebayo, he spent quite a long time here. So the stamina itself, I wonder if Tinubu could have spent even 30 minutes before he had to get his booster shot. But there he was, the Prince. What did you make of him, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, thanks, one man. Yeah, Prince Adewale it was very good in his delivery, I would say. Just like I mentioned to him, It reminds me of this character in the movie, the Count of Monte Cristo. It happens to have is very versed in different fields, I would say, from I don't know, from banking and of course law, even the sciences. It's not that like shallow conversation. You can have a real robust conversation with you, even though you may not be an expert in it. So I give him a lot of credit for that. He has a good sense of Nigeria's history, which is great. You can talk about the Igbo land to the Yoruba land to even to the north. So it's a well-rounded individual. I like his personality, his demeanor is very humble. Um, it's I was just trying to give him kind of a leeway, so to speak, when I said perhaps he could run to be the governor of Ondo State, not really become a governor, but somewhere or a platform whereby he's able to showcase his talent and his leadership skills. That's what I was trying to allude to. But nonetheless, I mean, I'm glad as a Nigerian. He has a brighter future in politics or whatever he wants to do, of course, in the country. But to the issue of him not being charismatic or being a great speechifier like perhaps Barack Obama, who is not as smart as Adewale is, Prince, I would say that it's quite interesting. As we know in politics, I just learned, I would say, somewhat from politics in Nigeria to America. It doesn't matter who the candidate is, really. The platform whereby the candidates uh, comes to compete is what matters. If Adewale, the Prince, was on APC platform or PDP, I think it would be a great force. Keep in mind, Barack Obama was nobody. Okay, nobody knew him. He came from nowhere. He came on a great platform and was able to. The platform was able to showcase him, and that's how he became the president of the United States. So let's not to be too focused on his delivery ability or if he's a great speechifier. Let's just no. It's again, if he came on a different platform, not the SDP, it would be a formidable candidate to have to reckon with, and that's just the reality. What else about him? Yeah, to keep it short, yeah, I wish him the best. Absolutely, I think he should continue on this path. And one thing about him also, unlike maybe someone like Shore or Peter B, and this one thing I've noticed about him that seems to be consistent is that is more than happy to give credit to whom credit is due. And every time we keep asking him a question about the election, he's always quick to say, "Hey, the winner, Tinubu won," for example. So we're not going to go by what I think or by my own manifesto or policy. We're going to go by what Tinubu has promised to do, not what we want this time around. And I like that a lot because he recognized competition and he recognizes game. That, hey, now this person I was warned, let's rally or let's look up to that person and challenge that person based on the person's promises, not some um frivolous stuff like consumption to production jargons, and that gets people riled up and they think they have a leader. But and again, Adewale is a man, well you know is a man that will appeal to people that are willing to be more involved to learn. But and I mean, if I was 21, also 18, maybe I would jump on Peter B's bandwagon because he had this fanciful phrase that he uses all the time that means nothing, absolutely nothing. Okay, the man is not smart. That is Peter B. You can tell already. Watching him on television to just explain simple thing like
Not
the,
not
the
only
fever.
not only is he not smart, some people will actually suggest that he's actually quite dumb. But
Well, I like to be respectful, so to speak, but I mean, I just look at him that he has nothing to
You can
offer.
say it now. Peter Obi is a dunce.
it's dumb now. So what are we? Why are we not even? Why are we afraid to say it? We've seen it in so many. He's dumb. Yeah, I mean, we are eggshelling. He is dumb. That's
Okay,
just the
well,
thing.
I'm not going to debate that, but I think was it
Yeah,
Colata
but
or somebody else?
one man I said
He is
that
Quick,
not
also.
actually. Obi is not actually, to be honest. He is not.
no,
If
no.
he's able to
Okay,
manipulate,
I want to use
if
that.
he's
The
able
word
to
I like to use
manipulate
for OB
obedience, we
is
can't say he's dumb.
No, the word I like to use for him is crafty. It's very crafty. I like to use that word to describe him. Okay. Yeah, I can agree with you, he's not dumb. But see, actually, I do agree with him that he's not dumb. But the problem is that they try to present Obi as this smart genius. I like you guys are kidding yourselves. It's
Can
so far
someone
from
that
it.
can't answer a question, direct question, simple
Yeah,
question,
but you
is
know
this?
one thing also, I give it a bit credit. You know what? Because he went to University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and studied philosophy. Have you ever seen Peter B try
How
to?
many years? How many years did they
Well,
spend
it
there?
don't matter. But Peter B has never spoken or tried to present his argument philosophically, mentioning great philosophers like Kant, like Hegel. It doesn't have no background of those people. It shows how much you know. It's not a
And they studied philosophy. Look at
yeah,
that. Yeah.
So
exactly.
are you sure he went to school?
Oh, he did. He said it. He went to University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and studied
I doubt
philosophy.
that.
But he never presented, well, because he knows that he never presented himself as a philosopher or somebody so learned. But anyways, thanks, one man. Adewale is great. I don't think he needs to be. I mean, of course, we all can improve on what we do. Eventually, maybe it becomes a really great, speaker, whatever. Great, but he can become a president of Nigeria. It does not have to be the great speechifier. Come on, Buhari. How great of a speaker is Buhari, or how
Prince,
great how Jonathan was?
Prince, Prince.
Yes,
If
yeah.
Adewale is going to stay in SDP, he has to be charismatic to gain followers.
Well,
Period.
that's
But
I agree with you. I agree
Buhari
with you,
was saying
but
top to bottom. Is that what we want?
well, I agree with you, and that's what I'm saying, that the platform is more important than the candidate many times. Okay, so SDP, but SDP forming, coming together with maybe smaller parties and become this large, conglomeration of different parties can become a big platform also. Who knows the future? But thanks, one man, and thanks to the Prince.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you. And the final word goes to quite curiously, fortuitously, Prince. So actually the final word doesn't go to you, Prince. The final word will go to Portable. But before we hear from Portable, let me do the administrative stuff. The super chats that did come in. Jafar came in with a question to the Prince. Alexander Akashe came in with a question to the Prince. Prince Daddy himself, both in super chat and then literally in person, came in with a super chat question to the Prince. Ayo just rattled off the super stickers. He doesn't go through the labor of typing. That is for plebeians. He just throws the money. So that's Ayo doing as we know Ayo does. So that's Ayo keeping the light on the platform. So just endlessly as super stickering. So that's Ayo. And of course, you know that he backed that super sticker up, those super stickers up with the Buy the Coffee thing. Shegun Hunter, he joins that space as well. So thank you, one and all those that did that. So thank you, one and all. So the final word now on the session goes to Portable. So thank you, everybody, for joining. We'll reconvene later, 9:45 UK time, be there, be square. Portable. Báwo ni bàbá yẹn ṣe ṣe ná?
Nigeria, my people, they don't leave me. Now me they shout up and down, quote Tinubu. Anytime I post Tinubu, they go insult me. I see they post them. I sing for Tinubu, they insult me. Now me say, Obi Komala, one kill. Obi Kolobi, Obi is the way. That's all for my jatibo. Ajiwaju ni go ni dying. Adewale ni president wa. They insult me as I drop the song online. I just think I quote Tinubu, ẹja ló ní bú. They not post you, baba mi. Mr. Nigeria, Uncle Tinubu. I don't even have a bad that they use, they not post you that time. Now we fight for you. I'm not going you. Ajabunle, Ajabunle everywhere. Ajabunle like baba. And not tell, not Adam, not Tiwa. Now me do my own report. You know that.
And there it is right there. I couldn't have put it any better myself. So I leave it there. Carry conversation on within the comment section. But here I say peace. Thank you, everyone.